quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show me that freedom! Freedom!
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. Can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there's a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam! It gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan, hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.
And queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Nice little username there in Fisher Firuzia. The third best and 136, best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some other challenge here. Ocean Storm is a Grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take Grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. D4, Knight f6.
Yeah, stop playing with my rating, guys. That's becoming a bit embarrassing. I mean, what is this stream if not an opportunity for my mods to roast me? Like, there's really no other reason for me to stream apart from that.
Bishop 3. Rook A2 back. Yeah, I'm not going to accept a draw, of course. We're not in a charity business here.
And a queen check comes. Another queen check. Okay, now you are pre-moving. This is very smart, but I can also pre-move a mate in 2. Okay, thank you for the game, and it wasn't rated. I mean, okay, I'm done. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to banter anymore. This wasn't rated. This was freaking unrated. No, I mean, okay. Most chickenish way to play. I mean, unrated. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed. Okay, if anyone can replace me in this banter, sorry. Okay, let's play against Julia Brazil. It's 3+2, but this will be my your revenge, so I'll make this game last forever.
Ay. Such a beast. Yeah, okay, this is pointless. Okay. Good game. What were we saying? There. Okay.
Let's briefly see if Frenchman has challenged me. It's hard to find. Probably should go to his account and see. Ooh, H6, H3. Hello, G5. Didn't see it coming, eh? Mate? Who's funny now, eh, Harigiri? Oh, Knight H2, like this. Knight H2. Please don't hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Boom.
You don't accept my challenge.
Ah, okay, I'll accept. I didn't see a challenge.
You're too afraid.
I'm not afraid. I didn't see your challenge. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you go, please? I'm shy.
I'm
can you
gonna
please
sit next to you.
No, can you
while
please
you're
go?
playing.
No, please. Can you go somewhere else?
Okay, no Frenchman. Next is me.
Yeah. Okay.
And you challenge.
Okay. No Frenchman. Being tossed around here by my wife.
Hello, Miss Tactics. Hello there. So, Pico, we gotta play before my manager is back in the office. Ooh. That's, I think your manager should understand and challenge me as well.
I've also been told many a time, Jan, just fix the shit. Stop asking the audience if they can hear or see you. And also, stop cursing. I believe that type of feedback has been given to me. More than once, probably like thrice.
Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive.
Play live online against the world's top chess players while they stream their thoughts live. As a Chess24 Premium member, seize the chance to have your moment of fame. Get a peek inside their lives with question and answer sessions, in-depth teaching, analysis and interviews. The Champions Chess Tour, with countless accompanying events, is happening now. Tune in on Chess24.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is our fourth event, the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. It features 16 players, 8 will be eliminated, 8 go on to play the knockouts. Let's take a look at the format of the event. We're going to see 3 days of preliminaries. Today is day 2. Each day features 5 rapid games played with a time control 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. After day 3, the top 8 qualify into the knockouts. It will be the end of the road for the bottom half of the table. In the knockout stages, we'll see 2 sets played over 2 days, which will also feature, each set will feature 4 rapid games. And if that is a tie, we will move on to playoffs with Blitz and with Armageddon. Finally, if that's a tie as well. But for now, it's all about who qualifies. It's all about finishing at the top half of the leaderboard. Let's take a look at what the players are fighting for in this second major of the Champions Chess Tour. The total prize fund of the Meltwater Tour is $1.5 million, and the majors, the 3 majors, have a prize fund of $220,000. The winner goes back with $60,000, the runner-up with $40,000. And as you can see, lots of jump in places there, but it's not just about the money. The winner of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational gets a guaranteed spot into the final in September. The final in September will feature 10 players, the 3 qualifiers from the major, as well as the 7 players who have the highest tour points. So it doesn't just matter where you finish on the leaderboard here, it also matters where you are in the final standings, because the higher you finish, the more tour points. And not just that, you get to pick the colors for the Blitz as well as the Armageddon. Now, we had an incredible day 1 of chess, lots of excitement, lots of moments. And when we were done, I couldn't stop thinking about these 3 standout moments. I mean, just what incredible play it was. And before the action kicks off, I have to share it with you. Now, most of you have, of course, seen a lot of it and know what I'll be talking about. So all of you just enjoy that. And those of you who missed it, sit back and take a look at what happened. Now, these were the 3 highlights for me, and I want to start with this position. This was played in the game Daniel Dubov versus Niels Grandelis. It had been an English opening, and Daniel had played a brilliant game. He had regrouped his pieces, lots of maneuvers. He managed to get his h-pawn all the way up to h5, forced black to go g5, created the light square weaknesses, put his knight on e4, a beautiful square for the knight, and eventually it turned out to be a good knight versus bad bishop. I'm not sure how to get rid of the arrow here, but I will ask Peter about that at some point. Now, this is where all the magic begins. Here, Daniel made the spectacular move queen to f5, offering a queen trade. The idea is clear that if black was to take white's queen, after g takes f5, there's a very big threat of f6 on the board, and it doesn't help to capture the rook on c8. Black would move the king, and after f6, it's all over. So queen f5, offering a queen trade, which was declined by Niels with the move queen to e6. And now this was the moment that absolutely blew our mind. Peter was so impressed, and this is the finishing touch. This is just how we do it. Not we, but at least how Daniel does it, and this is how we learn from it. He made the brilliant move knight to f6, taking advantage of the bishop on g7, being an overloaded piece. He cannot capture on f6, the rook on f8 hangs, and suddenly we see another idea with the queen on f5, the mate on h7. Now with this big threat on the board, Niels was forced to take the queen. He traded it off, and we see once again, black is unable to capture the knight on f6. The rook on f8 hangs after the pawn on e2 was taken. Knight d7, putting pressure on the rook, constant threat of f6. And what I really loved about this was you get a better position, and then you find the most forceful, the most impactful way to finish it off. After rook c8, king h7, f6 attacking the bishop, rook b2 was played, and there was a beautiful mate here, pointed out by Peter as well. It didn't happen, but if black would have fallen back with the bishop, this is how things would have ended. Instead, after rook b2, Daniel went on to win the bishop, and here, finally, with nothing to play for and no compensation at all, Niels decided to call it a day and resign. An absolutely brilliant conversion with queen f5 and knight f6, and Daniel continued his creativity in the second position that I want to show you, which I think blew all of our minds. I mean, what was this? Just the kind of stuff that you get to see in chess books and not in actual games. But take a look at what happened here. Daniel Dubov playing with the black pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and it had been a very difficult game so far for Daniel. Shak was the one who was pushing throughout, and he was better for the most part of the game. Lots of pressure, but it's still not over. White still has to convert this position. But take a look at what started happening here, the construction that Daniel managed to create. Shak has just made the move rook to b6 and attacking the bishop on b3. So this is where it all begins. Daniel played bishop c2, eyeing the f5 pawn, and it's clear that he already had this construction in his mind, but just the way he created it, it's something to really, just a stunning motive. After rook e6, the king comes to d7. Black has the idea to go rook f1 and put more pressure on the f5 pawn. If white loses one pawn, it's going to be very difficult for him to convert this position. After rook to e7 check, he comes forward with the king. And now comes the critical moment. What Shak had to do was fall back with the bishop to c3, keep his winning chances. He's got two pawns, keeps on playing slowly, builds pressure. In a practical game, very difficult to defend with black. But here he made the move bishop e5, a very natural looking move. The idea is to go rook c7 with a big skew along the c file, picking up the bishop on c2. But this is what Shak had missed. After bishop e5, black simply ignores the threat and continues with rook f1, putting pressure on the f5 pawn. And we see that there's no way for white to defend it, but he has to continue with the idea of rook c7. Doesn't black just lose a piece here? But none of this mattered. King to d5, and this is the point. After white picks up the rook, we see that the king on d5 actually in the middle of the board, right in the center, has nowhere to go. And this means with all stalemate ideas, a knockout blow at the end. Rook takes f5 check. If white moves the king anywhere on the board, black picks up the bishop with an elementary draw. King f5 was played. Shak immediately got up and left his chair, because take a look at this position. I mean, I haven't seen anything so beautiful in a really long time. The king stalemated in the center of the board. And to sum it up, we had a tweet, and it could not have been put better. So let's just bring that up. Maxwell saying Dubov can even make draws entertaining. What a player, literally out of the world. After all, this is a chess in space. It is the space-themed event here with Breakthrough Initiatives partnering up. And absolutely, this was some out-of-the-world construction by Daniel. And quickly, let's move on to the last game that I want to show you. And of course, this was, let me bring that up for us. And this was from the game Anish Giri versus Magnus Carlsen. Now, whenever the two play, it is so much excitement for the fans because the drama is not just on the board, but off the board as well. And here, it had been a tough game for Magnus. Anish was on top, pushing throughout once again. Magnus had been holding on so far, but we see Anish has managed to create everything he wanted. He's threatening to come in with the king to e4, but this is where hell broke loose. Magnus, after this check, decided to move the king to h6. He felt that after king f6, king e4, white is doing really well. He did not want to go for that. He wanted to try and target the pawn on h4. But after king h6, we suddenly see that the king can actually get into a kill zone, and Anish finds that idea with the stunning move bishop c2 with a direct threat of rook h7 checkmate. It basically just traps the king. And now Magnus had to give a check on a3. The king, of course, finds the right spot on g4. You want to come forward. You take away the h5 square. Once again, a big threat on the board with rook h7. Black has to intercept it with the knight on d3, fighting it out. And now Anish played king to f5. And we see this position. Black is actually in a bit of a zugzwang here. Very hard to find a move. The rook can't move because it has to defend. That is not the arrow that I was going for. Let me just back up. After king f5, just ignore this. The rook can't move. It has to defend the knight on d3. The king doesn't have a square. Here, knight b4 was played, and this is not a great idea. When your king is so far away, you put all your pieces on the other side, but it's just the outcome of being pressurized throughout the game. Pieces too far away from the king. Anish immediately went bishop e4, making this construction where now, after this move, the knight can't intercept the diagonal, and the final mistake, rook takes a2. And this was the moment for me where we see king g4, and there's just no way to fight against a checkmate. He just traps the king on h6, and with that, the world champion gets checkmated. This was an incredible game, and we saw Anish tweet out instantly, as expected, the drama on Twitter, wishing Magnus a happy anniversary, referring to his win in the Magnus Invitational, the first Magnus Invitational of 2020, where he beat him 2.5, 1.5, and who can forget the epic reaction he had? Let's try and get that up. This is what happened when Anish Giri beat Magnus Carlsen in the Invitational back in 2020. And he repeated that feat one more time and never gets old. That was what happened. But of course, the drama continues as we go into day 2. And before we get the standings up, I see we are being joined, as always, by Grandmaster Peter Leko. So let's bring him on and...
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everybody. Yeah, very nice to be back. Yeah, it was all these highlights from yesterday. It was such a pleasure to follow how you were explaining all these brilliant moments. I mean, really so much fascinating chess we have been witnessing yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, the tournament is heating up. All the players, you know, we have seen many top stars right now, not in the top 8. So we are really looking forward to Jan Nepomniachtchi's comeback. Wesley So is kind of also in the danger zone right now. And all the other guys who are already in a good position, they will try to maintain those great positions. So lot of intrigue. Alireza Firuza also trying to fight his way back to the top. So a lot of excitement ahead.
I couldn't agree more with that. I think Alireza Karyakin, Jan Nepomniachtchi haven't impressed us on day 1, but they need to do so. Time is running out. A very critical day 2 coming up. Let's take a look at the current standings going into the 5 games that we have ahead of us. Anish Giri leads the table with 4 points, sole leader so far. Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian right behind him at 3.5. And then just such a tight pack of players here, Peter. We've got 5 players at 3 points, and that would be our top 8 right now. Now take a look at the other side of the board. Such big heavyweights would be out if it was just about this much before we went into the knockouts. They need to find their rhythm. They need to score points today. Wesley So, Alireza Firuza, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Sergei Karyakin really struggling currently, but there are 10 games remaining. anything can happen. Peter, as you were mentioning, an incredible day one we had. What can we expect from today, and especially these players who find themselves at the bottom half of the table currently?
Yeah, we also have an incredible pairing for round 6. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, the two players who are leading the candidates right now, and the candidates approaching, getting closer and closer. So special eyes on both these players. I mean, I think this is going to be a very, very principled battle. I mean, also just psychologically to try to set some tone for the candidates. But also one of the players, I want to mention, because we haven't been talking about Levon Aronyan too much, but actually just late at night, I realized that, Levon impressed me tremendously, because he lost the very first game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in a dramatic manner when it looked like, who is the one who's going to mate Shakhriyar, and then Shakhriyar escaped. And after that, Levon actually scored 3.5 out of his next 4 games. I mean, what a comeback. And thanks to this, he's now sharing second place with Magnus. I mean, that's exactly how you want to react to a loss. So well done by Levon. And also there we have an incredible pairing. I think Wesley saw with the white pieces against Levon Aronyan. All kind of things, Teemu Radjov against Hikaru Nakamura. But also one very special game for me is Niels Grandelius against Magnus Carlsen. Because you remember that it was exactly Magnus Carlsen who spoiled Niels' tournament. I mean, in Vaikanzi, Niels had a wonderful start, then he was hanging in there, and it was just at the moment when Magnus lost to Jesse Penku and then had to bounce back, and it was exactly Niels Grandelius in the wrong time at the wrong place, and Magnus beating him. Now Niels has the chance because he gets the white pieces. And we all know that Niels is in the team Magnus. I mean, usually when it's about the World Championship match. But, friendship aside, when it's such an important game, then we have seen it also in Vaikanzi that, there is just no friendship. So I'm keeping a special eye on this game as well.
No friendship at all when it comes to the chessboard, and we do see Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the screen. They have taken their seats. A very, very important day for Jan. He needs to start well. He did start well yesterday on day one as well. His game against Wesley Stoll really looked like we're going to see the Nepo that we're also used to. But after beating Wesley in that game one, everything went downhill from there. And he does find himself in a bit of a danger right now. He needs to pick up the points today. A very, very important day two coming up. We see.
Hang on. Sorry.
What is this?
Look at this. Look at this. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is 1B3 A5, and this is exactly the game like Richard Rapport against Adli. I think it was exactly played in the 2015 World Team Championship. And it was like B3 A5 also played a tempo by Adli. I mean, what is happening?
What is happening? That's what Jan Nepomniachtchi is also asking. He cannot stop smiling right now because this is just not something you expect. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave keeping a poker face currently. 1B3, of course, on Chessable by Adiban, but I'm pretty sure A5 as a line, I would be very interested to know if he's managed to cover that one in or not. Jan smiling for a while, after that decides to play a logical move, playing in the center. And now the ball is back in Maxime's court, asking him, what's the point of this? Do you want to just pretend like you played A5 and now continue in a simpler way, playing in the center, eventually try and get B6, bishop B7, A4 in? Is he going to go A4 directly? Maxime, what is your preparation here? Jan continues to smile. And look at this, Peter. He just goes on down the board with the flank pawn. I mean, only in online rapid chess.
Well, it looks like a joke, but I remember that, because Richard was playing with us, in the team, and we kind of felt like, okay, this B3 A5 is a lot of fun. That's it. However, Black actually says the initiative right after the opening. I mean, like after move 6 or 7, Black was already better. So please don't underestimate this A5, A4. It looks ridiculous. But actually, it's much more tricky than it looks, and I'm pretty sure that, Maxime at least spent some time. I don't believe that he really spent more than 5 minutes on B3, A5. But, it's like a special thing when you realize that actually A5 is quite interesting, then you are really tempted to do it, especially in an online chess.
I love it. And I can see that Jan is still pretty amused by what's going on the board now. On day one, we were pretty surprised with Nepo's opening choices. We were discussing about how he's trying to keep his candidate's preparation under wraps and making all these unconventional ideas. I don't think in his dreams he could have ever expected Maxime to surprise him on move one with the move A5. Definitely not something that you look at when you are going for the B3 opening. Just incredible. And yeah,
wow, but look at this, B takes A4. I mean, this is Fischer random chess. I mean, it's definitely not the usual classical chess that we know. I mean, B takes A4. It also shows already some kind of a respect. Yeah, that this pawn on A4 was really irritating because Black was kind of threatening some A3 stuff. And dealing with, there was simply no good square for the light square for the bishop on B2. So, I mean, but B takes A4, it's already a move like you feel that if this is forced, let's just look at this. Black plays all of a sudden in the Alekhine defense strategy, because if white would go E5, black would go knight D5. And then finally, if you chase this knight, it would get to B6 and it would be eyeing the pawn on A4. I mean, all kinds of tricky stuffs, and the rook is alive already. I mean, very, very provocative, but very interesting.
You play 1b3, you don't expect the position to go wild so quickly, but that's what's happened. Knight f6 played, it also makes sure that the bishop on b2 is not targeting the g7 pawn anymore, so helps to develop the bishop on f8. The a4, a2 pawn are doubled up, the rook on a8 is open, so you don't need to rush with rook a4. Currently, the e4 pawn under attack. I'm wondering if Jan wants to play knight c3, still asking the question, because after knight c3, he defends the e4 pawn, he defends the a4 pawn. What Maxime has in mind, he chooses the move e5, as you were pointing out, Peter, gaining more space, and with that, a knight d5 on the board. This is not the only crazy game that we've got on our hands. I'm also looking at our tournament leader, Anish Giri. All right, and this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have some craziness, because suddenly I saw this game Alan Pichot against Daniel Dubov, and I mean, white king's in the center, white, however, is piece up, but it all seems like preparation by both these guys. I mean, what is really going on? Let's just very quickly back up and see that this is again the very same line like Pichot has already played yesterday against Vestiso. Also the line that Vestiso had covered in his chessable course. So I mean, a lot of development in this line. It's clear that it's very much in the attention. Okay. I believe that yesterday the game saw the move bishop a5, which was also the move that happened recently, I think, in some other games as well. But Daniel Dubov goes f5, knight takes d5. Clearly, black is not blundering this pawn. Queen takes d5, bishop c4 would win the game instantly. But Dubov has some very special idea in mind, goes bishop a5, check. King e2 goes knight takes d4 check, bishop d4, knight d2. I mean, what a stunner! That's exactly the position, which I have seen, and I thought like, okay, hang on, what is really going on? Black has just sacrificed the piece. He makes a quiet move, does not really. Yes, now the knight on d5 is threatened. I understand, but apart of that, I don't understand anything about the position. So white goes queen c5. I think he played the move queen c5, and then knight e4, queen c4 is played. So, okay, one thing that if white wants to make a draw, basically then one could say that white can come back to c2. But we already talked about this, that Alan Pichot is very happy that he got the chance to play in the tournament. He's very, very excited. He wants to stay true to his playing style, go for the maximum, go for all the very exciting sharp positions. And definitely a repetition of moves is not something that he even considers. So he goes queen c4, and it's now Daniel Dubov to make up his mind. I mean, a very special, very, very special position. But I also see that we have, bishop f7 on the board. But some craziness. Makes a lot of... Wow, knight f6. Wow, it continues, yeah?
The madness continues. I mean, Dubov playing in Dubov style, sacrificing a piece in the opening with the black pieces to get this absolutely crazy position. I think bishop f7, Peter, had to be played. Let's just back up for a second, because it just looked like such a complex situation here. White eyeing the check along the A to G8 diagonal. He needs to move away because knight f6, knight h5 is a very big threat on the board that white has. So black has to fight it. That's why after queen c4, a move like knight d2 doesn't work anymore because of knight f6, king h8. You pick up the bishop. It's still very crazy because you sacrifice the queen, but with these 3 pieces, possibly white could be doing well. Other options as well on the board. Black decided to intercept. Yes, here maybe we can just show this line, king h8. And this was an additional
You have to watch out because the queen is hanging, but...
So knight h5, knight c4, bishop c4, you would have 3 pieces for a queen, and then nobody knows how you're doing. But I think I would want to be white here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, just give me one more move, rook hd1, and I'm expecting resignation. Yeah, that's all. I mean, I have wonderful...
Rook d1, e6 coming in, Peter. This would be crazy. So bishop f7 was played to stop all these ideas on the board. But why Alan just doesn't care. He said, you've stopped the check from my queen, but I'm still going to go knight f6. The knight is attacked. The queen is attacked. After g takes f6, what he wants to do is play the move e6.
Exactly. I mean,
and what is this? I mean, just an absolutely incredible position. Knight d6 comes to mind. This is going to blow up, but these are the kind of positions where we know Daniel just loves it. He loves playing these positions.
Yeah, he loves it, but the big question is, will it be good? Because I also know that Alan loves these things as well. I mean, he's not, he never gets afraid. He's very happy that if he can play crazy positions. So this is, I think Dubov got his match now. And look at the clock. I mean, 15 minutes, 35 seconds on Pichot's clock. It basically means that he's kind of familiar with the position, because all these crazinesses, if you just see for the very first time in a rapid game, I mean, you kind of need 5-10 minutes to calm down. But yeah, he's the one who seems to be better prepared now.
I mean, can you even imagine, Peter, what it's like playing in a rapid game and getting this kind of a position just where everything is hanging, your king is in the center? I would be sweating here. I mean, just so difficult to understand how these players just keep calm and calculate all these lines. It's just incredible. I mean, knight f6 check. What a move by Daniel.
Yeah, one of the
by
things
Alan,
that
sorry.
If black takes knight takes f6, white probably anyway goes e6. And now the big question is, can you make good use of the pin? Yeah, because white's king is in the center. Of course, you cannot move your bishop because of e7 check. But the move like queen e7 can be probably also nicely met maybe by knight g5. Also, bishop c5 is a move immediately because I might be winning some exchange at the end. But also the idea with knight g5 is that I'm hitting the bishop on f7 and trying to go bishop c5. I mean, all kinds of craziness. We're going to see how Daniel Dubov reacts. But for the moment also, I'm seeing that, the supposedly very professional, solid game between Wesley So and Levon Aronyan is also completely out of control. I don't know exactly what has happened. I see the engine bar, but I also see that from my point of view, this position doesn't look so obvious at all.
I mean, I don't think I've seen a position like this before, because just take a look. The bishop on f3 attacks the rook on a8, and the rook is actually trapped and currently hanging. The bishop on b4, the queen on d4. The point is that they eye the c3 knight. There are all these threats against the white king on e1. Black's pawn structure on the king side has been completely destroyed, but good for him. The knight on g7 acts as a great defender. Once again, a position where everything is hanging. Peter, at the start, we were talking about how critical day 2 is and all the drama that we could expect, but I never thought we'd have this kind of a start.
Yeah, this is completely unexpected. I mean, usually it was like this, that first day was very bloody, then kind of second day calmed a bit down, and then the third day was like an incredible storm. But now what we are witnessing in the first round of game 2, I mean, day 2, this is just incredible. I mean, let me very quickly go back and just to understand which opening was it. So it started from a Nimzo, but it turns into a very, very sharp kind of Ragozin type of structure. This one, yeah. Okay, yeah. Actually, I knew something about this line when I was playing. I was heavily analyzing all these things, but now I don't know. I don't remember anything. I don't remember my conclusion, but yeah, this one got more out of control than it should, I believe. Yeah, f5. queen h3. So that's how black is actually winning the knight on f3, but allowing this bishop takes f3 ideas. So black doesn't care about his rook, hanging rook on a8. The knight is hanging. I mean, please, can somebody tell me why the engine thinks that white is completely winning? Yeah, so white plays the move, the most natural move finally after some consideration, short castle. I get it. I mean, this is very natural, but I mean, I never feel like bishop takes a8 will be decisive because, okay, Levon even goes c6, but this one, I mean, this one is asking for it. I mean, some rook a d1, bishop h4, bishop f6 ideas. Now I feel that, okay, even knight e2, knight f4, knight g6 ideas are appearing. I mean, this one I'm not a fan of. This one I'm not a fan of at all.
All right, so black has an extra piece in this position, but the point is that he's got no development at all, and white just needs to get either his knight on f4 or the bishop on f6. It's very hard to imagine how black is going to keep his king side together. Peter, let's just try this line that you're talking about. Knight e2 or rook d1. I really liked your idea with rook d1 as well, because I feel that even if your knight finds its way all the way to g6, queen h8 will not be a mate. So let's try rook d1 and the move that you were suggesting here with the queen retreat to c5 so that bishop h4 can still be met by queen e5.
Yeah, well, actually, I was not sure what to suggest at all. That was one of my worry. Yeah, I have to go queen c5, I believe. Yeah, I have to keep targeting the e5 pawn. I fully agree with that. And then the big question is, how does white continue? I mean, somehow I feel that this, yeah, rook a d1, queen b6 played. Wow.
Wow, so not queen c5. The point of queen c5 was that Peter's idea of bishop h4, bishop f6 just looks like such a killer move. But after queen c5, bishop h4 is met by queen takes c5, taking control of everything. But Levon plays the move queen b6 after, well, not taking that much time. What is happening after bishop h4 here? Does he want to go knight d7?
Yeah, probably, but I mean, actually, what does knight d7 do? Look at this, there are all kinds of lines. Even rook d7, bishop f6, rook f7, bishop h5 is a motive, but probably it's too much, it's not winning. So, okay, just very quickly to illustrate one of these things that, you know, that first you analyze this takes, and if black takes, then of course you give checkmate. I mean, this motive comes to your mind immediately, instantly, basically. But the problem is that when you start calculating and you want to be objective, then of course you realize that after bishop h5, black can also play the move rook f6. And after ef6, now taking on h5, and already things are far from clear. Black will get his bishop back to f8, protecting his king. And it's not clear at all if this is checkmate or not. So after bishop h4, knight d7, another move would be just to play bishop f6 immediately without the rook sacrifice. And but also black is so overloaded. Yeah, I mean, I even don't know in long terms how is he planning to get out. For example, if immediate bishop f6, then maybe black can just consider taking on f6, e takes f6, going queen c7. And I'm definitely not worried of f take g7, queen g7. Then I would feel I'm kind of happy, but also moves like bishop takes c6, I can just play rook b8. I mean, knight takes b5 could be also answered by rook takes b5, but also some move like queen f7, and I'm not seeing the kill yet. I mean, all these lines just to illustrate that, okay, it's not obvious exactly how white should continue, but this bishop h4 is very, very tempting direction.
Very tempting direction, especially once black has gone all the way back with the queen to b6. White has sacrificed the piece, but I think all of us can agree that if we have a choice to pick colors here, we'd want to be white. That king on g8 looks like he's in so much trouble, and white needs to just find a way. Knight e2, knight f4 ideas, bishop h4, bishop f6 idea. We will see what Wesley comes up with. He's taking a little time here. We are definitely going to jump back into this. But Peter, also let's get an update on our tournament leader's position, Anish Giri. I'm taking a look. Yeah, I think it's a really fascinating middle game. I like this move f5. Maybe we can back up a little bit and see as well. But just this position, you know, you break open. Black definitely doesn't want to take that pawn on f5. Knight f5 would be killer. But let's back up and start from the opening.
Yeah, so this was a typical open Spanish. We already seen David Anton has played against Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. So now Anish was clearly prepared. He opts for this e takes f6 line, rook e1, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, knight f1. Yeah, this was, I think it was also one of my ideas like in 2010. I think when I went for my game against Fabiano Caruana in Vaikanzi, I decided that I would go for this setup. So yes, I actually do remember that this was very, very interesting. Bishop takes f3 and g takes f3. I mean, not the usual way of recapturing. I mean, it looks like, you damage your pawn structure, but it's a very, very interesting dynamic idea because you get the light squares, you get this very, very powerful knight on g3, and black's knight on c6 is far away. I mean, if this knight would not be on c6, it would be on g6, then one would say that, no, you cannot spoil your pawn structure. But like this, first of all, you had to, because you just couldn't recapture with the queen, because that's what black was playing for. Now with the bishop on c5, rook on f8 targeting the f2 pawn, you collapse immediately. So the whole idea of playing rook e1, h3, knight f1, knight g3 is based on this g takes f3. Very, very interesting new idea, I believe. Queen d6, king g2, rook a8, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, bishop g5. I mean, I remember, that I was very, very happy from the white side that from a practical point of view, this is very interesting. Objectively, okay, maybe computer finally finds a way to deal with it. And look at this now, bishop takes f6. Using the fact that pawn on d5 is hanging, so black cannot capture with the queen, because then queen takes d5 check decides the game. So you have to spoil your pawn structure. Now white goes f4. Black has to go knight g6 because there is just nothing else, and I'm loving this strategical idea. Bishop takes g6, a g6, f5, and whatever you do, you will weaken the light squares. I mean, the only way black could really be happy if he would get his pawn to f5. But now that white gets f5 in, you can see that this knight is just a monster. The bishop on c5 is doing nothing, and white has all kinds of ideas like queen g4, targeting black's king. So whose king is weak? Actually, it's black's. So David Anton tries desperate counterplay with d4. I think practically speaking, humanly speaking, this is the move that you have to play because you want to try to give yourself a chance to create some counterplay with queen d5 check. But we can also see the engine bar really very, very happy from the white side, and you don't have to be an engine to understand that it looks very promising for white. The only question is, do you first go queen g4? Or do you consider grabbing the pawn on g6 immediately? I mean, all kinds of very, very tempting options for Anish.
I think the key moment, bishop takes g6 for me, just a trade that, you wouldn't normally do unless you've seen this idea of f5. You don't want to give up that bishop. Of course, the f4 pawn is hanging as well, but f5 is the key move. Otherwise, white loses all the advantage. And we see that you never want to take g takes f5 or g5, giving an h5 square for the knight or the queen to enter, realizing that the g pawn needs to be kept there. He tries to strike in the center with a move like d4. You don't want to allow the queen on h5, so you just don't touch the g pawn at all. After d4, as you mentioned, Peter, there were some very interesting options. If f takes g6 with ideas of queen h5. But I think the point after f g6 is that black has this intermediate check on d5, making sure that white's queen cannot enter into the attack from h5. And then after this, he could try and regroup, somehow go for d3. Once the king moves, you either go for d3, try and play king g7, pick up the g6 pawn. Not really clear, but instead he decided to play queen f3. The point is that it's more important for him to try and provoke the g6 pawn to move, as well as make sure that black doesn't centralize his own queen to d5. I like this move. It takes away black's main square in the game, which is the d5 square.
Exactly. I mean, this queen f3 is clearly a wonderful move. I mean, you feel like your opponent wants queen d5 check. Yeah, you have to basically, in a practical game, that's the first thing that comes to your mind. How do I stop my opponent's idea? Yeah, and then with a very nice looking move, you are actually just strengthening your position, taking away queen d5 ideas. Black's problems are not running away because actually he still doesn't have a good reaction. He cannot really play g5. He cannot play gf5. White is also threatening to bring his rook into the game. Rook to d1 or even maybe rook to g1. All kinds of ideas. Definitely black's king on g8 is a big target. The knight on g3 is just too powerful. And also white has some idea somewhere with knight e4. Of course, knight e4 I want to keep in my pocket because knight e4 gives black some chances, like, you know, black goes queen e5 and you have to really calculate a lot. But just natural move, queen f3, bringing the piece, asking black, please, how you want to solve your problems. I'm not really sure if black has any way of solving it.
I think Anish is just so good at finding these natural moves that keep the pressure going. He just has this idea that I've seen actually in all top players. They want to bring more pieces into the attack, more pieces into the play, rather than hurrying up with a committal move like f takes g6. That rook on a1 is going to join the attack next. Imagine that last piece coming into the g file, the scare that would have for the king on g8. And Peter, meanwhile, if you thought this was the only game that had all the action on, take a look at Shakhriyar versus Ali Reza. I don't know what the players have had today morning to come into the round and play these kind of openings. I'm not sure what's going on today.
Yeah, this is this really feels like, you know, this chess in space team really had an effect on the players. Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of unusual things. I mean, certainly not the typical classical chess that we are used to in the good old Earth. I mean, this is something out of space. But I mean, what is it? It's yeah, the question is queen b7. I mean, because white is right now pawn up, he has collected the pawn, but the big question is, you know, you are pinned, so black wants to make sure that you will not run away. So Shakhriyar had to calculate very, very precisely to understand what he is doing. So what is his idea? First of all, where did he come from? So it came from, like, Ali Reza played the move queen c6, hinting that I protect my knight, I want to castle now short. And the move bishop takes b4 is very principled, because if it does not lose, it's just very, very good. But the question is, yeah, queen b7, and he goes rook takes d7. All right, so that's his idea.
Just amazing, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not, because we do see the eval bar telling us it doesn't approve of this sacrifice on d7. Peter, I think we should just also point out why bishop b4 was such a good move, and why white had an advantage. You want to stop black from short castling, getting the other rook into the game, into the open file with the move bishop b4. If black trades, the queen comes on b4, cuts off the diagonal, black's king finds itself in the center. So a really, really nice move. And without trading, he can't go short castle. A pin was played. And when you mentioned the move queen b7, the first thing that came to my mind as a natural response would be something like rook d4. You try and defend the bishop on b4. You're somewhere eyeing the knight on e4. You want to get rook fd1, maybe the rook to c1. But then Shakhriyar playing in his typical style, just sacrificing the exchange with rook d7. I am failing to see a bit of a follow-up here. Now, rook d7, if black takes with the king, I think we can just safely assume that there will be a lot of compensation. But what happens after queen d7 here? He's gone for king d7.
Yeah, he has gone for, I mean, probably the point is that if you take with the queen, then most probably white would take on e7, and you have some kind of a discomfort, because if you take with the king, then I have queen b4 check. Very, very unpleasant check, because I'm targeting the knight, and then you will have to play knight d6. You will be pinned and you will be pegged. It's not something that people really want to even consider. But if you take
and queen e7 is met by queen b5 as well, just picking up the rook on a6.
Exactly, that's just even not possible. So basically, yeah, queen d7, you probably have to go into this king takes e7 adventures. But yeah, all these queen b4 checks, rook d1 first, so on, are really so confusing, besides even maybe some knight e5 ideas. So yes, that's why Ali Reza goes for king takes d7, queen d3 check. We also understand now why Shakhriyar was kind of so much tempted into this mess, because he feels like if black's king loses the right to castle and there will be no communication between his forces and the rook on h8, then this will be very tough for black. But I mean, if black, for example, moves back to e8 and after bishop e7, you have a chance to take with the king to e7 and then bring the rook out, then black will be perfectly fine, if not just better. So lot at stake now.
You know, after it's been pointed out that queen d7 was not even possible with the lines that you just showed, I think regardless of what the evaluation bar says, giving it slightly better for black. I really don't think it matters in this position. The sacrifice just makes so much sense and absolutely very, very justified by Shark to go into this line. The rook on h8 is going to find it, it's going to be a difficult time for him to come into the game. We are being updated that we have the first result of the round, and Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. The b3, a5 adventures came to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we have been talking about, that yesterday these 3 losses that Jan had to endure definitely made him very, very angry. And look at this, how he came back, and that against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. I mean, pretty impressive. I mean, okay, we just don't have the time to go very quickly. Okay, just very quickly to see. So e5, knight d5, knight f3, knight b6, knight c3. Okay, it was a very complex fight. I'm pretty sure that at some point black was doing very well. I mean, here instead of bishop d7 already, just collecting the a4 pawn also looks good enough. So actually black's opening looked perfectly fine, but okay, this is rapid game, and also we have seen both players are always blitzing, so it's not even a rapid game. It's almost like a bullet blitz game between these two. And okay, finally just anything can happen in this chaos. And here we are seeing that, yeah, white is finally getting the advantage, and black's position is this e4, d5. Yeah, this one already really looks like black is in a lot of trouble. The 2 bishops are even queen d5 check, very nice intermezzo. Takes. Look at this now. All of black's pieces are completely disharmonized. White has the 2 bishops. The bishops will come so much easier to the game, but the heavy pieces, I mean, rook on e1, queen on d5, are just monster pieces. And bishop takes f6. That's an incredible strike by Jan. So queen takes f6 is not possible due to the checkmate with rook e8. And after g takes f6, white plays the move. I mean, bishop d3, queen g8.
Queen f6.
How exactly is this made? Yeah, so bishop d3, queen g8, queen f6, queen g7. I mean, am I blind or what? I just don't see the mate yet, but hang on. So what is this? So bishop f6, gf6. If it was possible, sorry,
rook
of course,
rook e8 and queen f6, bishop c4.
Yeah, this is the wonderful point. I mean, what a strike by Nepo. Yeah, this all in a bullet blitz game, because this wasn't a rapid. I mean, this wasn't a rapid game at all between the guys. So wow, I mean, that's really fantastic. So black had to hang in there with queen f8, but then queen takes f7, queen takes b7, takes. White is not just pawn up, but also black has the terribly damaged pawn structure. The king is very, very weak. Long terms, it's just impossible to survive such position. And there is even not much to talk about long terms, because it's just a direct capitulation. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Fantastic win by Nepo.
Too many weaknesses in the position. I often feel whenever we see Jan and Maxime play in these formats, it's like they are on full-on destruct mode, and they play so quickly. All the pieces are often hanging. We often see this crazy ideas of sacrifices, but sometimes it feels like a self-destruct mode, where, especially with Maxime, he just plays so fast. I'm not really sure what's going on with that, and it's often fast, but ends up in a really difficult position.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we have no time to even digest this, because this Wesley So Levon Aronyan game is just as crazy. I mean, look at this position. It reminds me of the game Duda versus Daniel Dubov. I very much recall that it was also like some rook versus 3 pieces, but white had many pawns there. That unbelievable game that we had witnessed in the Opera Euro Rapid. What is happening? So queen c6, all kinds of ideas. Black only needs one move, knight a6, and he will be perfectly fine, because bringing the rook into the game, taking control of the e8 square. So it's very tempting now to take rook takes d7. I mean, that's the move that comes to mind. But is this a killer? So rook d7, knight d7, e8 queen. I just take, go king h7, and I feel like, if I'm not losing on the spot, and I don't see why, because after rook d1 I have knight d5 protecting my queen, then it shouldn't be so bad. But okay, maybe this line just goes on forever, or does white have some other move after queen c6? But
this is just an amazing position, and you're absolutely right, Peter, about that game. I think it's one of the most stunning games that we've seen in 2021, with this idea of having those e6 d6 pawn where he sacrificed his pieces. And Daniel Dubov also as well said it after the game that a very deserved win by Duda there. But I don't know, he has sacrificed a lot of material here. Knight a6 coming up. If you give rook d7, knight d7 and go into this position, going into a rook versus two-piece position, I don't really see white keeping his advantage. I think once black manages to regroup, let's just have a look at this line one more time.
And also look at this. Wesley is down to 50 seconds. I mean, it shows that how complex this position is, and also how difficult to make up his mind, because it's not clear at all what to do now.
Can white try and threaten the move e8 with a move like rook e1, and then knight a6, you take rook d7, queen d7, e8, rook e8, rook e8, and that might be because bishop f8. I'm sure white has got, this is a much better version of everything that we're looking at.
Yeah, this is also my other line, but I still haven't really been able to find the kill here. And you also have some backrank issues.
Just queen g6, Peter? Just queen g6?
Just queen g6, and then yeah, if I have
and then
to
you can even maybe pick up the knight on a6 after queen g7.
Exactly. No, this is very, very bad. And look at this. Wesley goes rook fe1 with 4 seconds on the clock.
Unbelievable. Bishop e8, rook d8 was the point, but there is still knight a6, and they're blitzing out now. Wesley has calculated the sequence of move, and rook e6. This is amazing. Queen e6 is met by queen e8 check.
Yeah, now rook e6, this is the current position. Yeah, so queen takes e6.
Queen e8.
Queen e8.
King h7, and there's, what's the finishing move here? Queen h5, back again.
Yeah, I mean.
And then you just queen. Amazing.
Yeah, because bishop h6, threatening queen e1 checkmate, but with e8 queen, you are actually controlling, and very important also that queen from h5 controls the d1 square just in case.
Absolutely, because rook d8, there's queen e6, and white black doesn't have rook d1 check. That's a very important point, actually.
Exactly.
Amazing.
I mean, wonderful. But I mean, I'm pretty sure you know that also Levon had the chance to calculate all these things, and probably he had also spotted, that all this rook e6 is winning for white. But Wesley was taking his time. He was going down to 4 seconds. So at that point, I'm pretty sure that you are really hoping that, okay, just 3 more seconds and I pass, this dangerous zone. But I mean, Wesley calculating everything till the very end. Wow, what a comeback also by Wesley if he managed to win this game.
I cannot contain my excitement at the kind of chess that we are witnessing right now. I mean, this rook e6, just such a brilliant move calculated by Wesley in just down to seconds. And the point is that the queen on c6 is the big defender. It defends the e8 bishop as well as the rook on a8. He finds a way to deflect that queen, but he has to also make sure that he's not coming into any back rank mates. And that last setup, Peter, let's just play through this line because it might be a forcing move. The queen on c6, after all, has no other square but to capture the rook. Queen e8 check. Black has got no other option but once again to move away with the king on h7. And now after queen h5, queen h6 is impossible because white simply queens. And after bishop h6, this line that we were seeing, take a look at the construction and the geometry on the board. Black captures the rook on d8. There is mate threatened on e1 and d1. But the good news for white is that everything is defended with the pleasant position of the queen on h5. White can actually capture the queen, and it's finally the attacking queen on h5 that defends the game, which is brilliant. I think this is actually resigns from Levon now.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's the most unpleasant thing for black, that there is even no way to fight. I mean, the e8 bishop is falling. If you start with rook takes d8, it doesn't really change because e takes d8, queen takes e8, white just collects the e8 bishop with check, and again making sure that there are no contemplating ideas. So Levon goes queen d7. I mean, a very creative way, but what is this exactly? White can probably just take on d7 and then go rook d8 check again. That's one of the options, but maybe can I also just take on a8? Hang on.
I like rook 8. I like rook 8, but there's knight c7 here.
Yeah, black will go knight c7. And then still I have all this.
Rook 8 on the board.
Yeah, rook 8 on the board. So Wesley still has 18 seconds. Knight c7 has to be played. I just don't see
Once again, we see how important this queen on h5 is, defending against any back rank ideas on d1. The bishop on e8 is now attacked. Don't really see an option except knight c7. Levon goes for it and rook d8. That's the point, Peter. Black can't capture the rook on e6 with his queen because of the line. Rook takes e8, knight takes e8, queen e8, once again forcing black to h7. You come back with the queen to h5 and the e7 pawn decides the game.
Exactly. Again, covering another e1 square. I mean, just perfect. I mean, everything works in White's favor. Wow, wonderful.
Is amazing, Peter.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, what a game by Wesley. Absolutely.
And Wesley's the kind of player we always think he's just so solid in position and doesn't make any mistakes, but we've seen that time and time again when it comes to tactics, when it comes to calculating precisely, he's just up to the task every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but this one is really a stunner. I mean, I think he also had to foresee all this. Yeah, we have seen that he did spend a lot of time at some point, like here after queen c6. So I'm not entirely sure when he has seen the whole sequence, but probably he kind of felt like, you know, this is the direction and it's gonna work out for me, but wanting to feel or to make sure that everything works. And we have been talking about this, that some players had been blitzing in some critical moments. Here Wesley felt like, you know, if I find and I calculate everything till the end, then it doesn't matter how much time I spend. And he took his time. He even went down to 4 seconds, but he knew already everything and he's kind of nicely converting.
Let's stick here, Peter, because I think Levon is probably going to resign at any moment now. It's just very hard to come up with any move that keeps the game going. Because take a look at that queen on d7. It's got no squares, has to pick up the rook on e6. And the line that we just saw is an absolute forcing sequence of moves that decides the game. Levon down to 50 seconds now. He's gone for knight e6, rook e8, knight f8. So what's the finishing idea here?
Well, I mean, okay, basically you just take on f8 and you give...
Peter, also rook f8, bishop f8, queen h7, king h7, e f8, knight, and you pick up the queen on d7.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, but also bishop f8, you can just give a check and you queen next move with a check. So yeah, wonderful win by Wesley. Amazing.
Let's just show the difference just quickly, Peter. After bishop f8, of course, white can also simply queen on e8 because there's also mate on d1. But we've seen this tactic several times of going queen h7, forcing the king on h7, promoting it to a knight and winning it this way as well. What a brilliant win by Wesley. Eventually, after rook f8, Levon resigns. Peter, this has been a standout game so far, but there's action everywhere. Where do we jump to?
Well, actually, one very exciting game is this Alan Pichot-Daniel Dubov, because Pichot seems to be doing really big progress with his exchange up. I mean, he actually won the exchange there as we analyzed, and ever since he's slowly building up the pressure. Look at this king on g5. I mean, also it's like a king which is standing very, very provocatively. It looks like white should be able to just give checkmate. But maybe one should just not even try to bother with this king. Just come back with the knight to f4. That's also a very, very tempting option. Making sure that you are covering everything and you are exchange up. Black is kind of packed. I'm not seeing any counterplay. Yeah, knight f4 is played. It's just very natural. No need for any fancy business, because if you have to take bishop e6, I'm gonna take rook e6. Then you have to move your knight. I will just push my pawn a little bit. And I'm exchange up and having a very, very nice position. Yeah, bishop e6 on the board. So looking very good for Alan. Another game that caught my eyes. Sergei Karyakin, I think, is also on his way of showing why we know that Sergei Karyakin is a brutal force. I mean, he's playing a very nice technical game against Jordan Van Forest, and he seems to be winning. Jordan also down to 11 seconds on the clock. And look at this, Sergei with 6 minutes on the clock. Probably this is one of the lessons that, or conclusions Sergei drew from yesterday, that I have to speed up, I have to play faster. And in this game now, he's combining fast play with some really powerful play. So also this looks very good. And some very, very interesting pawn endgame in Sachdev, Mamedov, Alireza Firuza. But it seems like black is winning, because it's, you are getting closer to the e-pawn, and then the e-pawn will just queen. Wow, that would be a brilliant victory for Alireza. All the guys, coming from the bottom seems to be winning today in the very first round. This will make the tournament all the more exciting.
And we remember when we saw this last, Shak had made that sacrifice with Rook D7. We were wondering if that is something that he should have gone for. And now Alireza managed to connect his rooks into the game after all of that, and he has this extra pawn. White's king activity is the only thing that gives him any chances, but it's just too slow, because the pawn on e3, had it been on the f file instead, it would have offered some more resistance. It's harder to get to, it's protected, but here the pawn on e3 is just too weak. Black doesn't care. He goes on with the idea of king d3. Everything for white is just too slow. The e passer will decide the game. Peter, we haven't had a chance to look at the world champions endgame, which looks to me like it's equal pieces, but because of the king activity on f5, I think Magnus is going to try and push this one.
No, I think it's actually white who is pushing, because the king doesn't mean anything. I have knight g3 check, and I'm getting knight to e4, and I'm the one who first touches the weakness on c5. It's good for Magnus that he will be able to defend it, and probably it's nothing in the position, but I mean, black cannot hope for anything here apart of a draw.
But does black also have the ideas of trying to get his own knight to e6 and d4 at some point? I think, or is it that he has to go to e6 because king f6 runs into knight e4 check, picking up the pawn? He's gone for f4 instead, though, instead of the idea of knight g3.
Okay, yeah, basically f4 is like a draw offer. Probably the position was anyway drawish. I mean, just eliminating this pawn, and it's a symmetrical position.
All right, and we've got an update that Anish still on fire after that spectacular start on day one. He starts day two with a win against David Anton. Not just the result, but I have to say the game itself. f4, f5, trading that bishop for the knight. And at the end, the knight just proves so strong on the light squares. Take a look at the construction, all the pieces on the light squares, because his opponent has a dark squared bishop, h5, g6, an absolutely knockout of a game by Anish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, wonderful play by Anish. I mean, we know this from Anish, that he has incredible preparation. I mean, he has such a fantastic knowledge in the openings, and he combines it with very, very nice play. Yeah, it's not like, he's winning out of the openings, but he's getting his will. He imposes his will on the opponent, and then he is very good in calculating. He is very good in putting the pressure on the opponent. I mean, it's just a pleasure seeing how he's winning these games, because they are really just wonderful. So what else do we have? So okay, in the Magnus game, I see that it should be draw. Firuza has won the game.
Wow.
And the Dubov game, does he have a chance? Does he have a chance? I mean, it looks like, this black king is in a lot of trouble, but actually, thanks to this king, black has some practical chances, because the pawn on h5 is weak. However, white, whenever he feels like, he will have the chance of going knight e6 check and then knight takes g7. But I'm not sure you want to give some knight d4 chances. And Pishot, Ellen is down to 10 seconds. Yeah, he goes for knight e6. He needs to find the way, like playing technical position. Yeah, takes and then knight e6 back, making sure that knight d4 is not a problem. Yeah, now he gained 30 seconds on his clock. He will have all these rook c7 moves.
Rook c7 looks very strong, because I don't really see a way for black to defend it except the move knight to b4, and that kind of makes the white knight free because there's no more knight d4 coming up after rook c7 if you go knight b4. There's also knight d8 putting pressure on the c6 pawn, plus some ideas connected with knight f4 check. He's gone for this line. He can simply win the c6 pawn on the move because after knight d8, there's just no way for black to bring in a defender for this pawn on c6.
Yeah, knight d8 on the board, and that's it. I mean, basically, if you eliminate the c6 pawn, then everything falls, because thanks to this c6 pawn, black was putting up some resistance. I mean, what a way to start also for Alan. I'm pretty sure that the Argentinian fans and the whole Latin America, I think, gonna go completely wild if Alan beats Daniel. I mean, that's just a sensation. It's a fantastic game. Also, very nice preparation. I mean, Daniel came up with a very creative way, but it seemed like, you know, Alan is not surprised at all. He's very well prepared. Wow. I mean, what a bloody first round today.
Just absolutely so many decisive games. And I think it just comes down to the fact that this time in the major, we've got 16 participants instead of 12. So it's not 4 players who get eliminated. We saw it in the Air Things Masters, that how the players in the top 8 would take it a little slow and would play solid chess on day 2, day 3, resulting in several draws. But there is bloodshed all around with so many players facing elimination. They have to go for the kill. And that just means entertaining chess for us. And this round hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all know that Daniel is very, very creative. But I mean, this is just such a hopeless position that I think we can move on if there is some more game happening. Is Magnus' game still on?
It's still on. It's still on. And black has managed to push his king all the way to e3, Peter. Knight on c1 is trying to get to b3. They're attacking the a5 pawn. So white could have some ideas like knight b3, a4, knight a5, constantly putting pressure. But a lot has happened from when we left it last.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like, you know, this f4 was a wrong move in the wrong direction. I mean, there was objectively nothing was wrong with the move f4, but it felt like, you know, Niels just wants to already settle to a draw in that position. And I know very well that if you give Magnus a little bit of a freedom to play with, then he will automatically be very motivated. And now Niels goes a4. He wants to fix the weakness on a5 so that when he goes knight b3, he will be able to target this pawn and black will not be able to push it. So
but
Magnus,
black can immediately go knight e4 and knight d2 and start attacking the c4 pawn. I mean, if he wants to draw the game, there's always this repetition with knight d2, king c3, knight e4.
Exactly, but probably he will have to, okay, I'm not sure, because knight d2, king c3 what is white's next move? Knight b3, I don't want to go into this pawn endgame, so I would probably just jump back, but it might be a mutual Zugzwang. Also, black doesn't have any good moves, so just a repetition with knight e4 check would be very logical. Yeah, this is on the board. Because one thing black has no right to allow is knight b3, because then all of a sudden the a5 pawn, if the a5 pawn falls, then white will have the passer. But Magnus goes king d4. Wow. So, okay, it's anyway a draw. But Magnus just says, no, I don't want to repeat. I mean, let the game end in a draw, but I'm not going to repeat against you, Niels. With all due respect.
But Niels can just always, and that's it, knight takes c5, and that's how it ends. Quite an end game. Magnus pushing it till the very, very end. And with that, Peter, I think we have got one more game remaining. The Daniel Dubov, Alan Pichot game is still on. Black spawn all the way to h3, but still nothing to really fight for here. I think white
No, but look at this. Look at this. I mean, suddenly we are witnessing some miracle. I mean, from nowhere, black has all kinds of knight f2 checks threatening to promote with h2. And if you will have to take on f2, then I believe that thanks to my powerful bishop, I might be able to, wow, I mean, I haven't seen this coming. I mean, this is, if Daniel survives this, then I don't know what to say, yeah.
And we see this position, if Daniel survives this, then we've seen him do exactly what he did yesterday against Shakhriyar with that amazing stalemate that we saw him create. But Peter, I still have to say, I mean, I see the eval bar as well agrees with you, but can you break it down to us that white has this extra B passer, which is on the other end of the board. It still looks like white should be able to win this. The h3 pawn should fall without any much trouble. Why is it that black is holding this position?
Yeah, but I think that I might be in time to get my king to... So yeah, white is threatening king h2, king takes h3, but yeah, black can bring his king to h4 and king h2, king h4. You don't have the move knight f4 because of bishop g3 check. And you cannot push the b pawn because my bishop is controlling it. And if you are pushing f4, then after king g4, you get into Zugzwang. And you don't not gonna, wow, I mean, this is just insane. So yeah, white continues with knight c3, but now black will give the check on g3, or even not important. You can.
But white has a clear idea. He wants to go knight d5 and start pushing the b pawn already. What is black's? Because we all can see that the evaluation bar completely agrees that black is holding this endgame. It's not so clear to me how bishop e5 played, bishop d4 played with the idea to go bishop e5, king g3 perhaps.
Yes, I mean after bishop e5 check, you will have to play the move f4.
And then bishop b8.
And then bishop d4, and then you want to go king g4, but you play b6. You cannot capture on, no, you cannot do that. Yeah, but you can probably go bishop a7. This is the problem, that yeah, after f4 you can do, okay, so you move with the bishop, you play b6. One of the problems that I cannot take, yeah, this is correct, because you have knight d5 and king f5, king takes h3, king e4. I'm now getting a winning pawn endgame, but yeah, Daniel, no, finally white did not play f4, bishop e5 check, king h1, bishop d6 played, settling king g3.
So the point is that black wants to capture the f3 pawn with the king and give up his bishop for the b pawn. So b6, king g3, f4, still not over, still not sure how black is actually holding that.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is knight f6. Yeah, he can try to get his knight to e4, but the problem is it's wonderful because it stops any kind of king g3s, but you are not supporting your b pawn. So black will just sit with his bishop on the diagonal, stopping any kind of b6 ideas. And how do you continue? I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, it's terrible for Alan, because I know, you know, for a player like Alan, because he's a complete outsider in the tournament, he needs to win a game to get the confidence, yeah, that he knows that he can, yeah. And once you are having this wonderful opportunity and you are not using it, actually it might cost you more than just not winning this game. I mean, it might cost you many other possibilities, not just king g3 and it's a draw. Okay, still knight d5, f4 at least, you still continue, but I mean, this is just a draw.
So he probably wants to go knight d5, f4 now, but I have to say, just an incredible effort by Daniel to find this construction with h3 and getting his knight on f2, just showing that in chess there are always resources, and just not to give up. Anything can happen, even though the bar, and we all thought it was completely lost. Daniel Dubov finds the ideas.
Yeah, actually, this is one of the simplest, that you just, you know, you put your king on g4, knight d4, you keep the bishop d8, bishop a5, you just move back and forth, and whenever white pushes b6, you sacrifice the bishop, and otherwise white is not able to do anything.
Especially now with the king on g4, the knight on d5 can't move. King h2 ideas are met by bishop d8, bishop a5, and there's just no way to improve. But instead, Daniel decides to keep the bishop on b8. I don't really understand this, because what you pointed out just felt so simple, not allowing white's pawn to b7. But perhaps once it even gets to b7, there's not much that white can do.
Yeah, probably that's the whole point, because also in the other line which we discussed, when after this bishop e5 check, white would have played f4, not king h1, then we would get similar positions. I also haven't seen any winning chances for white there, but yeah, now he just wants to go king e4 and eliminating the f4 pawn, and then that's it. I mean, wow, this is a little bit sad. I mean, I really feel sad for Alan that he had such a golden opportunity. I mean, I told you, yeah, that Daniel is so creative, but I don't see from the position that how he can make use of his creativity. And then all of a sudden, he anyway ends up saving this game. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, and we can see it. Alan quite disappointed with the way things have gone. This was that opportunity. He had to come back with a win. A much needed win for Alan to keep hopes alive of qualifying into the knockout stages. But Daniel just once again showing such a creative way of defending a position, and these constructions he comes up with. Now the king just marches over to the b pawn. There's nothing that he can do. He can also make the move king c6. No way to defend the pawn. And that's it, Peter. With that, the final game of round 1 ends in a draw. What an incredible round we've had.
Absolutely, and what a draw. I mean, but let's just very quickly go to this position. I mean, this was the moment I think I was mentioning that, yeah, no matter how creative Daniel is, there is just no way of saving this position. And then he ended up, I mean, after h5. Okay, I think it's even not fair to analyze because every move seems to be winning. It's more interesting, to see actually what happened, why it got so much out of control. Yeah, knight f4. Okay, this is at least already feels like maybe something, but still it looks like nothing. But he allowed this bishop e1, bishop g3 idea. That's where things started to get tricky because bishop g3 check, king h1, and all of a sudden now with this knight d3 idea. But even here, probably if he just instead of knight d4 gives knight e5 check and then brings the knight back to g4, it's still a completely elemental win, I believe. But after knight d4, all of a sudden knight d3, and there was no way of protecting against knight f2 check, and then he had to go into this quite drawish endgame. That's
the problem
what happened.
After knight f2 is that white has to sacrifice the exchange for it because king g1 results in the h-pawn falling further down on the board and actually just queens then. But I have to say, Peter, I think it felt like it was so winning for Alan that he just somewhere got a little careless and allowed black to advance that pawn from h6 all the way to h3, becoming dangerous, allowed Daniel to put his pieces in a way where suddenly this idea was there. I think Alan just could never imagine that there was anything that black can do to create any problems for white. And that's what Daniel used, and maybe just the only way to actually not win this position.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, we all know from our own experiences that sometimes when you feel like, yeah, it's already winning, everything wins, then you end up finally finding that exact one move, which is not winning. I mean, it happened, I think, to all of us. So yeah, it's just very pity because I believe that, Alan should forget about trying to qualify or not. He should enjoy the event. He has this fantastic opportunity playing against the very best players. And if he wants to, show his best, then he just has to enjoy the games. And we are seeing that despite losing a lot of games yesterday, he still sticks to his chess and he's trying to play as aggressive as possible. Probably that's also the reason why he has lost so many games yesterday. But I'm very happy that he sticks to it because we get so many entertaining games from him.
Absolutely. So many entertaining games and fearless play. It is his debut into the Champions Chess Tour, and he's made it clear that he is going to go for his style, doesn't care who he's up against. Very uncompromising chess by Alan and a big miss, but still 4 more games to go. And take a look at how round 1, the round 6 in the event, but round 1 for day 2 went. We had 5 decisive games. Anish Giri starts the day on a high with a win against David Anton, a brilliantly played win. Alireza was the other winner who beat Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Jan Nepomucci, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What happened there just felt like both players blitzing it out on tilt and eventually Jan striking with that bishop f6 sacrifice. Sergei Karyakin has to find his rhythm and he says he's ready to do that on day 2 with his first win up against Jordan Van Foreest, and Wesley So was the other winner of the round. Let's take a look at the pairings quickly because we've got liftoff into game 2 in just a few seconds. Levon Aronian takes on Anish Giri, a very important matchup for the Armenian. Anish on fire. Daniel Duba, Wesley So. Daniel just survived by the thread. And Peter, we've got action already.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whenever Levon has the white pieces, we are guaranteed that exactly on time the game will start. I mean, Levon will not miss even 1 second. I mean, he's sitting there, really waiting, eager to start. And we see here another theoretical duel. I mean, I think this game will be a lot of fun for all the theoretical fans because Levon is usually very well prepared and Anish knows his stuff as well. This is a queen b3 Grunfeld, d takes c4, queen c4 castles, e4, knight c6. So Anish goes for the MVL line. I mean, Maxim is a big specialist and I think he has also played it against Anish himself already. So Levon goes for h3. Black goes for e5. This is very thematic. This is the main idea of black's play. D takes d5, knight d7, and d6. Suddenly after e6, Anish slowed down a bit. So I'm not not really sure what's happening. Is Levon coming up with a new idea, or sometimes some older ideas which had been forgotten or not really tried are sometimes the real surprises?
I think for a lot of our viewers who might be seeing these players right now might feel that Anish, with his hand on his head, is disappointed with what has happened, but that's absolutely not the case. This is the first moment he slowed down. It's definitely him just trying to recollect and remember what is the way forward. It's not out of despair in his position, but just him trying to recollect all the lines that he's seen. Now, after e6, intuitively, the move that comes to my mind, or the two candidate moves, so to say, would be either knight to e5 or to capture the pawn on e6 with fe6. Let's take a look at the direct line with fe6, queen e6, just king h8. I don't really see where the problem for black here could be.
Well, maybe a move like bishop g5. Can I come with a tempo?
And if he's gone for fe6, so we might be seeing this after bishop, but he doesn't even recapture. He goes bishop e3. After bishop g5, I was wondering if black could actually offer a queen trade with queen e8. None of that happened on the board. Bishop e3, and now we see Anish immediately making the move knight e5. And that's what these top players do. They slow down in moments that they're not familiar with, just trying to understand, calm down, and know that they're slightly thrown off from what they prepared, but no damage done. And then blitzing out the next few moves, and we see it looks absolutely fine for black now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also a very tricky position because, yeah, I would have argued that the most natural move would be knight d3 check. Yeah, that's the most critical. However, the knight d3 check, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, white has all kinds of little possibilities. I felt like, rook d1 is maybe too much. I don't want to give the c3, but can I just play the little move like queen b3 and preparing rook d1? And I would be ready to sacrifice my e4 pawn, basically. So if you ever take bishop takes c3, and I'm capturing with the pawn, you take on e4, I castle. I feel like, with all these dark square weaknesses, I will have more than enough compensation. So probably this is the reason why Anish didn't really like this. But now he so he went bishop this and queen c2, he goes queen e7. White keeps his better pawn structure. So I believe the big question will be black wants to go c5, make sure that he gets some knight c6, knight d4 ideas in. So it's a very, very complex, sharp position because black has a lot of dynamics. I mean, generally speaking, it looks like white has only 2 pawn islands versus black's 3 pawn islands. So it looks that maybe white is better, but actually black has this very, very dynamic idea with c5, knight c6, knight d4, and then with such an outpost on d4, you compensate for any kind of pawn damages.
It's the piece activity, also the slight lead in development that black enjoys that compensates currently for the bad pawn structure, but he needs to, I think time is really of the essence here. Anish can't play very slowly and give white all the chances to develop and go short castle. He needs to play a direct line, probably like the one you pointed out, trying to get the pieces into the center and neutralizing white's pawn advantage. He's gone for rook d1. Peter, there's action on other boards. Let's keep an eye out on this one. And I want to quickly jump to the game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Sergei Karyakin. Now, Maxime had a tough start in round 6, the previous round that we saw. What is going on here? King to f1. Now, why not short castle instead of king f1?
No, because he had to capture. He captured back. Yeah, I understand what you were meaning because we have seen this mouse slip by Alexander Grischuk against Anish Giri. And I remember that Grischuk was also saying that up till this mouse slip, he didn't really believe that there is any difference between online chess game and over the board play. But after this mouse slip of king f1 in the Berlin defense, then he understood that, yeah, there is a big difference, or it can be a big difference. So I believe that, the first move already tells it all. Maxim going d4, clearly hiding his preparation from candidates. He just wants to say that, okay, let me play chess. I don't want to get into any kind of theoretical debate. The only problem is that nowadays, even if you try to avoid any kind of theory, there is a lot of theory everywhere. And Sergei actually blitzed out kind of his reaction. Look at this. So takes, h5, h4. Maxim is up on the clock, but this we have been talking about with Tanya. We have kept an eye on Maxim. and we are not fooled already by his time management. This is definitely not preparation. It looks like if anyone is better than it's black, it's just another opening that backfired for Maxim. However, he's always trying to push on the clock. That's what he's trying.
Yeah, but once again, we see the same narrative. Maxime with the white piece is really not getting anything out of the opening. And I mean, just, yes, King F1 was not a mouse slave, but even this and a more natural decision this time. But still, it just looks like black has solved all the problems. He's the one with a better structure. He's the one with a better development. The rook is going to come to see it. Maybe somewhere there will be an idea with e5. I think Maxime is still struggling a little bit in this tournament so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you are not playing your main opening and you are hiding, then it's automatically much tougher. I mean, all these reflexes, where you are really Maxime, why you are one of the very best players in the world, it's not true anymore, because simply he's not playing the positions where he's so good. And, he's trying to jump to some positions, not to show anything, but he's not feeling familiar. He's not feeling so confident. So he cannot really show his best. Definitely when finally he gets some position, then he can fight and he can show why he's Maxime. But I mean, it's not the flow that he gets out immediately, like if he plays his opening and he has everything under control and he's the one pushing. Here he has to make sure now that he kind of survives this middle game part, because right now it looks very, very scary. Okay, he will try to play some f3, king f2, but he has to watch out for some e7, e5 break at some point. I mean, looking very, very unpleasant.
Absolutely.
All right.
Peter, and speaking of Maxime and his opening preparation, the narrative again comes back to he's gone for rook c8 and ideas of e5 will be on the board. I'm pretty sure that's the way you want to break in the center, especially with the king stuck on f1 still. It's always the thing around the candidates. Now, the other player for whom that's a question is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and his position, I have it in front of me, also looks extremely interesting. He's made the move e4, attacking the knight on f3, bishop f6, knight e4 is not something that white wants to go for because black can immediately pick up the pawn on b2. So black isn't really worried about that. e4 is such a direct attempt to do something and ask these questions to white after e4. The move that comes to my mind is to retreat the knight to d2 and saying that I'm putting more pressure on e4. But the moment that's played, you also realize that actually the knight e4 is not a big threat, and knight d2 can be met by a counter sacrifice of knight takes d5, a motive that we see very, very often when the bishop on g5 is undefended. Let's just show that after knight d5. If white picks up the knight, but
actually, at end of the day, it might just lead to a very bad position for black. So probably it's not what Jan intended. But
maybe just knight d7 is the other option that he has. If this tactic doesn't work, he can continue. But the point that I wanted to make was that knight e4 is still not hanging after knight d7. Let's just try that one moment on the board. After a developing move like knight d7, black will pick up the knight on e4. And now bishop e7, queen e7 actually defends this knight. So black can simply continue with development. And because of which, finally, Alireza takes the decision to trade the bishop with the knight on f6. That's a very committal decision.
Yeah, but actually it was very interesting because this bishop f6, knight takes e4, bishop takes b2. At first sight, it looks like it's good for black, but then when we were talking about this, I was like suddenly even not really sure what to say. After rook b1, where do I put this bishop? I'm not liking that this moves a6, a4 had been included because I see some really big weakness on the b6 square. I mean, black might have to play something like bishop f6, but I mean, this is, if black gets active, it's okay, but I can also see some scenarios when white is just better here. So very, very complex position, lot to play for both sides. And Jan goes e takes f3. Wow, I mean, what is this? So bishop e7, he wants to take f takes g2. That's his point.
And also let's point out, Peter, if white would have taken bishop g7, he needs to be careful because then you are attacking the rook, but there's rook g8, and then suddenly there will be a fork after the bishop moves with f takes g2 winning on the spot. So he had to capture the bishop on e7.
Yeah, so he takes fg2, and what is happening here? So I have bishop g2, I also have bishop takes d8, g takes h1. But then bishop h3 is coming. No, I cannot, because I would have liked to sacrifice the exchange for the dark square bishop, but I just cannot do that.
Let's see that on the board, Peter. One more time, what you just mentioned. I think that's an interesting line.
Yeah, g takes h1. So black is an exchange up. I would not mind the exchange up, but the problem is that I have to waste the tempo with my bishop. And then black immediately goes bishop h3, hitting my f1 bishop, and I don't get time to play queen d2 long castle. This is the problem, because otherwise I would have just played the move like bishop h4 just to illustrate if black makes a natural move like castles. I'm gonna go queen d2, I'm gonna castle long, play bishop g3 and combine, you know, that you have a bad queen on h1. However, the problem is that you don't get a chance, because simply this bishop h3 decides the game immediately.
Very nice. But a very nice idea also that you can actually sacrifice this exchange. Just the compensation is extremely strong, but doesn't work in this particular case.
Yeah, but you know, I'm pretty sure that at least Alireza looks at this possibility, because otherwise there is just no reason why you are burning your clock for bishop takes g2. I mean, otherwise bishop g2 is just a move you take immediately. Yeah, finally he took, because there is just nothing else. Queen takes e7. And again, this is the position where we see the engine bar really giving white advantage, but to my human eye, it's not obvious at all white should be any better. Black has all kinds of ideas like knight d7, knight e5, later also knight g6, knight h4. The pawn is missing from g3, so white has some really weak squares. Probably white will try to go castles, e4, f4 quickly. I mean, I don't know, maybe with f4 first, just to stop any kind of g5 blockade. But yeah, you want to break through, and then at one day to go e5. I mean, you have to be very energetic from the white side, because if you just play slowly, then black will be perfectly fine.
I'm just wondering if Alireza is considering, if he wants to go long castle instead of short castle, start with a move like queen d2 or queen d3, keeping the flexibility of castling on either side. Peter, is the idea of long castle an option in these positions?
Well, but you have to watch out for b5. So I really feel like, you know, you can only do it if you go queen d2, then first you have to play a5 and then you try to castle long, but this is already too artificial. He goes queen d3. I think more with the idea that he's trying to place his queen to g3, because queen on g3 would actually do exactly that purpose that usually the pawn is doing, covering the weak squares, especially the weak h4 square. And also with the queen on g3, then all these e4, f4 ideas will also gain in strength. So but it's a very complex position. I mean, it's typical Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, he's never the type of guy, you know, who wants to equalize with the black pieces. He's not happy. He doesn't want to equalize, because he wants to play a game full of entertainment, full of excitement. And we see many times it backfiring. But actually, that's why we have always this total picture of Jan, you know, that everybody loves to watch his games because it's full of entertaining.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this position, because I think it's just starting and it's definitely a promising one for a lot of fireworks in the middle game. Meanwhile, Peter, let's take a look at what Wesley is doing. I mean, after that phenomenal performance in the previous game, he's up against Daniel Dubov, both very exciting players. And he's got an extra pawn. I do see white has got the double bishop, but I kind of like that all of black's pieces are in the center. The knight on c6, b6, keep thing under control. He has to watch out for this idea with d5, making sure he doesn't open that battery and gets checkmated at some point. Peter, if you can just back up, because I'm seeing that rook cd1 was the last move. Can you tell us why white didn't go for d5 because of the pin along the d file? So let's just show that to everyone.
Yeah, exactly. So if white goes d5, yes, there is the direct idea of queen takes g7 checkmate, but black can probably just ignore this. I mean, not ignore, he can just play the move f6. He can ignore the threat of d takes c6 because there is a pin along the d file. And if you cannot take d c6, then in fact this pawn on d5 will be lost, because you don't have enough defenders. So that's why Daniel had to play the move rook cd1. Now he already prepared the deadly threat d5, because his rook on d2 is protected. So Wesley actually played a very interesting move. He was f5. I mean, this is also quite a concession, because as we spoke earlier, the move f6 kind of comes naturally to close down the long diagonal. But on the other hand, you do feel that with the pawn on f6, you have a terrible weakness on e6. And that's exactly the reason, why I believe that Wesley felt like, I prefer to put my pawn on f5. The queen protects the pawn. d5 is not really a threat. You don't have to think about. There will be also the question, however, in long terms, how black wants to resolve this position, because black has the chance of going knight a4 and then eliminating white's very dangerous bishop on b2, but that comes at the cost of giving up the pawn. So if you go knight a4, white will take the pawn on c4, you take the bishop, I take back with the rook, and all of a sudden we see then that this pawn on e6 is really, really weak. So if Wesley ever really considers giving up this pawn, that would have meant that he would not play f5. He would have done it here immediately with knight a4, queen c4, knight b2, rook b2, would be much more natural because he doesn't have a weakness. However, he has all these weaknesses on b7, and the knight on c6 is a target. White bishop on g2 is just very, very powerful. So he doesn't want to go for it. And now also, Daniel says, I don't know anyway what I want. So I have all the time in the world. I will play bishop a1. Maybe my next move will be king h2. I mean, who knows? But the big question is really, how does black get out of this? Okay, maybe he doesn't have to get out, but humanly speaking, you do feel like, you want to somehow resolve this tension.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way for black to regroup his pieces, and this completely insane idea comes to my mind, and it's probably really stupid, but I'm going to run it by you anyway, Peter. A maneuver of trying to get my c6 knight to b5 with going a6, knight a7, knight b5.
Yes, that's actually very, very nice. The big question will be, of course, that when you move your knight to a7, what will be the evolution if I take on b7? Yeah, this is a really big question.
He starts with a5. Maybe he has something similar in mind, or wants to go a4.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, a4 doesn't really change the structure. I mean, still we will be dealing with, but maybe, okay, Wesley just says, I'm ready for your break with e4 because my rooks are just perfectly placed for it. I will be pushing the d4 pawn. And where is your play? Maybe he just feels like, he has to stay. Do you play a4? I'm not 100% sure, because at some point you might want to still have this opportunity of using this knight a4 eventually. However, if this is not something of a concern, then you can also just push your pawn to a4.
I mean, something that really what black wants to do is dislodge white's queen from c3 somehow, either with knight a4 or rerouting the c6 knight to b5 or d5. We're going to leave it to Wesley to show us the way here, but I think, Peter, I would want to be black in this position. Which color would you pick here?
Well, to be honest, I'm not a fan with any colors. I mean, I just would love to have a different game than this. Yeah, I believe that it's kind of dynamic equality. I don't really believe that anyone has the advantage here, but playing it over the board, it's not an easy task for any of the sides. But yeah, let's move to Hikaru Nakamura against Ellen Pichot, because this is already a position that comes much more natural to me as an e4 player, and I also know the opening. This was very, very fashionable, at least 5-6 years ago, it was very fashionable line in the Pausen with bishop e3, queen f3. I think both players had been really prepared. Judging by the time situation, maybe Hikaru was a little bit deeper prepared, which again was kind of easy because we have seen already that Pichot goes for the Pausen. So it was Hikaru's team who was, picking the target that, okay, I want to target Ellen Pichot in this Pausen. We know that he plays the Pausen. Let's go for the most sharp line and let's check it as deeply as possible. And under these scenarios, it's very natural that finally white is the one who comes up better prepared.
And Hikaru's been very, very stable so far. On day one, he ended it on +1, undefeated so far in the event. And I think in this position as well, he's looking to open up the G file, create some pressure. Queen C7 played by Alan with a direct threat of attacking the c2 pawn. I think moves like queen e2 come to mind to try and defend it. You want to still keep the rook on g1 free. But the moment I see queen e2, I also see these ideas of trying to get a5, bishop a6 in. It really does feel like white has got his own trumps along the g file, threatening this pawn on h4, but black has ideas as well. Right now, we've got this knight on d4, which is defending the c2 pawn. So maybe immediately white does have the time to take on h4.
Yeah, but I mean, this whole positions are very, very dynamic and very tricky. If you take gh4, then yeah, gh4 played, probably black will count on knight f5. Yeah, knight f5 is blitzed out as immediately. Yeah, and Hikaru goes queen e2. He has to protect the c2 pawn. Yeah, that's kind of the... Let's also not forget that, yeah, this bishop on h2 is kind of a set piece. Black has a very, very stable structure. He has a wonderful bishop on b7. However, white claims that the knight on a4 seemingly out of play. On the other hand, black doesn't have any direct attack against white's king. So white's king seems to be safe, and the black king on g8 safe at the moment, but we do see that, okay, the g file is already kind of opened, the g7 pawn is a target. But I do believe that objectively speaking, it still looks like black has things under control with his positional trumps. Just
and
a very
this is what I want to
position.
ask you, Peter. Does black have time to activate that b7 bishop from a6 with a move like a5, or can white strike on the king side before black gets in bishop a6?
Well, I mean, somehow a5, I feel that it might be too slow, but okay. It's...
He goes for rook f7.
He played the move rook f7. Actually, it was also my move. I felt like, you know, if I anyway don't have any clear move, what I want to play, then maybe I just want to, you know, get this prophylactic move rook f7 in, just in case already getting ready to protect the pawn on g7. Okay. I don't know exactly how effective it is, because after knight takes f5, you will have to take rook f5 anyway, probably, because ef5 would run into e6. And all of a sudden, the bishop, which seems to be dead at the moment, opens up with a devastating effect. So knight takes f5, rook f5 at least also clarifies the situation for black. Then he knows that he gets the f5. He also gets the chance of protecting with the bishop from f8, the pawn on g7. And he will have a lovely rook on f5. A very, very messy position. I think that objectively speaking, black is fine.
Yeah, rook f7, very interesting, especially because it vacates the f8 square for the bishop to fall back and reinforce defenses on g7. The ideas that come to mind for white to continue the attack is to try and go h5, h6 at some point once you've traded off the knights. Black needs to find a way to develop his pieces in a way where the c2 pawn can be put under more pressure. Unfortunately, after knight f5, as you pointed out, I would love to take it with the e pawn, because that would give black the opportunity to put the bishop on e4. But in a concrete way, yes, let's just play that. You want to get your bishop on e4, but you don't have enough time. e6, a discovered attack on the queen, and this bishop on h2, which in the current position looks completely dead, suddenly decides the game. So after knight f5, he will have to take with the rook. And I'm just wondering if ideas like h5, h6, black's play on the king's side still feels a little slow to me.
Yeah, so h5, but hang on. So after h5, do I have the move bishop g5 and then trying to get my bishop to h6, blockading, protecting? Okay, I see that you have some rook g7, rook g3, rook take g7, bishop g7, h6 ideas. So this line is completely wild, and I don't know how to evaluate it yet. Also, black will at some point have the counter strike against the c2 pawn. Just a complete mess. I don't know how to evaluate it, but I mean, maybe I can even just play a move like rook f7, and if you take hg7, suddenly my king is also quite safe. I can also maybe take on g7, but then, okay, you will have perpetual. Okay, just very, very complicated. Also, Hikaru not taking his time, because you also don't want to take on f5 immediately. Yeah, you feel like, okay, what's black's next move? So maybe you are tempted to go h5. It's a big decision. It's really a big
I like
decision.
h5 as well here, not allowing bishop g5. But Peter, let's quickly go to the game. Alireza Firouzja versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Knight c2 was played on the board. And I think let's just point out why it is that white can't take the knight on c2. It looked like a free knight, But then the moment you spot queen c2, there's the idea of bishop to f5, taking advantage of what black's doubled up heavy pieces on the e file, pinning that knight on e4, and there's no way to defend it. So knight c2 was hanging, but could not have ended up, he could not end up winning that piece. Rook c2.
But hang on, it was knight takes c2, so actually black was not just playing knight c2, we eliminated a very important pawn. This is maybe a very decisive moment, yeah? I mean, and look at this knight. I mean, we just very quickly have to go back to this, that we spoke about this, that the knight wants to reroute somewhere, and look at this route that this knight is taken. Knight e5, f4, knight g4, h3, knight h6, finally going to the f5 square, eyeing the h4 square, eyeing the d4 square. Castles, knight f5, queen f2, rook e8, and after rook a3, suddenly knight d4 jumps again. I mean, this is already move number 5 from the last 6 moves. The knight keeps on jumping, and e3, knight takes c2. I mean, really a stunner. It should be a real shock for Alireza. He goes knight g3. He wants to push now e4, but Yang goes f5, and black seems to have everything under control.
Wow, that's quite an amazing maneuver, and the way black has found his knight on b4, winning a pawn on the way, just quite the travel that was by the knight. Take a look at how he landed up on b4 and now has this extra pawn on the board. This is quite the flight, as they say, hashtag chess in space here going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, this is just not something we have ever seen before. I mean, this knight, how many it was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the last 10 moves. I mean, this is maybe a world record. I mean, I don't think that it ever happened. You know, this is really like going with lightning speed in space. This is just completely not the usual story.
And as Sotris is pointing out that if you just saw this position, it might appear to us that the knight on b4 just got there from simply knight a6, knight b4, and then making the move a6, which would seem like the normal human way to do it. But Jan's route was slightly different.
Yeah, exactly. Also, one of the games that catches my eyes is Jordan Fanforest against Temur Rajabov. I mean, it might look like this is maneuvering stuff, but why I want to speak about this game is that we have seen Temur Rajabov is such an incredibly solid player. So far, in all these preliminaries, he hardly was losing any games, if at all. And I do feel like, you know, the young Jordan Fanforest is outplaying him strategically, which is quite an achievement. And that's why I'm also very excited about this game, that will Jordan also convert this advantage, because definitely he has played a wonderful game and created chances for himself. It's still a long way to go, but still I felt it, you know, we have to mention it because it's a very special moment that Temur is in trouble. Temur is in trouble. And what else do we have? I mean, we haven't looked at Magnus Carlsen against Shakhriyar Mamedyalov. I mean, this shows what a tournament it is, no? Otherwise, this is Magnus Carlsen, Shakhriyar Mamedyalov would be like an absolute top game, and we would not even have any chance of talking about anything else. But they somehow started a little bit later, and we missed on the action. What is happening? It's White has sacrificed the pawn, but he has some initiative, and he goes rook a8. Wow, also completely wild.
Yeah, despite such few pieces on the board, and black does have an extra pawn, but look at the activity of Magnus's pieces. The rook on a8 has pinned the bishop on c8.
Sorry, Tanya, look at this, what I'm witnessing. Queen b6, queen takes b6, rook b6, e6 is an idea. And
wow, that's amazing.
How you take, I will hit you on h7, and the rook on f8, it might be hanging.
Yeah, because fe6, you can also just pick up the rook on f8. There's rook c8 ideas. There's bishop h7 ideas. E6 just blows open the position. Bishop e6 runs into bishop h7, king h7, rook f8. Black can't offer the queen trade. And currently, Magnus does have a threat of bishop to f5 as well.
But actually, I don't want to spoil the final even after winning the exchange. This looks very drawish to me. I mean, it looks like black is very solid. He might be able to go rook b4, rook c4. Okay, but exchange is an exchange, and it was a very funny line to mention, because, I mean, it looks like white sacrificed the pawn, and black has a direct way of just trading the queens with queen b6. So what's it all about? It seems to me like this e6 is the key move.
But there are lots of questions that Black needs to answer currently. There are threats like e6 right now, threats of bishop a6 or bishop f5, putting pressure on the c8 bishop. Queen c7 comes to mind. Does white anyway continue with e6 after that? I want to step away from this pin. What is the reaction after a move like queen c7?
Well, first of all, I also have the move queen c5, which again threatens some bishop h7 check. But you want to go rook h4, yeah?
No, I had actually missed this idea of queen c5 with a double attack, not a very typical double attack, because you do put pressure on the rook, but the other threat of bishop h7 from the other end of the board, picking up the rook on f8, and definitely that makes me reconsider queen c7. Rook h4, still keeping things under control, but then Peter, the rook on f8 is still pinned, so white could actually put pressure on the c8 bishop after a move like rook h4, but black is threatening queen e5, so not clear at all.
Yeah, not clear at all. Yeah, I mean, all kinds of ideas I'm having, but I don't have clarity.
Let's just show that. For example, bishop f5 or bishop a6, it looks like a devastating pin, but black has got his own tricks after rook h4. Queen takes e5, g3 possible, just a complete mess in the position.
Yeah, but black has to make up his mind, and it looks like, you know, he should have a move. I mean, that's how I'm feeling. But I mean, okay, actually e6 is a big threat.
Queen e7 comes to mind.
Yeah, queen e7. Yeah, that's one of the most natural moves. However, then can I take on c8 and go for some queen h3? And I have queen takes c8, queen takes h7 ideas.
You're killing it. You're killing this, Peter, with all these double attacks on h7 and the bishop on c8. It's just so hard to find anything for black.
Yeah, maybe, you know, if you are finally fed up calculating everything, then you see that after all with queen b6, you can trade down and you get this endgame, which is a technical endgame, and you have very good pawn structure and a very nice bishop, which cements, you know, the position. This is always what I'm thinking about, you know, if I see my opponent has so much play, then okay, why not just to go for it? Let me fall into your trap. Okay, I'm falling for my trap, but look at this bishop on e6. Very nicely protected by this pawn on f7. I have this lovely pawn structure. You have this weakness. You also have this slightly useless pawns, this g to h2 pawn. You will not be able to target my bishop. For example, with an f pawn, you might have some idea like f4, f5. But with a pawn on h2, I'm not seeing this. And I might be just active enough with rook b4, rook c4. Also, I can, if I want, put my setup like this. I think black is not in any trouble here.
Very fascinating. So after rook a8, considering all the possible ways in which black can actually get out of the pin, it appears that queen b6 might be the safest option to go for this endgame and sacrifice an exchange, but you get a pawn and you're out of all troubles. He chooses to move g6.
Wow, this I'm not liking, especially not liking, you know, in the combination that he has spent 3 minutes. He's down to 47 seconds on the clock and he plays a move like g6. It's clearly the tension remains. Yeah, Magnus goes e6 and what is this? Fe6? I thought that this was not possible. I mean, what is
so
happening?
What is after rook f8? You can't take king f8 because there's queen c5 check on the board, which wins on the spot. So rook f8 has to be met by queen f8.
Yeah, you take with queen and then you are kind of solid because you cannot play bishop a6 due to rook b1 checkmate ideas. Then all of a sudden my king. But I mean, hang on, after this fe6, I just feel like
so if white starts with bishop a6, what is going on in that line? You take on f1 then, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Let's just show that as well, Peter.
Bishop a6, you take on f1, but where does it lead? I mean, you can...
King f1 is bishop a6 check.
Yeah, this is bad news, so I have to take with the bishop. But then I feel like I lost some tempos. But okay, maybe tempo is not, but okay, hang on. No, this fe6 position, I think, is driving Magnus crazy because he feels that there should be something in this position, definitely.
Yeah, he can smell it, but he needs to find it.
He needs to find it. I mean, okay, usually if you already go e6, you have some clear vision of what you are trying to achieve.
I think, Peter, if after the game anyone asked Magnus about the move e6, he would be like, it was just so tempting. You can't not make the move e6, whether you've calculated a direct line or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So he goes for rook f8, queen f8, and I mean, what is black? Okay, black wants to go rook b1 check. It's clear.
So c3 is an option that is at least defends against rook b1 and has a direct threat on the rook, but not really sure what's the follow-up after that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have seen the move c3 and it's kind of attractive because with the tempo I'm solving this rook b1, but I just don't feel like that this is the real deal. I mean, you just put the rook, for example, to b2, and what did I really achieve?
Nothing, because the bishop on d3 is still tied down to defend the b1 square, so you can't play bishop a6, which is what you want to be able to make the most of it. What happens if Magnus decides to just create a lift for the king with a slow move like h3?
Yes, I wanted to play h3, but what really disturbed me that you will have some rook b1 check and then queen d6 check. But yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm gonna go rook b1 check and king h2 I have check. And if you play g3, I already have rook b8 back. Solving my pinning problem, and then I'm 2 pawns up. So actually,
Does white have queen f4 in that last position? No, you just trade. You go queen f4. That's fine.
Yeah. So and you couldn't play queen g3 here because of rook h1 check. Yeah, that was the other problem. So Magnus going down to 20 seconds. I mean, this will be dramatic because you might need time to control the position. Down to 10 seconds.
He needs to make a move.
And he plays g3. Yeah, this is the luft that I was talking about, that I felt like probably the other move is better, but I mean, I don't know exactly how big this threat of bishop a6 is in reality.
But it feels like it's the only threat, no, Peter, because white has already sacrificed 2 pawns. He needs to make the most of that pin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's quite devastating. Also, Maradjadov himself doesn't have much time. I mean, but it's truly impressive. I mean, what Magnus is also doing, that going down to 10 seconds and then he goes g3, it also shows that not everything was calculated in advance. Yeah, it was more like played intuitively. However,
also the move e5 comes to my mind here. If you go e5, there are all these tricks that with after queen e5, maybe with just arrows, we can quickly show the dangers in the position after e5, trying to open up that bishop on c8. And he goes for rook b1 check. All right, let's stick to it. And now e5. The point is bishop h3 check is the whole idea.
Yeah, bishop h3, because if you take, then already you solve the pin, and then g4. Yeah, that's why Magnus. And look at this. Computer approves all of this. Now we understand why Magnus was really going down on the clock, because he had to calculate everything precisely.
I mean, g3, g4 is just amazing, Peter. To find this in just seconds, a move like g4, absolutely incredible. And it's something that you need to see when you make the move g3. It's not that you come to this position and find it.
Exactly, yeah. So e4 played. What is the idea? Bishop a6. Bishop takes a6, yeah. He goes, but queen a3 check wins the bishop.
And the game.
Yeah, and the game. And look at this. Shakhriyar is shaking his head like he blundered queen a3 check. He just blundered.
What a finish by Magnus Carlsen there, finding this idea of g3, g4, and then making the most of that pin. Peter, super impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stunning performance by Magnus, but we have no time to take a breather. Actually, it turns out that Anish Giri had played a wonderful game and beat Levon Aronyan with the black pieces. So Anish continues being on fire, and also Alireza Firuza has made a turnaround in this position. I mean, now it seems like he's the one pushing. On the other hand, he's very low on the clock. He's down to 50 seconds against Jan's more than 2.5 minutes. And still the position is very, very sharp. I mean, equal material, but black has these strange pieces. I mean, does black have to play the move a5? It looks like black has to play the move a5. Or does he has some intermediate move with rook g7? I don't think so. I mean, you first have to take care of this knight.
Sooner or later, you would have to, right? Rook g7, you can always, also there are ideas like rook b4, rook g3, king h2, not sure where that's leading to, but so many pieces hanging as well in those variations. You can also make a move like king g2, rook g7 on the board.
Yeah,
first question, rook b4, rook g3, king h2, does black simply fall back with the rook and say, if you take my bishop on a4, there's rook f2, rook f1?
Exactly. I mean, that's probably the justification. Then you just go back, and you already kind of probably have to take, and then black gives perpetual check. I mean, it's a wonderful perpetual check, and Alireza done to his seconds actually goes for it. Rook G3, King H2.
We're going to see this. We're going to see this play out, and Rook G7 on the board. Now the idea is that White can't pick up, he can pick up the free bishop, but it doesn't lead anywhere because of the perpetual along.
Yeah, but he has to take the bishop, because anyway Rook F2 check is threatened, and Bishop B5 also. So yeah, we're gonna see it was a spectacular draw.
And Jan disappointed, shaking his head, because he really was the one who was in control throughout. But Alireza coming up. Sorry, the other way around actually. Alireza eventually, it ends in a draw. And Peter, let's quickly go to the Wesley Daniel game, because I see a king on H3, a knight on D4. But is there something that Black can do immediately to make the most of what's going on here?
Well, I mean, all these knight E2, knight F4 check ideas are in the possession. I mean, can Black play the move knight E2, or maybe even knight E6? I mean, with the same idea. When he goes queen F5 check, king G2, queen F3 check. So we see some repetition, but really, can I just play the move knight E2? Yeah, knight E2 on the board. I mean,
wow, this is a stunner, Peter.
Yeah.
And the idea is knight F4, king H2, queen G2 checkmate. And if rook D7,
I take back rook D7, rook D7. That's my point.
Because you can't go knight F4 immediately here. Let's just point that out, that queen F4 comes in, and then White goes on to win the rook on D8 as well. Rook D7 on the board. The rook on D1 is hanging. Knight F4 is a big threat. And we're going to see this line now after he has to go for knight F4.
Yeah, knight F4, and White has to sacrifice the queen with queen F4, E4, try to take on G7 and try to survive. But I don't really believe that Black has this extra passer. I mean, the C pawn is very, very important. Besides, White also has some weak pawns. If White's pawn would be on B2 and another pawn on A3, and then he could set up some fortress with bishop C3, that would be a different story. But like this, I don't see him surviving.
Amazing. And White unfortunately could not take the G7 pawn with the rook, because queen H1 would have picked up the bishop on A1. So he had to give this check. King comes to G7. You ideally would have wanted to go rook G7, trapping the king on H8, but it was just impossible. And now just so much hanging for White. The pawns on the queen side, queen H3, big threats. Let's just point this out. Rook G7 unfortunately loses on the spot. You pick up the bishop.
Exactly. So, okay, this is now a technical phase. I also see so much happening in all around the places. I mean, Timur Rajabov turned the table completely. I mean, he was kind of outplayed in the middle game opening phase, but he turned the table, and now it's, Jordan Fanforest trying to play on stalemate ideas with king H3, but Timur just removes his king from E7, making sure that whenever you sacrifice your bishop on C5, then he takes back with the rook, freeing White the second rank for his king. So White is not able to go for a stalemate, and then it should be an elemental win. And also what's happening with Hikaru, I mean, Hikaru's game is spectacular. We see a king on H8, completely naked there, and the powerful rook on E7, still the position is looking promising for White, but very sharp.
It looks very dangerous for Black here. I mean, there's rook on E7 and the king stuck on H8, just one check and it will be over, while it looks quite difficult for Black. I mean, Black ideally would want to double up on the first rank and deliver mate on B1, but doesn't look like he'll ever have enough time for that. Queen B8 was played previously. How can White build the pressure along the king side? An idea like queen E2, queen G4 comes to mind. Queen E2, queen E5, queen G4. How is Black going to fight against rook E8, queen G8 ideas?
Can I play rook G5?
Yeah, rook G5 looks like the way to do it. So he goes for knight C5. He doesn't really care about the E5 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he wants to bring his knight, and also if he eliminates the D7 pawn, then the bishop on C6 will lose its stability. So knight C5, definitely, especially in time trouble, very, very unpleasant move from Black side. The question is, do you go bishop D5, but then it feels like, rook D5, E D5, queen G4, and then just to illustrate that takes, queen g4, all of a sudden the rook from e7 protects the e5 pawn, so you have to go somewhere like queen g8, but that feels like even something like queen g7 check, takes, and then some knight takes d7, knight f6 check might be very, very strong. But even this is not the end, because takes, knight d7, rook f7, the game still continues. I mean, just to show, but what's happening? So it was queen takes e5, knight takes e6.
Wait, what?
Yeah, black took queen e5, and then knight takes e6, d takes e6, rook e6, hitting the queen, and if you leave the diagonal, then already the rook will be free. Queen
he
c7.
Had to support the d8 square, or he had to stop rook d8. But
yeah,
now
but now c6, bishop is hand, now just rook c6 and you resign. That's it.
This is game over for Alan.
Yeah. I mean, probably he had to try this bishop d5, good or bad, but he had to. I mean, like this, the position just collapsed immediately.
He goes for queen c6. That's a surprising decision. Just felt that rook c6 would be so much more difficult to handle with just 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but I mean, if you are 3 pawns up in an endgame, then you might be saying, I don't care how much time you have. If you want, we can call the arbiter, we can give you extra 5 minutes, and I anyway gonna win this position. Wow, and actually Jordan Fanforest managed to escape in a perpetual check. I mean, not in a stalemate. I mean, he did find the way, like he provoked Timur, to take something. I mean, rook d5, probably Timur didn't believe that there will be, I mean, he could have just moved his rook. I mean, just move the rook away so that white king is not anymore stalemated, but instead he didn't believe, he took cd4. And okay, we have to see this. I mean, this hunting the king forever is just incredible. Whenever black takes the rook, it's draw. So he tries to escape, but the white rook follows, chases the king. And now on the a file, it looks like black will be able to escape, but even after king a2, rook b2 check is coming. So there is just no escape, yeah?
Amazing. And black's king could never go to the c file, because then he would have rook c7 check. So he was actually forced. Peter, let's just back down a little bit and show why the king was drawn all the way to a5. After rook d7, king b6, let's just play on rook b7. Here, king c5 would be met by rook c7, winning the rook. Knight c7 is a draw. This is just an incredible stalemate as well.
But Tanya, if you already mentioned, I mean, this I would continue. I would try to play king b4, because if you take my rook, I feel that I might be winning.
And rook b7 here would lead to king c6.
You might have to continue checking, but then my king might get to e2. I mean, this maybe was a big chance for black.
You're right, now that you mention it, because if you pick up the exchange, the knight and the pawn might be very strong. But once the king goes to c3, d2, it looks like a real chance for Jordan, for Timur.
First of all, if rook c4 check, I can take with the rook, so that's not a possibility. And after rook b7 check, I'm going king c3. And if you continue rook b3 check, I go king d2, rook d3 check, I go king e2, and that's it. Because if you go rook d2, I can already take rook e3. I can also take, I give you the squares. I mean,
I don't see a way for white to fight this then after king c5.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't see, maybe I'm missing something, but I mean, it does look to me like this king c5 could have won the game anyway.
And it's amazing that once the king is drawn to the a file, the checks along the b file, there's nothing that black can do about it. And with that, Peter, all games of this round are over. Let's quickly get a result recap on how it went. Once again, a complete bloodbath, 5 decisive games. Anish Giri, just unstoppable currently in these preliminaries, beats Levon Aronin. It's been a disastrous start for Levon. The day 2, he needs to come back. 3 more games remain. Wesley So beat Daniel Dubov. Wesley's been on fire as well since the start of the day. Hikaru, a very nice win against Alan. I think he played brilliantly. Some amazing ideas there at the end. The other 2 winners, Magnus Carlsen and Niels Grandelis. Peter, we've had so much excitement. I think we need to catch a breath. Let's take a quick break, because this is not going to stop. The action is just getting started.
Hello, viewers of the amazing Champions Chess Tour. And I'm Ginger GM, the Ginger Beard of Knowledge. And I'm going to bring you your daily puzzle, daily dose of chess each day. Now, this is a position taken from the game of two legendary American players, Wesley So with the white pieces, and we're playing on the side of Hikaru, the fast, dangerous, streaming, extraordinaire Nakamura. Now, in this position, white has just moved the knight to f2. A bit harder than yesterday's puzzle. Just look at all those black pieces swarming around the white king. Surely that white king can't survive. And it's your job here to try and force a sequence of moves that results in checkmate. Now, this is quite a hard puzzle. It's a series of moves, and I don't expect all of you to solve it, but look for the checks and try to keep checking that king to oblivion. And good luck. I'll bring you the answer later on in the show. Remember, you can follow these courses on Chessable, where I'm going to be putting these up and many more questions, problems for you to do with the players here and other historical games. So go over to Chessable if you want to see those puzzles. Now, for the Chessable crowd out there, the answer is queen to h4 check. The first check, getting the queen into the mix. The king now goes to f5. And we've got to keep checking that king. So let's bring another rook in. If you found this one, well done. But after king to g6, it gets a little bit more tricky now, because it doesn't look like we have any great checks. But again, if you kept looking for these checks, you would hopefully find rook to f6 check. And this has to be captured. And now maybe the trickiest move, knight to e4, double check, king g6, queen g5, checkmate. And a lovely, lovely combination there that resulted in a beautiful victory. Endgame play is very important, and people don't assume that tactics happen in the ending because of the lack of pieces, but that is very far from the truth. What you actually find is that tactics in the ending are frequent and deadly, and it's a very good way to train your tactics by actually starting looking at king and pawn endings, for example, because it comes down to pure calculation, thinking ahead, which is a skill you need at every area of the game. Now, this is a game between Pillsbury and Günzburg. Pillsbury, a very famous player, and this happened in the famous Hastings tournament in 1895. The Hastings Open is apparently the world's longest running open tournament, even though New York Open has some claims to that as well, but it's been running for over 100 years. A tournament that's close to my heart. It's where I became a grandmaster, and that's why I wanted to pick this example. Now, black has just played the move a5, and if white is forced to move the knight here, black will bring his knight out with an absolutely fine position. But you should always take your opportunity when it's available, and in this position, there is a forcing sequence. The first move may be easy to see, but can you see how the game should develop after the first natural move? Have a little go now. Well, c6 is the right way to play. Rather than retreat, let's try the queen. And if that pawn gets to c7, let's say here, it's going to queen on one of these two squares. So black has to move the king to d6. And now we have pawn takes f6 and e6. And this is the very important follow-up move. And these two pawns are actually unstoppable. For example, if you take the knight, I go e7, and I'm diverting the king away from the c pawn. The e pawn will queen unless you take it, and then I play c7. And Günzburg tried knight takes c6 in the game, but now we had knight takes c6, king takes, and the next move is the fantastic follow-up. And really, I'm hoping, as some of these puzzles, they vary in strength, that you can envision this position and you saw the next move. Without seeing the next move, you shouldn't be playing the first move. And that's where vision in chess is key to becoming a stronger player. And here, e4 is the key move. And this is fantastic, as after pawn takes, we go d5 check, and these two pawns will triumph. The problem black has is he can never take this one because the e pawn is now out of the king's control. And if the king comes to stop this pawn, white can simply go king e3 and use his king as he wishes. and there's nothing that black can do. At some point, black will have to move these pawns, and the king will take them as well. So a lovely little combination in the ending there. Practice your ending, people. It's one of the most important stages of the game and will make you a much better player. One of the most underdog stories, winner of an underdog in a big competition was, well, at the time, Kramnik defeating Garry Kasparov for the World Championships in the year 2000. And Kramnik did this by using the Berlin defense to tame Garry Kasparov's openings a great deal, but he still obviously needed to win on the white side. And in this position, he clearly has a dangerous attack, but how does Kramnik now create the winning finish? And do try to look at all of black's possibilities and see if you can find not just the next move, but the next couple of moves. Well, the queen and knight coordinate very well together, and queen e6 is clearly the correct first move, threatening the kiss of, this double check here, the smothered checkmate. For example, if rook to e8 here, you can go knight double check, king here, and this is the kiss of death checkmate. And if the king goes in the corner, well, I'm sure most of you know this one. It's called a smothered mate because we're smothering the heir away from the king, and whatever a piece takes the queen, the knight comes in with checkmate. Garry Kasparov saw this, so he tried rook e8, rook f8, but after knight d8 check, and this was a brilliant move, and now queen e7, there's no way that black can defend. The rook is going to be taken with checkmate, and if it moves, let's say, to this square, knight f7 is again smother mate, and if it goes to e8, we can take it with a back rank. So if you got up to the point where queen e7 was played, well done, and this was a very important win on Kramnik's journey to becoming world champion in 2001 in London. I actually was showing people to I got a job at this world championship match. I was asked by my friend Chris Duncan. I was kind of a student at the time, in between jobs, and he said, is your job you want to show people to their chairs in the theatre? You get paid £10 an hour, and you can just show them as they come in to where they are sitting and enjoy the match. Great job. Even though I didn't like the amount of Berlins that were played, but okay, it was the right strategy.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
And queen takes f3. Oh! What is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Yeah, welcome back. We are actually already having a liftoff, and the Jan Nepomniachtchi game against Magnus Carlsen has started, and we are seeing a Sicilian. E4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, cd, knight d4. Will we see a Sveshnikov? Yes, it's a Sveshnikov. All right, so what do we get here? b5 and Jan goes for, okay, so knight d5. Actually, I do remember that after bishop e7, bishop f6, c4 used to be Jan's trademark line like 10 years ago, but not c3. I mean, this is something of a surprise. I don't recall Jan ever playing the c3 line. I mean, he had been playing c4, and this b4 knight c2 was his big favorite. However, recently black has been solving his problems very convincingly. And Magnus goes for this knight e7 line. I mean, quite a tricky line. It's not mainstream theory, but a very, very interesting variation, actually, because it requires some knowledge. And what Our producer Sotiris is mentioning that the game Wesley saw Hikaru Nakamura has been drawn already. Again, this drawish variation with the repetition of moves. Okay, it makes perfect sense in the tournament strategy that Wesley So has won 2 games. Hikaru has now also won another game, so I think Hikaru is both of them are +2, so they are having a very nice tournament situation. They feel like there is no reason to risk at the moment, but I think the very big game is now this Jan Nepomniachtchi Magnus Carlsen. Also, I'm curious to see how confident Jan will be in this variation, because I do know this variation a bit already from the 90s, because this line was very fashionable, like in 95, 96. Black was playing this 97. I was also playing the Sveshnikov that time. So also from the black side, I was taking a look at this. Yeah, black goes d5. And how will Jan react? Does he know all this old theory? Because sometimes, you know, for my generation, it's very difficult to understand what the newer generation, you know, knows about those lines that were fashionable a long, long time ago. Because I don't recall any really recent examples. One of those old lines were something like white was playing queen e2 and even going for long castle. But it's a very, very sharp variation. And Jan taking his time. I'm not 100% sure that Jan is really familiar with all these things. And what else do we have? I mean, we have... okay, Levon Aronyan, Daniel Dubov. This is very, very interesting because Dubov sticks to this variation, which is supposed to be a dubious sideline. However, seeing it that Daniel is ready to kind of keep on repeating and playing on against all these guys, it probably means that he believes in the position. And if Levon is not blitzing things, it might seem like he is also caught by surprise, simply assuming that no way my opponent is gonna repeat this line. Yeah, but okay, I mean it's very, very tricky. We have seen that Karyakin yesterday got confused and then ended up repeating. I think it was castles, bishop g7, knight d2, bishop e6, knight d4. It looked and felt slightly premature, but yeah, now Levon goes knight d2, bishop e6. Knowing Levon, he definitely will not repeat. I mean, he also lost 2 games in a row. One could say, you know, stopping the bleeding might be a clever strategy, but I don't think so. He has the white pieces. He has no right to give up fighting. I mean, he has to keep on fighting, put all the demons and all these negative emotions aside. I believe, you know, if it's not Levon. I mean, I cannot really imagine. I don't know what he will be doing, but definitely will not be repeating.
And Levon taking his time here, Peter. Meanwhile, I was checking in on the Magnus game and I was listening to you when you were talking about the move d5. Let's just quickly bring that up, because after that, Magnus did not stop just on d5 for the central break, but actually went on to play f5 and just blowing up a white central e4 pawn. But I like what Jan did. He doesn't care, because if you take the f5 pawn with a move like e takes f5, there's e4 suddenly on the board, and the bishop on d3 doesn't have any square to go to. f6 comes to mind. Black can simply move away the knight, and then suddenly big problems on the board. f5, very interesting move by Magnus, but a more interesting reply by Jan, just completely ignoring everything on the center and going long castle, saying that if you take the e4 pawn, the rook on d1 suddenly eyes the queen on d8, and there's bishop e4, that becomes a possibility, and we're seeing that happen on the board.
Yeah, this is now a very, very double-edged position, because black has wonderful center. On the other hand, where do you put your king? That's kind of the biggest question. Yeah, Magnus goes queen c7. A very natural move, because I think that black wants to go long castle and put the king on b8. White will in return probably go king b1, play rook he1, try to target the e5, d5 pawns, because at some point also ideas like knight d4 are in the position. But it's just a very messy, complex structure. So long castle on the board.
And White's long castle still feels a lot more safer because he's got his pawns intact, but also Magnus making this move, it might feel that he's pushed all the pawns ahead of the king, and where is the pawn shield? But the whole idea is that the pieces around the king are what gives Black's king that defensive resources that is required to go long castle here. Peter, I think it's a very double-edged position, the kind that I think Jan really enjoys playing. We're going to see how this develops, but also crazy things happening on the Alan P chart. Jordan Van Foreest board. We know both these players really thrive on complications and just crazy stuff happening on the board. And take a look at this. Pawn on d6, knight f6 was played, attacking the e4 pawn. Let's just back up and see how it got here. It looks something we don't see very often.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's again the very similar, very same Italian line. However, Jordan has prepared the sideline with d6. I mean, we have seen all these crazy messes after knight f6, d4, e takes d4, but Jordan says, no, I don't want any of it. It seems to me like Alan is very well prepared there. Let me try to come up with a surprise. So now d takes e5 is the move. I think this is kind of the reason. If you just look at this position, then you say, no, I cannot now recapture with the pawn on e5, because then after trade of the queen side, we'll have problems with the f7 pawn or with the e5 pawn. So then what is this all about? It is all about that Jordan has looked at bishop g4. I mean, that's the idea. This is a funky idea. He takes d6 and continues developing. So look at this. Yeah, Black sacrifices 2 pawns, but gets very quick dynamic development. He only needs one more move, short castle, to finish the whole development. White, if in return will just try to play some castle moves, then also he might run into some pin issues. So he goes for h3 just to clarify the situation. And now Jordan takes bishop f3, queen f3, queen takes d6, and bishop f4 played by Alan. I mean, the big question is that it does look like what Black is doing is very interesting. He sacrificed and it was his idea. On the other hand, if you are, for example, White, and you were surprised. Okay, I was surprised, right? Great. But actually, what do we have? I mean, I'm pawn up, I have 2 bishops. I'm trying to develop, I got a tempo. Yeah, after bishop f4, basically Black has to go knight e5. Based on the fact that after queen g3, probably Black wants to go long castles, because queen d1 checkmate is a threat. But then still, if I gonna play short castle, can I play short castle? Or do you have some tactics or tricks with knight takes e4? I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it's a very, very wild position. What I wanted to say that if I'm very worried, then I could try to move my knight. But I mean, castle is such a natural move, so I would like to consider this first. What is your take on this position?
I want to check out the lines here. He's gone for bishop e5. He doesn't really put the pressure on the e5 knight. There were options like knight e4, but then there was bishop d6 in those positions. Just a completely crazy position there, Peter. He's gone for queen e5, knight d2 played, supporting the e4 pawn, also hinting at a long castle position now.
Exactly. Yeah, probably he wants long castle. And all right, I mean, basically, yeah, we see that thanks to this bishop on b6 hitting the f2 pawn, the knight very actively hitting the e4 pawn. I mean, Black certainly has compensation, but the big question is how big is this compensation? Because yeah, if White is able to castle long or even castle short, depending where Black will put his king, because if Black goes long castle, then it's clear that White will also go long castle, already due to the fact that the knight on d2 is hanging, so he cannot castle short. So I'm expecting long castle, and where is this wonderful compensation? Isn't White just healthy pawn? Okay, not exactly healthy pawn up, because to claim healthy pawn up, I would really love to have this pawn on e3 instead of e4, but still it's a pawn.
It's definitely a pawn, and Black needs to really justify that sacrifice. But let's continue on our opening tour, because I'm looking at the position. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov up against David Anton, and the fire is on.
Wow. Yeah, what was it? And this came out of a Alapin Sicilian. I mean, if you ask me which opening was this, I would have said that, I don't know, maybe Queen's Gambit accepted with d takes e4, e4, knight f6, or was it some Caro-Kann with e5 and then all these cases? And none of it. It was an Alapin Sicilian. Takes d5 and then white. Yeah, black gets his bishop out. This is like the standard way of you get this out, but white also gets a lot in return. And yeah, finally we get this very Caro-Kann-ish position. King f7, knight takes h5, queen g8, queen f3. I mean, here I like black's compensation much more than in the previous game, which we have seen from Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely, because there are these H and G files where black can put his heavy pieces. Currently, bishop g4 is impossible because the f6 pawn hangs, so that's not an idea. And I want to ask you, if black instead of bishop g4 went like queen g4, Peter, trading off the queens, I know that normally when you don't have a pawn, you try to keep the pieces on the board, but I just feel that I want to vacate the g8 square for my a8 rook as well and try and prove my compensation in this endgame.
All right, so I'm coming back, but where exactly is your direct compensation?
To just make a move like rook g8 here?
Just like this, yeah, strategically. Rook g8, and where do I put my king? Yeah, this is a big question.
Also, f3 is not so easy to get in because the g3 knight hangs.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to go long castle, but it's illegal. I mean, the bishop on g4 actually stops, and I cannot go short castle because the pawn on h4 is hanging. So yeah, it's kind of some kind of a strange disharmony in white's position. But I also understand David Anton that, you know, the position is very tempting. He is calculating his options because this knight on h5 is kind of also provoking black to try to win it. Yeah, but probably you don't have the right to play for it, because if white comes back with the knight to f4, then he will get much more harmonious thing. This actually pointing out that forcing the knight back to g3 would be nice. Maybe I should have played knight f4, but then the d4 pawn is hanging. Yeah, that's why I did not want to play knight f4, because you might just take and play knight d4 and only black can be better.
Also, just to quickly point out one idea that black can, instead of queen g4, I was looking at the option like queen g6, attacking the knight, because I was very tempted that if white moves knight g3, suddenly bishop g4 would trap white's queen. But there is this idea of going knight f4. Let's just have that on the board here, making a move like queen g6, attacking the white knight on h5.
Yeah, sorry, just one big development, that apparently Radjabov has blundered a piece.
Oh, wow.
Radjabov, the super solid Radjabov, who normally never loses, blundered the piece. White takes e4, and yeah, he's losing a piece because the knight cannot move, and because the bishop on c3 is hanging, and after bishop takes g7, e takes f3, there is just no compensation. Bishop f3, king takes g7. Yeah, he will try queen d6, but queen c7, and it seems to be game over. I mean, very important win for Vasyl Lagraf. And of course, terrible blow to Radjabov, because I mean, he always plays very solidly, makes sure that he's not losing. I will really be curious to see Teimur's reaction in the preliminaries after this loss, that maybe he will suddenly change his style because he's capable of playing much more aggressively and dynamically than usually he is playing if he has everything under control in the preliminaries.
So now we can see his reaction on the game. He's shaking his head. He can't believe it. Just so uncharacteristic of the very solid Teimur to blunder like that. This is all over for him. But you know, Peter, he still has very good score. He's still shown a very consistent performance. And it's better to blunder and lose here than to lose in the knockout stages. And I think it's just about recovering from this moment and this one miss. And with that,
yeah, suddenly I actually moved to the Anish game because, okay, this Radjabov game, yeah, this is kind of a tragedy. I mean, we don't want to see somebody losing a piece like this and losing a game. But talking about Anish, I think he has won 5 games in a row. This is, I'm not sure if it ever happened yet in the Champions Chess Tour's history so far in the preliminaries, that somebody managed to win 5 games in a row. This is just unbelievable. And now he also has the white pieces against Niels Grandelius, and seemingly has a very, very nice position. I mean, this knight d5 combo with bishop g5, targeting the e7 pawn, I mean, looking really, really promising for white. I mean, what happened? Yeah, this was a for Najdorf. It's also now a very popular line. Niels going for the g6 dragonish setup. But yeah, this was some, and rook f1. Okay, I think this rook f1 should be some kind of a very, very deep preparation. I don't know exactly all the details of this line, but looking at rook f1, certainly, if I would have seen it already, I would remember forever. So knight g4 takes, knight d5, and probably in one of the lines, it's very important that the b2 pawn is kind of protected. That justifies white's play. So bishop d7, a5 fixes black's b7 pawn because black would like to go b5, but now after a5 this is not possible. And after knight e5, bishop g5, rook e8, b3, black is kind of slightly paralyzed. I mean, and it's very much in Anish's style, this position. I feel like it's not only that Anish is on fire at the moment, but he's also extremely happy of what he had got in this game as well.
I think what's been really amazing to watch is that we all consider Anish's style to be this, but even when he's got those complex tactical positions this entire tournament, he's been on his A game, like you were pointing out, Peter. 5 wins in a row. Just an amazing performance by him so far. I was watching his interview with Kaya yesterday, and he did mention that he's been working extremely hard. He's been having a training camp for the last month or so, and he really believes that playing this event gives him the opportunity to keep the mind working and keep that practical sense of playing going before the candidates. So he's coming fresh from a very, very big training camp, and we can see that it's helped a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it helped wonderfully. Simply also, I believe, you know, like Anish has such a big theoretical knowledge that for him, despite the candidates coming up, I think he's much more flexible. Players like Maxim Vasilyev and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they play with a much more narrow repertoire. So probably for them, hiding their secrets is much more valuable and more important than for Anish, because Anish has tons of ideas, tons of repertoires with white and with black. He can choose accordingly. So in this regard, I perfectly understand that he's enjoying this tournament a lot. He has tons of ideas probably for already the next 2 years in advance.
That's a very valid point, Peter. But that said, I have to say that still for Maxime to play openings like A5, just feel like taking the whole, keeping your preparation to yourself to a whole different level.
Yes, but I mean, again, he got a very nice position against Jan Nepomniachtchi with b3, a5. And also the same goes to Jan, that he also got a nice position from the King's Gambit against Levon Aronian, which he actually blew and lost. So yeah, I think it's also connected that, you know, it's not just the openings, but it's they are playing very fast. And if they are playing super fast in their usual scenario, usual openings, then they are probably so much more stronger than if they are in a completely different planet, which they might even not believe. They are just playing it because, okay, they have to play something, and they are also trying to entertain the public, yeah, because every player, you know, feels this, if he's already part of this incredible chess tour, that they want to create entertainment and so on. And I think we are all appreciating it. Maybe it's not really working out for them result-wise, but it's very nice. Not like, you know, okay, I don't show my preparations, so I try to be as solid as possible. I try to secure some draws. None of it, they go for some crazy fights with white, with the black pieces. And that's why we love them so much.
Absolutely. And that's also the nature of the format of the Champions Chess Tour. They can't play solid to try and make it to the finals. For every event, to try and win it is just so important that chances need to be taken. Meanwhile, Peter, I see that Magnus is just doesn't care about the fact that he's gone for a long castle. He continues to push on the queen side. And the reason that black is able to do that is because see the harmony in his pieces. He's connected the 2 rooks, doubled up on the d file. The central pawns look absolutely beautiful. Yes, the d5 pawn needs to be supported, but he's got all his pieces in place. And despite pushing this pawn shield, the black king is completely safe.
Yeah, exactly. And he's also eyeing at maybe eventually breaking with b5, b4 at some point. It's black is in no hurry, so just keeping all the options, and also somewhere some knight c4. I mean, it's very, very annoying from the white side, because what do you really do? Do you stay passive and you just wait how black will really improve his position, or do you try to do something about it? But I mean, every active move might actually backfire, so white has to be very, very careful here how to treat this position. I would even dare to say that, yeah, white is in some kind of a trouble. I mean, definitely practically speaking, and also look at the clock situation of Jan. I mean, Jan is behind on the clock and he's down to less than 8 minutes. I mean, it's not characteristic for him. I mean, he usually plays much, much faster. But I mean, if he plays faster, we are complaining that why is Jan playing so fast? When he spends time, then I'm suddenly speculating about what happened to Jan. So it seems like whatever I'm telling, I'm not doing any justice to him. I will not speculate about his time management anymore.
I think there's just that, Peter, no general rule can be applied when you're playing against Magnus, and it just depends on the position. And it is clear that black has so much space. White's the one who needs to find a way to create his own play. He's made the move a3. The knight on e3 can't really move. You can jump with the knight to f5, but black simply falls back with the rook to d7, and then will have his own ideas of jumping in with the knight to c4. Magnus Carlsen, you can look at it even in the camera, looks very comfortable here. We'll see how this position develops. Meanwhile, David Anton did go for the plan that we were discussing of trading off the queens and bringing in the rook to the g file. He does have a pawn less, but I think sufficient compensation. It's those Benko Benoni kind of positions where you give up a pawn and you place your heavy pieces on the open file.
Yeah, I also like the last two moves, because after rook g8, white played the move rook c1, and black with the move a6 simply shows that I'm in no hurry. I just want to make sure that no knight b5 tricks will ever work. I just covered the b5 square. Who knows? Please make another move. And Shakhriyar spent some time and came up with king f1. Now I'm feeling quite happy, because I remember when you were trying to ask me how do I play from the white side, I was not sure which move to suggest. And seeing that, you know, white plays the move king f1, it basically highlights that how difficult it is for white to find the move. But I mean, this bishop takes g3, if it's working, it's very nice. But if it does not work, I mean, suddenly you give a nice f2 square for my king. I mean, I'm not a fan of this bishop takes g3 idea.
The question is that the g3 pawn is attacked, and how does white want to defend it? You have to either go bishop f2 or king f2. King f2 just feels more natural because you connect the two rooks. But then black can go knight b4, exactly, and then it's coming into d3. So this could be a little bit of a tricky situation for white.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, clearly, if you take bishop g3, fg, bishop f5, you are basing your idea on very concrete lines, because in general terms, it's just wrong, yeah? And you know that it's wrong. On the other hand, you probably see all these dynamic ideas, and then you tell yourself, okay, but if I see all these dynamic ideas, then why don't I try it? And I think this is how you are ending up then finally convincing yourself on bishop takes g3. We do see that the engine bar is not entirely happy with this choice, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that sometimes, you know, computer is super smart of stabilizing the position, but in a practical game with little time on the clock, it's not easy for white at all to handle such situations.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's just easier to play with black. The piece play is just, it comes naturally. There is knight b4. There are tricks like knight a5, knight c4, also jumping in with the knight directly to c4. Lots of ideas here. Meanwhile, also a difficult position for white on the Magnus board. There's a change of structure there, Peter, where black, in fact, decided to go knight c4 where we left it last. Jan traded that knight, and of course you want to take it with the b pawn. You bring your flank pawn into the center, and we see this b2 weakness now along the b file. Magnus has stepped away with the king to the a7 so that he can potentially at some point even try and double up along this. Bishop c6 is an option. b2 is something that can become a target in the very near future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very, very sad position for white, because I mean, black dominates the whole board. white is basically relying on the fact that it's not easy for black to break through, because I have these two rooks ready, stopping any kind of d5, d4s. Now the move queen d7, I have seen immediately the engine jumping down. The point is that I think it's based on the tactical thing that after queen d7, rook d7, I might have, because black is threatening to go king b6, king c5, and it's basically strategically winning. But white might have now the move bishop f1, hitting the pawn on c4, but hang on, you have bishop c6, because I wanted to show that it's not easy to, if you protect your pawn, I would go back and target the d5 pawn again. But thanks to bishop c6, it seems like you are able to keep things together, and if your king really gets to c5, then it's a nightmare. So Jan keeps the queens with queen h5. All right, so he wants to do what? Bishop h3, bishop f5, is that the move? But I mean, bishop h3, bishop f5 doesn't look so convincing anyway.
But it does eye the only weakness that black has in the position, the h7 pawn. Of course, it would be a dream for black to get d4, but it's impossible as long as the queens are on the board, because you trade on d4 and then suddenly the h5 queen is not only eyeing the h7 pawn, but also all the way the a5 pawn. And Magnus needs to find a way to keep things going here.
Yeah, I mean, usually it's often the case, you know, that you are so happy with your position that you even don't want to make a move, because you feel like, you know, whatever I do, I ruin the picture of it. And now he actually goes back queen c7. I don't really believe that he's even thinking about any kind of repetition. And the reason why Jan is now also not blitzing out the move queen f5, did this queen really come from c7? Yeah, that Jan might feel like he improves something with his queen on h5, and Magnus will definitely not repeat with queen d7, so then maybe he can make a more useful move. However, it's not obvious exactly what white is able to do here. And
if white does try to go in with the idea of anyway bishop h3, bishop f5, just trying to understand, can black actually push the d4 pawn then? Can he go d4 directly?
Yeah, now with the queen on c7 protecting the a5 pawn, because it did look funny that we noticed that the queen from h5 is eyeing actually not just the h7 pawn, but the a5 pawn as well. And Jan goes f4. Yeah, he wants to kind of make sure that you don't get this d5, d4 in so comfortably. He wants to provoke, he wants to hit this e5 pawn, and if you push e5, e4, then you give up all the dark squares. You don't want to do that. But finally, you also don't want to let white start hitting your pawn. So yeah, e4 was played, rook d2 to d4. I think now Jan is kind of much more happy than few moves back, and probably Magnus is very, very angry, upset with himself of this queen d7, queen c7 back and forth tango, because white might be able to now bring back the queen to e2 and set up some dark squared blockades in the position.
I have to agree with that, Peter. I mean, if you just think about the position with black's pawn on e5, this beautiful mobile center where there were threats like d4 all the time. But after getting this f4, e4 in, it just looks like the bishop on b7 is going to be stuck for a really long time behind these pawns. Meanwhile, white can regroup and put all his pieces, bring the queen to e3, bring the other rook to d2. Maybe the bishop will go to h3. And very difficult to imagine now black being able to make any progress. Let's take a look at the Anish Giri position. Black has committed with the move g5, attacking Anish's bishop. He falls back to f2. And what's our evaluation of what's going on here?
Yeah, finally they reach some Marozzi structure, but with a slightly different, I mean, white got rid of the light square bishop, which is not an issue for white in general, because keeping the dark square bishop, that's what matters. Anish goes knight b6, a very, very natural move. But I also feel like, yeah, black gets some kind of counterplay, because bishop can go to e5, knight can go to f4. I'm actually not 100% sure what this knight on b6 is doing, but probably, this is the idea, b4, b5. White wants to prepare b4, b5, probably with some rook a b1 as well. Target the bishop on c6, and then the knight on b6 will make perfect sense.
Wow, lots of strategic points here, Peter, but I'm going to quickly take you to the Sergei Karyak and Alireza position because it looks like Alireza is in big trouble in this endgame. Rook c6 check. The king does have the d8 square, but it just looks like there could be, I mean, there's rook d6 picking up the exchange, but maybe that's not even the best line, but he's going for it.
Yeah, but maybe this will just settle into a draw because I mean, the whole point was that Alireza was planning this exchange sacrifice. So if you give up your light square bishop and you take on a8, I think black would be very, very happy because takes, bishop goes to d3, knight jumps to f5, and all of a sudden, thanks to this wonderful b6, a5, c5 pawn structure and also this wonderful c4 pawn, actually white's bishop on f2 is completely doomed and black's minor pieces will be the one calling the action. So unless there is some incredible, super sharp move, and that apparently according to the computer, here you have this incredible move, rook ed1, not going for the repetition, and Sergei goes for it. Rook ed1, bishop d3 blitzed out. So basically the point will be that white will, I believe, at some point play the, yeah, b3 is played. And if white, I mean, if black loses the grip and needs to open up the d file, then this rook on d6, bishop f3, rook d1 construction based on rook c6 or rook d7 ideas might be really decisive. Wow.
That's a very spectacular destabilizing move, d3. And we were looking at the lines where you pick up the exchange, but that's not important. It's actually the king on c7 that's very vulnerable. And the bishop on d3 intercepts the d file. And that's how Sergei destroys this bishop, just taking away the key defender from c4 with this unexpected b3. That's a very beautiful idea.
Yeah, very beautiful. And again, we see that Sergei is controlling his clock. I mean, he is almost 8 minutes on the clock and Alireza is down to 1 minute 15 seconds. A very, very scary moment for Alireza because this position looks very, very dangerous.
I mean, there's this checkmate just to show the dangers that exist. If the bishop does fall back, rook d7, king c8, rook d8, king c7, the other rook, let's just have that line on the board.
Sorry, which move?
If black was to fall back with the bishop, just to show what white's idea is, why he wants to destabilize the bishop from d3, it actually leads to mate. There's rook c6 mate, but also ideas with rook d7, giving double checks and mating along the d7 square as well.
Yeah, so black has to go rook d8. And we have the feeling that probably our engine bar is frozen, but knowing already from my experience, whenever I touch something during the broadcast, then everything crashed and collapsed. So please forgive me. I think I will just let it live like this for the sake of the show, because otherwise I think we will have a total crash.
I think that's totally fine, Peter, because we don't need an evaluation bar when we've got you with us. A rook d8 played right now. And if the first thing that comes to mind is still not to grab the a8 rook, but instead just to take the pawn on c4, but he's gone for the idea with bishop a8, rook a8, and now he will capture c4, threatening rook d7 wherever the bishop moves.
Yeah, exactly. Now it was not a problem already because he gets the d file, and any check, any rook d7 check will force actually black's king back to the 8th rank, because king c6 would have run into king c6 checkmate. I mean, that's really the unfortunate thing in black's position, because otherwise with king c6 and then some bishop d5 you can always fight, but with king on c8 one has the feeling that also just collecting on f7 should win, but maybe even some rook d8, rook d7 checks are possible as well. I mean, if I want, I can first include all these checks and do rook d6 check, king c7, then already I can take the rook, sorry, so you have to go
king b7.
King b7, but then the b6 pawn is hanging. Yeah, I can just take on a8 and take on b6, and then the c5 pawn is hanging, and then it's just game over. So I believe that even maybe not rook f7, but just rook d7, rook 1 d7, and then just all these brutal lines might finish the game on the spot.
All right, so Alireza in big trouble, needs a miracle to save this game. Don't see it happening. Meanwhile, Peter, the structure that we were calling out in the Magnus position has happened. As we were saying, white has placed all his pieces on the dark square. Rook d4, queen e3, rook d2. He just made the move queen h6. The most important thing for white is to keep the defense on the b2 pawn, so there's no attack there. And I think with just one weakness, Jan should be able to hold this position.
Yes, and actually it's kind of very tricky that who is playing for a win now, yeah? Psychologically, because Magnus had such a wonderful position, it was clear that, you know, he felt like I have everything under control, and Jan, on the other hand, probably felt like, oh no, my position is just terrible, I'm very unhappy. But now after setting up this fortress, I mean, and creating some counterplay against the f6 pawn himself, maybe white is getting ambitious, and both players are getting low on the clock. I mean, Magnus is now under 3 minutes, Jan Nepomniachtchi is slightly above 3 minutes, but it does feel like, you know, all right, white's only weakness is on b2. It's a big weakness, because if black ever gets to the b2 squared, b2 pawn, then white's king might be in a lot of danger, but I'm not really seeing it happen. I mean, many things have to happen, and I don't think that black will have all the time in the world. And you cannot also really activate your bishop, because one of the ideas are with bishop a4, activating it, but you always have to keep an eye on some bishop takes e4 tricks. Yeah, for the moment the bishop protects. You also have to protect the d5 pawn. And
I have a question here. With this move, yes, queen moving away to h6, is Magnus considering the pawn sacrifice with e3? He goes for the idea with bishop a4.
Yeah, he goes for the, I mean, I felt like, you know, bishop a4 has to be played because the pawn on f6 is hanging. Very natural, but it did take Magnus something like more than a minute to play the natural move bishop a4, and this is exactly what I'm meaning, that I somehow have the feeling that Magnus feels that he lost track of what is happening, yeah, and that's why he's burning time. What is this king a6? I mean, king a6 is again a move like, you know, it seems like black doesn't exactly know what he should be doing. Yeah, Jan goes bishop f1 just in case. Maybe he wants some rook d5, bishop takes c4 ideas eventually. I don't know exactly if that's possible, but I could easily see a scenario that Magnus just goes back with his king to a7, just avoiding any of these tricks.
Magnus down to less than 2 minutes on the clock. Bishop f1 played. Very interesting question. Who is playing for the advantage here?
Exactly. I mean, it's very tricky. And yeah, Magnus goes back king a7. I mean, certainly not happy of what's happening, but also it's a very tricky moment, because white might be very happy because he felt himself under pressure, but does he have the right to try to play for advantage? That's another story. That's
and
sometimes
Jan says yes. He says yes, he's going for h4.
Yeah, it's also Jan's style. I mean, if he feels, you know, that he has a play, he doesn't care if he's playing Magnus or not. He just believes in himself and he wants to play the position. And Magnus now goes for this rook b7. He wants to create some counterplay against b2. I mean, there are ideas. Yeah, if black could get rook db8 and then some queen b3 and then queen takes a3 ideas, and then somehow rook b1 and maybe something, okay, with the rook on d2 protecting the b2 square, this still does not work. But I mean, white always have to keep an eye on this ideas.
And queen e3, making sure that your king on a7 is in target now, so you can't really move the queen from b6 right now. Also, with the queen coming back to e3, Jan eyeing that he wants to go g5, because you don't want to play g5 with your queen trapped on h6. Threats like e3 would become a reality. I think with this move, not only is he eyeing the king, but he wants to go g5 next, as well as threats like rook e4 right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is this tactics. Yeah, if the black king would move out with king a8, then maybe I can play rook e4, because after d takes e4, queen takes b6. If you take on d2, I have queen takes a5 check. But you have rook a7. Okay, this is very important just to point out, because all of a sudden I don't have any checks against black's king, if I'm not mistaken, and black is threatening to give rook d1 check and bishop b3 checkmate against my king. So you have to be careful, but Magnus goes rook db8, rook db8, g5 played, bishop d7 back, super sharp position.
So right now, white can't capture on d5 because the queen on e3 is hanging. So black is threatening to take the f5 pawn. Very, very interesting. What is white going to play bishop h3, trying to defend the f5 pawn?
Yeah, that's one possibility. I think this is also the typical scenario that white pins black king, but black queen pins the white queen. Yeah, this is like a mutual pin, a very, very unpleasant scenario because both sides actually wants to keep their agenda. So that's why white doesn't want to move with the queen to f4. And I also feeling like, bishop h3 looks like the most natural move. However, yes?
No, I was just going to say, because of this mutual pin you pointed out, bishop c4 doesn't work as well. Bishop c4, d takes c4, rook d7 is impossible because once again we see that it's not only the black king that's pinned.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tricky. Also, there are, Jan goes g takes f6. Yeah, he wants to clarify the situation. Bishop takes f5. But how exactly? Now suddenly black's bishop is active. I mean, those ideas that you mentioned, if black ever gets the chance of pushing the e3 pawn, I mean the e4 pawn to e3, sacrificing the pawn, and then maybe some sacrifices and mating ideas are appearing, but no, nothing of it. So queen g5 happened, bishop is forced back to defense, but now the bishop will actually get to f7, very nicely blocking the f6 pawn, protecting the d5 pawn. I think this is, especially practically speaking, very nice for black, because then all of a sudden you have much more harmony in the position.
I think this desire to dissolve the tension with g takes f6 might have been a bit rushed by Jan. Of course, it's hard to say and to take these decisions, but bishop h3 just felt like the pressure was so built up on black, and how he was going to handle it was a question that probably could have been more difficult to answer. Now with this bishop heading to f7, the f6 pawn looks very strong, but could potentially be a very weak pawn. Not so easy for black. For white to defend that pawn, also make sure that the b2 pawn is defended and fight against a potential e3 square, e3 sacrifice. Wow, bishop c4.
Jan goes for it. So this was his plan. Bishop c4, so d takes c4, rook d6. This is what he's counting on, but I don't know. My feeling is that there could be something. There could be something somewhere.
I mean, if you get this position, then you have to make a move like queen b5 here, because you have to keep the a5 pawn defended.
Yeah, but hang on, look at this. Bishop takes c4 answered by rook g8. Yeah, there is no reason to capture immediately, because where does this... Yeah, and then queen b3 check mating ideas if you're going to go king a2. So,
he has to go queen e3, Peter, here, stopping rook g1 check.
No, but then I take d takes c4, then you don't have rook d6 anymore.
That is very, very important. So what is the move after rook g8 here?
Actually, maybe black is winning. I don't see a move, because then after d takes c4, rook d6, you will always have queen b3 checkmate. How do you fight?
Wow.
I mean, I think Jan blundered this bishop takes c4, but I felt like this g takes f6, queen g5 was a wrong direction. However, probably it was based on this blunder of rook g8, because everything seemed to make sense.
And we're being told that David Anton has beaten Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Wow, what a win for David. Peter sacrificing that pawn on the h file and going on to set up his counterplay. The Spanish fans will be going wild right now.
Well, absolutely. But look at this. What is happening here? Jan is trying to show poker face, but I mean, he not sacrificed, he finally lost the piece. And this b4 idea is just making sure that he's not getting checkmated, but the position looks completely lost.
He's also down a piece.
Yeah, down a piece, and the king is shaky. Yeah, he's replayed. Magnus is way too confident in this event. I don't believe that you have any. Wow, and we are told that Mamedyarov now has 4 losses in a row. So it's not just Anish Giri winning game after game. By the way, actually, Niels Grandios managed to stop the machine, Anish Giri. And the game was drawn, but now Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with 4 losses in a row. This is, wow, look at one, beautiful.
Look at that.
Yeah.
What a beautiful way to finish it all. Rook A1 threatening Rook A2. And if you take King A1, there's B2. King B1 is met by Bishop A2, just winning the game on the spot.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, basically it's even maybe already good for white that the game ends because, okay, it was anyway hopelessly
Magnus
lost.
smiling. Magnus smiling.
Yeah, definitely very, very pleasing. And also Sergei Karyakin has won his game against Alireza Firuza. So actually all this bloodbath continues. I mean, there is just no slowing down.
Wow, Rook A1 is an incredible finish in this game.
Yeah, and Jan down to 5 seconds. Probably he designs now. No, he did make a move.
He played Queen to E5 and Rook A2 check on the board. King has to fall back to B1. B2 comes to mind here. Is B2 a possibility threatening Rook A1? But he goes for a trade on D2, just a completely winning position. And finally, B2, Bishop A2 is coming in, and this is all over.
Yeah, it is all over. So basically, but what do we have? I mean, a part of this game, yeah, Daniel Dubov. So we're going to jump right into Levon Aronian's Daniel Dubov game because everything else actually finished already. And we are seeing some opposite colored bishop endgame. White is pawn up, but black seems to be active enough.
And this is a repetition. Is that it?
It's a repetition, yeah. That's it.
Wow, just so much excitement. And that final position on the Magnus board threatening Bishop A2, that's when Jan resigned. Let's just bring up the results of the rounds that we've had. We are seeing some streaks here. 5 wins in a row by Anish Giri, finally stopped by Niels Grandilis, and that ended in a draw. Mamedyarev's nightmare continues with 4 losses in a row. David Anton, a big win, a beautifully played game with the black pieces. I think that was one of the more impressive games of this round. Jan Nepomniachtchi going down to Magnus Carlsen. Sergei Karyakin beat Alireza, and that was also a very convincing game played by Sergei, finding that idea with B3. You want to open that D file, and he did it. Tamur Rajabov lost to Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, a very uncharacteristic blunder by the Azerbaijani Grandmaster, and there was no coming back from that. The rest of the 3 games all ended in a draw. Peter, we've got 2 more games coming up. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with all the action.
Hello, and welcome to Lifetime Repertoire 1C4 Knight F3 Part 1. The new opening course here on Chessable, where 2 is the magic number, as I really recognize today. It has 2 authors, it has 2 first moves, and it even has 2 parts. So the number 2 is kind of magic for this course. What's it all about, and who are the creators of the course? First of all, I'd like to start with introducing myself. My name is Christoph Zielecki. I'm an international master and already multiple time author on Chessable. I've released a number of successful courses, most notably the Keep It Simple courses for 1D4 and E4. Also courses like Fight Like Magnus, Fight Like Caruana. What does a lifetime repertoire actually mean? It does not mean that it takes a lifetime to study and master it. That should not be the case. It should be really so good, so well prepared and researched that you can use it, theoretically speaking, for the rest of your life. You should have a long-term value out of this product. So what are key points that were always in the back of our minds when we wrote it? First point, it should be very much fundamentally sound. There should not be anything fishy in there, lines that are risky or kind of dodgy. This should not be there. They all should be fundamentally sound. This is one thing that also should be added there. Everything is very thoroughly checked with modern technology. We use the latest engines and hardware, so there really should not be any kind of a huge tactical oversight or anything like that in the course. It's all very well researched and tested. We start here like 1 and it goes up to 16 chapters and 1 intro and quick starter guide. The quick starter guide is a compilation of roughly 60 lines that we feel are most important and are the ones that you should study first to get you started. So you, after going through those lines, you already have a really solid foundation and you know what to expect, what it's all about. And then the single chapters go into more depth. One thing that I have to really make clear, I have written a number of Chess-Silver courses now, and every single time I try to improve on what I did before. One thing that I feel is important, we made sure that every single chapter is not too large. It's sometimes difficult to study a chapter that has like 120 variations, 150 variations. We wanted roughly 50 to 60 as the sweet spot. And if you look at this now, I think the largest one has 60, which is kind of okay. Yeah, it's not too much. This way also, if you get the video package in addition, it's a total of 32 hours of video. It's a lot, but it's also a lot of super valuable instruction. I really talk in the videos not only about like a pure moves, that I also give you lots of additional informations about plans to go for, structures to go for, things to avoid. It's really a guide through the whole opening if you get videos in addition. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the overview of our lifetime repertoire C4 Knight 3 and you are curious about it. I think it's a great opportunity to make the time invested worthwhile. You get something that can really last you a lifetime. Thanks for watching.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom!
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. You can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there is a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam! It gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends' to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
a lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything, mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan. Hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.
And queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Nice little username there in Fisher Firuzia. The third best and 136th best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some other challenge here. Ocean Storm is a Grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take Grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. D4, knight f6.
Yeah, stop playing with my rating, guys. That's becoming a bit embarrassing. I mean, what is this stream if not an opportunity for my mods to...
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better, live better.
And queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Welcome back. We've got 2 more games for the day remaining in this day 2 of the preliminaries of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Take a look at the action that's coming up. We've got Daniel Dubov taking on the current leader, Anish Giri, who certainly seems to be unstoppable so far. Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronin, another very exciting matchup. Levon struggling a little bit today. Jordan will play against Wesley So, Maxime playing Alan Pisha. Ali Reza against Rajabov. Rajabov hopefully has recovered from what we saw in the previous game, blundering a piece. And I love this next matchup that we have, Peter. Magnus taking on his 2016 World Championship challenger, Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, absolutely. This is always a very, very interesting match. I also remember that there was a tournament, Magnus Chess Tour, previously where Sergei Karyakin was struggling, but won against Carlsen with the white pieces and some Philidor in a very, very big battle, and it was it shows, that. And afterwards, Karjakin was kind of mentioning it in the tweet. I think that only Magnus can motivate him, it seems. Yeah, it was more like a joke and more like an excuse why the tournament didn't go that well. But actually, I felt like it's very much to the point that he feels like, Magnus Carlsen, whenever he faces Magnus Carlsen, this is a real prestige duel. And we are seeing the game has just started. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5. So will we see a queen's gambit? Yeah, we're going to see a queen's gambit. Bishop e7.
I was just watching the players on the camera, and when Magnus appeared, it literally felt like he fell all the way from space into his chair out of nowhere and started blitzing out these moves. And you're absolutely right. These two players, the matchup is always very exciting. And I think we saw Sergey struggle so much on day one. Starting today, he was at the bottom of the table, but he's finding his rhythm now. Because also we haven't seen him play in these formats as much as we've seen these other guys play. So I think it always takes that little time to ease into it, to understand how to handle the whole demands that this format has on the players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I also had this same feeling like, today we are seeing the real Karjakin. I mean, that's the Sergei Karjakin we know. And yesterday was a really tough day for him. You need to adjust. You have to get into all this fighting mood and find the harmony between, how quickly, how much you calculate, how much you rely on your intuition. And we are seeing that Karjakin is today controlling the clock so much better. I mean, he's always nicely up on the clock in all his games, also including now, because it's kind of Magnus Carlsen who has to decide which line he wants to play. I mean, this knight b7 move order is not one of the most common ones. Yeah, usually black includes this move h6. And after bishop h4, black has this option of going knight e4 for the famous Lasker line, or going for the b6 position. But this knight b7 without h6, that's probably some kind of a surprise from Sergei, especially for Magnus.
And Sergei is the former world rapid and a blitz champion. I think back into 2016 is when he won the World Blitz Championship as well. So once he finds his rhythm, he is definitely somebody to watch out for in these shorter time formats. Knight d7 played. Peter, the QGT generally takes a while to develop. So let's do a quick opening tour and see what's the action going on the other boards.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the lines. So this is a big surprise. I mean, Daniel Dubov, Anish Giri, we are seeing the Wesley So variation employed by Anish Giri, and I do remember that it was Anish who I think won a game very convincingly from the white side in the previous event against this very system, when he played, I think he played this bishop b5 move. It's also one of the computer's moves, so it's not like a total surprise, but it still showed like, he has done his work, but now he's willing to take it from the black side. I wonder if he kind of fell into this line, or it's completely intentional, simply playing against Daniel Dubov because he's so aggressive. But I mean, giving some free initiative in an endgame to Daniel, it's also quite a risky strategy. So I'm I would say a little bit surprised by Anish's choice.
But Anish still playing fast, so makes you feel that he knows what he's doing. He is in familiar territory. We'll see how this opening finally develops. Let's also move on and see what is going on in the game. Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian.
Yes, that's it started out as a reti, but I do see that it transposed to some G3, C6 symmetrical Grunfeld. Queen B6, so old classical treatment, rook D8. A very, very standard position from like probably 30 years ago. It started to really appear on the highest level, H3. It's still not clear how white can really get an advantage against this system. It's one of the most reliable ones from black side. So Hikaru goes for H3, bishop F5, bishop F4. And seeing that Levon usually, who is, I think, because the Armenians are like a big specialist in this system, and seeing that Levon is taking his time, it might indicate that something came as a surprise from Hikaru. So dc4, queen c4, knight d5 played, knight g5. Wow, this is quite an interesting move, targeting the f7 pawn, hitting the d5 knight, but at the same time you are giving up the d4 pawn. I mean, all kinds of questions, and Levon is taking his time, because the very first question is what happens if you take the pawn on d4.
Let's take a look at that direct line, Peter. Queen d4, can white actually trade queens here? I want to check that first. Queen takes d4, bishop d4, rook to d1 is something that might come in our minds, trying to take advantage of all the pieces that are along the d file. And how would black respond to this?
Yeah, well, do I have knight takes f4?
No other option but to capture
knight f4, and this solves all my problems.
So the point is that after knight f4, g takes f4, are you going to just develop your knight?
Yeah.
Yes, you develop your knight, and there's no way that white can take advantage of this pin. So queen d4, that would mean that white has to actually fall back with the queen to b3, attacking the b7 pawn, also making sure that knight f4 is no more a possibility because the f7 pawn hangs.
Yeah, it's all very, very sharp. I mean, I do have some queen b6, but then I see the point that, yeah, queen b6 can be met by knight d5 and then c d5, bishop d5, and all of a sudden this feels very, very dangerous because I don't have a good way of protecting the f7 pawn. So, for example, queen takes b3, bishop b3 still looks shaky with this weakness on f7. So quite an interesting idea from Hikaru, and he definitely managed to disbalance the Levon.
And one clear indicator of that is the clock situation. Hikaru up with 16 minutes, Levon down to 10 minutes, but we've seen Levon struggle a bit today. He started day 2 on a high from everything that had happened yesterday, but he's not really showing what he did yesterday. He has been having some tough games. And let's not forget, these two are going to be playing for the same team very soon.
Yeah, that's also one interesting point. But I'm also seeing, you remember I asked the question that how will Rajabov react to the fact that he lost previously, and look at his reaction. He goes for the King's Indian. I mean, this is the Rajabov when he loses the game, then he comes back with incredible aggression. Very, very interesting, because Alireza, not really a d4 player, right? I mean, he's much more e4, and yeah, he has been playing lately a lot of Ratis, also the London system. I mean, so many different things, but not exactly straightforward main lines in d4. And now he's facing a type of position where the experience and the feeling is so important. And look at this, rook f6, rook g6, black wants to go knight f6, push g4, and create all those typical plans attacking white's king on g1. And if you are not, first of all, not move pair, move prepare, secondly, you are not having real experience in this position, it's very easy to get impressed. And it's very easy to get really worried of all this attack. I'm feeling that it might have not been such a good practical choice for Alireza, allowing all this for Temur.
And Temur's experience in King's Indian defense is just incredible, and he knows all the subtle ideas. I think he's one of those players where a lot of us feel that the King's Indian, do we really want to play it? Black doesn't feel very comfortable in it, but when a player like Raja plays the King's Indian, you know it's time to get a little worried. He understands these positions, the attacking ideas so well. He has a clear plan after rook g6. He wants to get in h5. He wants to play knight f6. Break in with g4, Alireza falling back on the clock as well, which shows exactly the point, driving the point home that you mentioned. He's just not familiar with these positions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we just very quickly go back. So what was so this is the famous old Mar-der Plata variation, I think, but all this knight d3, f5, f3, f4, I'm not sure. Usually, wasn't it that white was playing bishop e3? This was the absolute classical line, yeah, and then f5, f3, and you make sure that your bishop ends up on this diagonal after f4 with bishop f2. But after this knight d3, suddenly his bishop is stuck on c1. I mean, I don't know exactly if this is all preparation from Alireza and he doesn't mind it, or it was just because of lack of experience or lack of knowledge that he forgot to include bishop e3. I don't know exactly. King h1 on the board. We have to mention one thing, that usually in this type of positions, the engines are always super happy from the white side. They are clearly underestimating this danger on the king side and thinking that, okay, I anyway gonna find a way to handle these things. But for humanly speaking, first of all, sometimes computers are also getting it wrong and they realize the danger way too late. Secondly, for a human player over the board, it's so scary and so difficult, constantly to worry about this, that is it not checkmate with all the sacrifices or not? I think it's just much more easy for black to play these positions. But I mean, when you see that, then suddenly black plays the move a6, then you feel a little bit encouraged from the white side that, okay, what I have done so far is probably right. If my opponent feels that he has to waste the time, a tempo for a move like a6.
But the problem is he needs to keep doing the right thing here, because the attack on the king side can just be so dangerous. Meanwhile, I see that Hikaru has gone for the line that we were discussing. Levon did pick up the pawn on d4. White fell back with the queen to b3. Let's just back up and play it from the moment that we left this crazy position after knight g5. Queen b6 defending the b7 pawn. Knight d5 is what we were thinking, and now not c takes d5, but the intermediate queen b3. Knight e7 check was played. Black has to go to f8 to pick up the knight once the queen is captured. And we've got this position on the board, king e7. What is our evaluation of this endgame? At first sight, it does look that black still hasn't finished his development. So maybe white is the one who's going to try and pick up the initiative here.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything about the momentum. I mean, if you give a couple of moves for black, then I think in long terms, with all these weaknesses, actually it's black who can try to be better. But this is still, the two extra moves are very, very far away. White has a lot of dynamics. The rook on a1 is already in play. Black's king in the center with king on e7, I mean, runs into any kind of, I don't know, some bishop e3, bishop c5 checks as well. The knight is still not developed. The knight on g5 is somewhat of a strange piece, because I think black would love to kick it back, but also white is not entirely happy with the knight on g5. So it's like a mutual disappointment with this knight on g5. It bothers black, but also white is kind of concerned that maybe I should try to bring this somewhere. A lot of questions. I mean, I do feel that I perfectly agree with you that white should be able to somehow with energetic play seize the initiative here.
Yes, absolutely. Time is of the essence. He can't let black just continue his development. He does have a worse structure, white here, but I do think that Hikaru, especially because he's the player who really does go for the initiative, he really knows how to build that up. I think it's something that he's going to find. Peter, if you had to pick intuitively the two candidate moves in this position, which ones would you suggest for white?
Well, actually, also some move like b4 with the idea of b5 is very tempting and interesting. I mean, I understand that b4 comes at the cost of giving up the pawn on b2, but I feel like, this might be very interesting. There was also kind of a question like, do I want to play e4? I intuitively felt like probably the answer is more like no, but I do understand the point, because white wants to be energetic and wants to give the question that where do you put this bishop back? I mean, if you go bishop e6, then actually white can solve his problem of this knight simply by eliminating this bishop, and I don't think that black should let this happen. On the other hand, you don't really want to play bishop d7, but do you want to play bishop c8? I'm not entirely sure, but actually maybe the move bishop c8 with the idea I anyway want to go knight a6 would be more natural than bishop d7, just to keep my rook open on the d5. But Levon goes for bishop e6. Yeah, it's like the most solid one, but I felt like, if white takes on e6 and I have to take fe6, then I might be running into some, for example, just to illustrate, takes, some e5 move. and bishop g5, so that is a tempo, so I have to lose like one move for h6. Then probably white plays h4, and I feel like, you know, in long terms, these pawns are just too weak. The bishop on g7 is out of play. And if you take with the king on e6, then I felt like, you know, white will have some h4, bishop h3 check, and e5 very energetically, not allowing the blockade with knight d7, knight e5 or something. So it's all about tempo now. Knight e6
Hikaru goes for it. Knight e6 on the board. Big question for Levon. Does he want to play f e6 and spoil that pawn structure on the king side, or king e6, putting his king more into danger, delaying his development further? Speaking about intuition, I also see that Jordan has made quite an intuitive pawn sacrifice with the move e5. At first sight, I love his knight on e4. Let's just back up and show the position from where e5 was played, because I think it's very thematic and really interesting what Jordan did here. After knight d4, queen f6, attacking the knight on, starts with bishop d7, supporting the c6 pawn. After rook d1, black made the move queen to f6, and I really like what Jordan did here. He went for the sacrifice with e5, a space clearance one where you want to put your c3 knight on e4, and he goes on to do that. But how strong is this really? Black fell back with the queen, knight f3, attacking the bishop on d7 as well as the pawn on e5. Bishop f5 is a move that comes to mind, but then you would pick up the pawn on e5, bishop e5, queen g6, lots of pieces hanging. How do you feel about this sacrifice and the strong knight on e4?
Well, actually, I feel like white was simply feeling himself under pressure, and he felt like, you know, he needs to try to create practical chances. It was more out of necessity than like a real wish of sacrificing. Because if we just go back to this position, rook a1, queen f6, then I feel like, you know, if black will comfortably be able to decide when to capture on g3 and then go rook a8, then thanks to the two bishops, the bishop on b6 is wonderful. White knight doesn't really seem to have any prospects. And then, okay, black will just go rook a8, maybe take on g3, maybe go knight f4, then put rook e5, rook f8, and white might be really struggling to defend this position. So once you see that all these things are coming toward you, then it's very natural that you try to create counterplay. So you go e5, and then also you see that, wow, it's actually quite interesting. Wesley played the move bishop e6, bishop takes e5. I think the big justification is that you make sure that your bishop is alive. Yeah, bishop takes e5 is very important, f6. However, okay, if you are jumping back with the bishop to c3, then black's knight might be able to enter the game via f4. I would say that I'm quite happy from the black side, but I understand it's quite messy now.
Quite messy. There is no extra pawn anymore, and the weakness is on the king's side, but he does have the two bishops. Definitely a game we'll be keeping an eye out on. The other position in which there was a pawn sacrifice was the David Anton game. And I have to say that I really don't see Jan's compensation in this position. It's not so clear to me why white shouldn't be clearly better here.
Yeah, but just a second before we go there, let's jump to the Daniel Dubov game, because this is the position that we have been seeing in the Magnus Carlsen game against and rook d6, and now this h6 is a very strong move. This is exactly what we have been commenting in Vaikanzi, and I was thinking from a distance that Magnus might be tempted to go for this against Aryan Tari, and it looked very strong, but the computer was showing us that after h6 black is actually just clearly better. So this whole sacrifice, which was so tempting, is not working. And since Daniel Dubov was not prepared for this variation, he was tempted to go for it. Let's just back down to this, because look at this. It all came, you know, it's all the game between Magnus Carlsen and Daniel, not Daniel, it's Aryan Tari. Yeah, bishop b6, and finally Magnus opted here for the move f4, if I'm not mistaken. And the big question was that after rook e1, knight d4, this sacrifice of rook d4, bishop d4, rook e6, king f8, rook d6, why isn't it just very, very strong? Because I want to go rook d7. I mean, if you move the bishop, doesn't matter if you take my pawn, I just want to go rook d7, and then I will really cut your king, and this king is in the mating net. And I was so excited. And then we got the news that computer says h6 and black is clearly better. So it would be quite a big blow for Daniel if he's faced with h6.
And the point is that knight e6 doesn't really help because king e7 attacks the rook and the knight, so you can't, whichever piece you use to pick up the bishop, black wins the material back. And I remember that game, Peter, yes, bishop d7 and now attacking the rook on d4. I remember us commenting on that game and it was a brilliantly played defense by Aryan. But we see currently Anish taking his time. h6 is the only move that he has that can equalize the position, that can actually that he needs to make. Otherwise, if Daniel gets in rook d7, black is in big trouble. Anish slowing down here. I see him trying to think, trying to remember. It's going to be interesting to see if he's actually seen it. Is he trying to remember, or is he trying to find the idea here? Because if he's not familiar with it, then he needs to actually come up with it on the board, which is not very easy.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I remember that it was like an incredible dramatic moment for me during the game against, in this game between, and Anish goes for h6, of course. I'm pretty sure, I know Anish and he's constantly checking all the lines, and he must have had a look, Of course, it's not his main repertoire. It's not like, automatically he knows everything, but deep in his mind, all these ideas are stored somewhere in his hard drive. And finally he comes up with h6, and I think it's a big shock for Daniel, because he has to kind of, first of all, understand that he's already in trouble, because actually white has to fight for survival. Now it's black who is slightly better.
And I think, especially speaking about Anish keeping up with everything that's going on in the chess world, when it comes to Magnus and a game of Magnus, we can be assured that Anish has definitely studied it and analyzed it. After h6, big questions, because currently black does have an extra exchange, and we saw this line with knight e6, which Daniel was relying on, just doesn't work, because move by move, the king is the active piece that keeps attacking white's pieces. So what is the way for white actually now to try and stabilize? He goes for the move knight f3.
Yeah, exactly. This is the move I was expecting. And I remember that while we were commenting that game, I was also thinking like, probably I have to go knight f3, but it's a very sad choice, because it's already not exactly that kind of a terrible initiative that we have been talking about before, with the knight immediately getting to e6. But okay, still, there are all kinds of, humanly speaking, it looks like white still has very nice compensation. So one of the main questions, do you capture the f2 pawn? Yeah, Anish goes for bishop f2, and then if, for example, I would play the move rook d7, then probably black will try immediately to go with rook g8 and then some rook g7. And if you manage to trade the rooks, then black is clearly better, even if you lose the b7 pawn. So I don't think white can go for rook d7. You can also try to grab the pawn with rook f6 and then rook f5, but it again doesn't feel in the spirit, because black gets then the tempos to stabilize his pieces. Yeah, and Daniel goes knight e5. It's the most principled move. But again, can black play the move king e7? Can I try to get out of the box? So if I do king e7, you go rook d7, check.
King e6, knight g6.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe can I go king f6? Maybe that's important, just not to let this knight g6 happen. And I'm just one move away from rook hd8, and then I'm not sure actually what will happen with white's king, because I have two rooks coming in. But hang on. So after knight e5, if I play king e7, maybe you have rook d2. That would be a very effective move, because you touch my bishop and you are already hinting at knight g6, and thanks to this you would be able to escape and save the game. So that's actually my little problem, that I cannot play king e7. If I'm playing for advantage, yeah. If I just want to stabilize, then I already have this. Let's just show king e7, rook d2. I can play the move bishop e3. You play, for example, you insist with rook e2. I just play f4, invite you to give the check. I play king f6, knight takes h8, rook takes h8, and probably the game will soon end in a draw. But okay, with the black side, you have time you might be tempted to try to find something else, but if you feel that it's too murky, then it might be a human choice. I mean, after all, Anish has a wonderful tournament situation. He doesn't need to risk unless he sees that he has everything under control.
Yeah, he needs to find a reason to not bail out right now. Knight e5 has a direct threat of knight g6. We'll see how Anish decides to continue, but we are being told that Magnus, on the other hand, is doing very well in his game. Peter, let's take a look at what is going on there.
Wow, I mean, this was this so-called quite classical Queen's Gambit and so on. Seemingly nothing really happening, but at some point things escalated because what happened? So Sergei was sacrificing these pawns, going for activity, and Magnus just calling the bluff. I mean, really, you are counting on this spin, but I have this very, very effective Queen a5 move, releasing the pin and pinning your rook, pinning black's rook, and now the bishop is not hanging. And I also have some threats of bishop a6, taking control of the e2 square and so on. I mean, how is black supposed to fight here, and what did Karyakin really miss? Was this Queen a5? Probably Queen a5 was the move that he missed.
Just stepping away from the pin, and knight e2 check gets nothing at all. White just simply sidestep to h1, and there's what is going on actually after knight e2? What's the move?
I mean, he played now the move rook cd7 because okay,
knight e2 just king h1, and there was nothing, just rook d1, rook d1.
Yeah, exactly, because actually the bishop on b7 is unpre anyway, because I have queen a8 check once we trade the rooks, and the rook is lost. So quite an incredible small little detail that I mean, sometimes, you know, just calculating one move further than your opponent might decide the game. I mean, it seems like now black has all kinds of tricks, but the queen is hanging. And if you have to lose a tempo and you have to move the queen, then already white will be able to move his king away or somehow otherwise make sure that he will not run into any knight f3 checks. So Magnus, yeah, basically white can also just move his rook. Yeah, for example, if black goes queen c3, white plays another tempo move with rook c1, and we see why it was so important to get the bishop to a6, protecting the e2 square. And maybe it's game over. I mean, basically it almost feels like it's game over. I don't see, I mean, what has to happen? This queen has to somehow jump to h4, and black has to go some rook d5, rook g5 in order to create some really dangerous counterplay. But this queen from c4 is just not able to reach to the king side so easily.
Just an amazing couple of moves from Magnus there. Queen to a5, sidestepping the pin, and then finding all these tactics that don't work for black. And after bishop a6, there is the d file, but you don't have time to take control of that because the queen on c4 was hanging. After queen e6, knight f3 was a big threat, picking up the rook on d1. So Magnus simply moves away with the king, making sure there are no jumps with the knights, no checks, and looks like two very, very healthy extra pawn for Magnus here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also keeping an eye on the Anish game. We will not stick to it, but yeah, rook g8 was played, so Anish basically already feeling that he has the chance and he wants more than just getting a draw. But I think we had some ultra sharp games going on. What is Alireza Firuza Temur Rajabov? I mean, look at this. It's not just that Temur Rajabov lost the previous game, but now after being over aggressive against Firuza, maybe he picked the wrong guy to do that. I mean, Firuza just shows that he's completely fearless. I mean, completely fearless. And from this dangerous looking attack on white's king, actually, it's white who is now breaking through. And with a beautiful bishop h6, seemingly very natural move, trading down the white's beautiful bishop for the bad bishop, runs into this stunning bishop takes h5 tactics. Because if you take with the queen on h5, then also the h6 bishop, also the knight on f6 is hanging. So white actually has the choice. Okay, probably this is the most professional, just take and you win. It's not just the pawn, but black is completely doomed. So after bishop h5, if you take knight takes h5, then you take bishop takes h6, and after queen takes h6, you take the knight on e7, and we see this rook on h3 actually does an incredible job protecting against any kind of tactics. I mean, I would say a brilliant performance. I mean, I was really worried for Alireza that, okay, without any experience, how he will handle this. Well, we see how he handles it. Amazing.
Yeah, it's not just about the move bishop h6. Actually, bishop h6 just walks into this blunder with bishop h5, but the position already seemed to be very much in white's control. He had taken care of the attack on the king's side, and black still has problems. Where is he going to take out the c8 bishop? How does the rook on b8 come into the game? Big questions. Eventually, bishop h6 runs into bishop h5, and he took the decision to capture it with the knight, the line that we were just looking at. Bishop h6, very important point. Knight f4, just you pick up the knight with bishop f4 and e takes f4. You still have time to pick up the knight on e7, amongst other things, because the pawn on g3, as you pointed out, is surprisingly defended by the rook on e3 suddenly. So knight f4 doesn't work either.
Yeah, so basically I perfectly agree that already this was not really stunning. It was stunning like how he controlled things, and how he played like king h1, and then he went for this, because this actually exists, this rook g1 idea, and it's a very, very interesting idea that white breaks with g3. But I mean, you have to know this. And it seemed like, you know, after all, Alireza was familiar with the position, or at least he knew the ideas, or he just came up over the board. We don't know exactly, but in any case, his handling was very, very effective. I mean, this is the typical way that you reach b6 square. Why I was so surprised that Rajabov played the move a6, because actually this really weakens things. And this is how we ended up. Yeah, everything worked with perfection. No, he played now the move queen f7. I mean, he cannot give up his e7 knight. He wants to at least try to jump with knight g6. But okay, rook f3 came with a tempo. I mean, it does look, yeah, and Rajabov resigns. Wow, what a turn of events. I mean, Temur Rajabov was super solid, then losing a game with a big blunder, feeling provoked, you know, to try to play very sharply to bounce back immediately, and he runs into another loss. What a turn of events, and Alireza is bouncing back after his previous loss to Karyakin.
Absolutely, 2 losses in a row, and Temur just impressed us so much with his performance at the Athens Masters. He is our first finalist for the for the Champions Chess Tour Finals in September, after he won the first major. Peter, I'm also, we can first go to this position, and I see that Jan has got an extra pawn. I don't really see the compensation for it. Black doing more than well here. Actually,
yeah, well, I think that David Anton ran into some cheapo. I mean, he just, okay, it was a mess. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this was a complete mess, this game, but this was a very, very nice tactical idea which David Anton had probably missed because of this knight e4. I mean, that's the stunner, that black is sacrificing the rook, but then queen takes c5 comes, and black will be checkmated on f2, or will be forked with knight f2, besides also getting the famous mate. So it's basically game over. David Anton played the move rook c1, but now it's more like, you know, trying to prolong the battle, but it looks like this is game over. So what a comeback from Jan. However, I think we have more dramatic positions for ourselves. What is your then fun for Wesley? So I mean, you remember it was crazy, and I do see some crazy knights on the rim, but also kind of attacking knights. However, attacking Wesley so when he's in shape, and today he seems to be in shape, might actually backfire. Queen e2. I mean,
Queen e2, so he's attacking the bishop on f2. Can black just actually simply sidestep with the queen, because the knights are also under fire? Trying to find the right square here. Queen e7, is that an option, or am I blundering something?
Yeah, well, it runs into knight f5.
Queen g5.
And then rook takes f2, okay. And all of a sudden, I'm protecting everything, yeah? I mean, the rook protects the mate on g2, queen protects knight, rook protects the knight. I mean, what a construction, no? I mean, it's
amazing.
This game
So
of chess.
He just comes back rook f8. He just comes back rook f8, saying that there is no way to take advantage of these hanging knights, and he defends against this.
Wow, and just breaking news also, Hikaru Nakamura won against Levon Aronian. So Levon losing his third game today. I mean, that's quite a shocker. I don't recall any time Levon losing 3 games. And the wonderful win for Hikaru. I mean, with this win, he's now +3. He basically almost guarantees his spot in the knockout stages with this victory.
Very quality play by Hikaru, but also that means Levon, shock, just the streak of losing so many games, and Temur as well, the last 2 games, they need to find their rhythm back, because otherwise their qualification spot gets into a lot of danger and they'll have to go all out on day 3.
Absolutely, but I mean, okay, that's the Champions Chess Tour. I mean, it's just such an intense tournament. I mean, and such a dangerous field. And yes, when somebody is controlling things, then it looks like, of course he's controlling. But we see exactly in these games that how easy it is to lose the control. And once you lose the control, getting it back, it's just super difficult. Even these guys are struggling. I'm pretty sure that they will bounce back, but they need to calm down. It's not easy to take all these losses, especially with all the tension of the qualification on the line.
The tension of the qualification, the little time between the rounds, I think it's so easy to go into a spiral after a bad game and very difficult to get out of that rabbit hole. I think one of the players, and rightfully so for the reason that after a tough game, we've often seen Magnus being able to calm down and strike back. We've seen Wesley do that time and time over again in the Champions Chess Tour. And it feels that is definitely one of the key characters that you need for such a format, where you're playing one game after another, where the field is so exceptionally strong. It's just so easy to go on a downward spiral if you don't know how to control that.
Exactly, and actually Shak did broke this losing streak by winning against Niels Grandelius. So it seems like he stopped the bleeding. We will see what will happen next. But yeah, for the moment, it's Jordan Fanforest against Wesley. So Wesley had been incredibly impressive today. I mean, this is exactly the Wesley that we have been seeing so far throughout the tour. I mean, just super confident, having things under control, no matter how sharp, how difficult, crazy the position is, he always took control. And on the first day, exactly this was missing. I mean, he had many ups and downs, uncharacteristic for him. He did win 2 games, so it was by no means a disaster. Just we are already used to this standard. And okay, if he wins this game today, then it's going to be his 3rd victory already. And Queen G5, targeting the knight on H5, and this knight has nowhere to go. I mean, a very, very nice, effective move. So probably White will have to come back with the queen to E2. Yeah, Queen E2 is played, but also the bishop is not really hanging. Besides, Black can also go back with bishop C5, protecting the rook and solving all these pinning issues.
Jan Nepomniachtchi did beat David Anton, so he converted that position after that blow on C4. And yes, Queen E2 now supports the H5 knight, attacks the bishop on F2. And this is, I did see Magnus shake his head a little bit. What has happened here?
Yeah, wow. but yeah, it seems like he has everything under control. I mean, with a wonderful little tactic. Again, I mean, just a wonderful little tactic. I don't know if he has missed knight b5 or he has just foreseen everything. Now that you tell me that he was shaking his head, now I'm completely unsure about it, because just looking from the side, I felt like, wow, what an incredible sacrifice for Magnus. And yeah, queen takes d8 lands into a7. I mean, just a stunning winning idea. It's going to be very funny to listen afterwards to the interview when he says that he has foreseen it, or maybe it was just champion's luck. But I really believe that it was foreseen.
Foreseen or a lucky blunder. We've seen those happen as well. But yes, Magnus still under control. Whenever I see Magnus and Sergey play, I just can't help but think about the World Championship match that they had, Peter. Sergey has been the only player who has been able to, who was the first one to draw blood and take the lead in their World Championship match. And the history of chess would have been so different if it wasn't for that game where immediately Magnus bounced back, where actually Sergey could have just gone. He made a blunder. There was a line that could have drawn that game with barely any more rounds remaining. Everything could have been very different in the world of chess in that match.
Yeah, well, in many matches things could have been different. Yeah, but
true.
Okay, those are the epic matches. Yeah, it's finally somebody wins, somebody loses, and yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, Sergei Karyakin resigns after A7, and we still have the game. Daniel Dubov against Anish Giri does seem to me like thanks to the wrong corner, Daniel Dubov should be just able to navigate to draw. First of all, he has A4 and knight takes F4. Yeah, so this game is going to be the draw, and maybe it's going to be the only game which draws in this round, because so far we already have, I think, 5 wins, and Wesley So is about to convert it. It's going to be the 6th, and probably we already have, yeah, everybody won. So this is a draw. Wow. Last game, it's
take a look at that. What a crazy round we've had. Just every game has been decisive except the one that we were just looking at. Anish, Daniel Dubov ended in a draw, and this one is also going to be a decisive game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, Wesley is not in any hurry to remove his bishop from F2 because it eyes the G3 pawn. Now that he managed to double on the F file, I mean, there is just even no reason to move it, because the knight can never capture the rook due to the queen takes G3 checkmate. And white is basically the only move that white has is somehow the king moves, because but even at some point maybe some bishop takes G3 will, I mean, if the king is on G2, then I think bishop takes G3 is just a win. So I'm wondering if does white have any moves at all. Yeah, he goes bishop G3 anyway.
So queen H4 is the threat, and if you take knight G3, what is black going to continue with after knight G3? Do you just... Well,
you also have rook F4, but yeah, rook takes F1, takes, and now rook F4 also seems to be strong, no?
Rook F4 is very good because you can't really move the queen from G5. I was thinking about queen G1, but there was queen E5 there. Rook F4 played, attacking the knight on H4. White has to fall. Is that...
Yeah, and it's very nice that, you know, these tactics which would be otherwise very, very effective doesn't work because the knight on F1 is hanging. I think that's kind of the justification of Wesley's strategy, and you just don't have a good way of protecting this knight on H4.
So what's the win after knight G2? You just go queen F5 and win the knight on F1.
Exactly, and if you move the knight, then I have queen F5. So if you go queen E1, I go queen G4 check, and then I take. It might be okay. Knight F3 was played, and now queen G4 just wins the knight. That's it. Basically.
So rook F3, there's still a check on E5, but I don't think it's going to be more than just a couple of checks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can also take with the queen and then put rook on F6. I mean, or move the king and then cover it with rook F7. That's it. I mean, what a crazy run, and we have seen so many brilliant games. Amazing. Amazing. And then Wesley So is on fire with 3.5 out of 4 today. Wonderful.
It's something about the Champions Chess Tour, Peter. Wesley So has been on fire in it from the word go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is what we have been talking about in all these knockout stages as well, that it looks like he's getting stronger and stronger with each winning game. Yeah, like he's getting the confidence. Okay, now even he's facing this dilemma, yeah, that he can just force a completely winning opponent game as well, but there he has to watch out for some b4 tricks. So okay, why would you ever do something like that? You can just play queen f4, probably finishing the game on the spot, because then queen e7, rook g7. No, then queen take king g7 and you are pinned. Yeah, let's just show this line that takes rook g7. You cannot take knight h5 because that's illegal because of the pin. But he goes rook g7 immediately. He goes rook g7 immediately, b4, ab, a5. Okay, it doesn't seem to really matter, but it's quite astonishing. I believe that this knight on g3 gives so much stability for white's king that white at least can try to fight. Yeah, it's a hopeless cause, of course, the queen on f3 covers the a8 square, but still this became a little bit more messy than it should have.
Wow.
Yeah, Wesley going for c4, a7. I mean, down to the seconds, at least, you feel a little bit worried from the black side. I mean, you know that it should be completely winning, but still, I feel like there this queen f4 would have just been so much more natural. But okay, it seems like Wesley knows what he's doing.
He definitely does. We've seen him do that often enough, really fall back on the clock, but make these moves confidently. We see him on the camera as well, not looking stressed at all. Currently, both these queens stopping any further pawn advance from either side. The question is, how does Wesley again try and threaten b2? Because the rook on g7 is also required to defend the black king. So what is...
but also white's queen is overloaded, yeah, because you have to keep an eye on the gc knight, and if I ever push b2, you can never capture because the knight is hanging. So it's it looks like, both sides have the same issue because black is covering the a8 square, plus he has to keep an eye on some checks, but it seems like black is just controlling everything.
And b2 is actually a threat then on the board because this queen on e5 can't capture it. Is there a way for white to try and stop the pawn from queening?
Yeah, I mean, basically I felt like, the only trick is that can you try to play a8 queen and then queen a8, queen f5 check? But the point is that the black's queen suddenly then protects from the 8th rank. Yeah, this was one of the, queen e1 played. Okay, after queen e1, it just game over because white wants nothing, and that's it. Just to illustrate this, b2 on the board.
And queen b1, you'll just go back with the king, and white will have to probably play a8 to divert black's queen from taking the knight on g3. He can also go rook g6 because now a8 is met by queen g3.
Exactly, that's it.
Actually, that's just game over, Peter, because there's just no way to fight against queen g3, queen h3 mate.
Yeah, no, just nothing. I mean, okay, the queen is, the pawn is queening, and you're then also, wow, played on 1 second. I mean, okay, it doesn't really matters. The position is lost anyway. He will have to resign, but b1 queen, a8 queen, but black can even first give a check, and black can just collect everything possible in the position. And queen g4 is checkmate, by the way, or queen g2 is, okay, queen g4 was
queen
checkmate
g2,
in one.
queen g3, everything. And with that, Jordan resigns. Wesley's so just incredible at that moment when we were talking about it, playing down to seconds, finding the most precise way to win. Rook g6, Peter. Let's just show that position, because I think it's just a spot where white has got no moves at all whatsoever. If you go a8 queen, if you try and queen, black doesn't even care about picking up that queen. There's queen g3, king h1, queen h3 checkmate. Incredible day by Wesley so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, in this middle game, at some point like here, we have seen that Engine Bar was saying that, black is doing very fine, but it was still extremely complicated. And then how he navigated with this rook f8, queen g4, queen g8, queen e4 check, king h8. I mean, it's knowing from our own experience, it's so easy to lose control because these knights are jumping and you just miss one thing and the whole position can turn. But having this total picture, and it's not like this game, it's always when we see Wesley, whenever these crazy complications happen, he navigates himself out of it like a very big master.
I think this entire day 2 from the word go has been absolutely spectacular. Too much excitement. Needs some fresh air. And speaking about fresh air, it's got to be air things. Just to tell our viewers that they are the ones who are monitoring the air quality that you do see on the screen below me currently, where you can see the live indoor air quality data. I'm pretty impressed with what's going on back in my room where I'm streaming from. Looks like I'm breathing pretty decent air. Currently, the players also on a break before the next round starts. Out there to get some fresh air. We'll be right back with the final round of the day.
Hello, viewers of the amazing Champions Chess Tour. And I'm Ginger GM, the Ginger Beard of Knowledge. And I'm going to bring you your daily puzzle, daily dose of chess each day. Now, this is a position taken from the game of two legendary American players, Wesley So with the white pieces, and we're playing on the side of Hikaru, the fast, dangerous, streaming, extraordinaire Nakamura. Now, in this position, white has just moved the knight to f2. A bit harder than yesterday's puzzle. Just look at all those black pieces swarming around the white king. Surely that white king can't survive. And it's your job here to try and force a sequence of moves that results in checkmate. Now, this is quite a hard puzzle. It's a series of moves, and I don't expect all of you to solve it, but look for the checks and try to keep checking that king to oblivion. And good luck. I'll bring you the answer later on in the show. Remember, you can follow these courses on Chessable, where I'm going to be putting these up and many more questions, problems for you to do with the players here and other historical games. So go over to Chessable if you want to see those puzzles. Now, for the Chessable crowd out there, the answer is queen to h4 check. The first check, getting the queen into the mix. The king now goes to f5. And we've got to keep checking that king. So let's bring another rook in. If you found this one, well done. But after king to g6, it gets a little bit more tricky now, because it doesn't look like we have any great checks. But again, if you kept looking for these checks, you would hopefully find rook to f6 check. And this has to be captured. And now maybe the trickiest move, knight to e4, double check, king g6, queen g5, checkmate. And a lovely, lovely combination there that resulted in a beautiful victory. Endgame play is very important, and people don't assume that tactics happen in the ending because of the lack of pieces, but that is very far from the truth. What you actually find is that tactics in the ending are frequent and deadly, and it's a very good way to train your tactics by actually starting looking at king and pawn endings, for example, because it comes down to pure calculation, thinking ahead, which is a skill you need at every area of the game. Now, this is a game between Pillsbury and Günzburg. Pillsbury, a very famous player, and this happened in the famous Hastings tournament in 1895. The Hastings Open is apparently the world's longest running open tournament, even though New York Open has some claims to that as well, but it's been running for over 100 years. A tournament that's close to my heart. It's where I became a grandmaster, and that's why I wanted to pick this example. Now, black has just played the move a5, and if white is forced to move the knight here, black will bring his knight out with an absolutely fine position. But you should always take your opportunity when it's available, and in this position, there is a forcing sequence. The first move may be easy to see, but can you see how the game should develop after the first natural move? Have a little go now. Well, c6 is the right way to play. Rather than retreat, let's try the queen. And if that pawn gets to c7, let's say here, it's going to queen on one of these two squares. So black has to move the king to d6. And now we have pawn takes f6 and e6. And this is the very important follow-up move. And these two pawns are actually unstoppable. For example, if you take the knight, I go e7, and I'm diverting the king away from the c pawn. The e pawn will queen unless you take it, and then I play c7. And Günzburg tried knight takes c6 in the game, but now we had knight takes c6, king takes, and the next move is the fantastic follow-up. And really, I'm hoping, as some of these puzzles, they vary in strength, that you can envision this position and you saw the next move. Without seeing the next move, you shouldn't be playing the first move. And that's where vision in chess is key to becoming a stronger player. And here, e4 is the key move. And this is fantastic, as after pawn takes, we go d5 check, and these two pawns will triumph. The problem black has is he can never take this one because the e pawn is now out of the king's control. And if the king comes to stop this pawn, white can simply go king e3 and use his king as he wishes. And there's nothing that black can do. At some point, black will have to move these pawns and the king will take them as well. So a lovely little combination in the ending there. Practice your ending, people. It's one of the most important stages of the game and will make you a much better player. One of the most underdog stories, winner of an underdog in a big competition was, well, at the time, Kramnik defeating Garry Kasparov for the World Championships in the year 2000. And Kramnik did this by using the Berlin defense to tame Garry Kasparov's openings a great deal, but he still obviously needed to win on the white side. And in this position, he clearly has a dangerous attack, but how does Kramnik now create the winning finish? And do try to look at all the black's possibilities and see if you can find not just the next move, but the next couple of moves. Well, the queen and knight coordinate very well together, and queen e6 is clearly the correct first move, threatening the kiss of, this double check here, the smothered checkmate. For example, if rook to e8 here, you can go knight double check, king here, and this is the kiss of death checkmate. And if the king goes in the corner, well, I'm sure most of you know this one. It's called a smothered mate because we're smothering the heir away from the king, and whatever a piece takes the queen, the knight comes in with checkmate. Garry Kasparov saw this, so he tried rook e8, rook f8, but after knight d8 check, and this was a brilliant move, and now queen e7, there's no way that black can defend. The rook is going to be taken with checkmate, and if it moves, let's say, to this square, knight f7 is again smothered mate, and if it goes to e8, we can take it with a back rank. So if you got up to the point where queen e7 was played, well done, and this was a very important win on Kramnik's journey to becoming world champion in 2001 in London. I actually was showing people I got a job at this world championship match. I was asked by my friend Chris Duncan. I was kind of a student at the time, in between jobs, and he said, is your job you want to show people to their chairs in the theatre? You get paid £10 an hour, and you can just show them as they come in to where they are sitting and enjoy the match. Great job. Even though I didn't like the amount of Berlins that were played, but okay, it was the right strategy.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better, live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom!
Welcome back, and going into the final round, 2 players lead the Magnus Invitational in this qualifiers. Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri both at 7 out of 9. Right behind them, well, actually not right behind them, but a point behind them, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura both at 6 points. And this is the action coming up for our final round. Anish Giri takes on Mamed Yarov Shakhriyar. Mamed has been struggling, but he did manage to win the last game. So we'll see how much of a fight he puts up to Anish. Anish, will he continue the dominating performance he's showing so far? Jan Nepomniachtchi takes on Niels Grandelis. Sergei Karyakin, who lost to the world champion in the last round. He has had a pretty decent day so far, but it'll depend on how he finishes today to decide his situation in the qualifiers going into the final day. Timur Rajapov versus Magnus Carlsen. Now, this would be a very, very exciting matchup, but Raja needs to stop the bleeding. We saw him lose 2 games back-to-back, one with a big blunder and one where it did feel that Ali Reza managed to outplay him. Alan Pichot takes on Ali Reza. Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, another very interesting matchup. Levon against Jordan, and this one I'm very excited about. Daniel taking on Hikaru Peter. Their styles just promise absolute fireworks on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we already see Liftoff. Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi sticks to 1b3. I mean, it seems like it was not just a one game try. He really believes in the B3 system. Yeah, not taking on Niels Grandelius, but also Wesley So, Maxim Vashelagraf, we are seeing exchange Slav. I mean, I'm expecting here that this might be just very, very calm because Wesley with +3 doesn't need to risk anything. Or will he try to test Maxim's knowledge? Because after all, yeah, it's the big question. Is now Maxim bluffing the Slav, or we have seen in the very first Magnus chess tour already that Maxim was ready to use the Slav. So maybe he gets it ready as a surprise weapon in the candidates. But if it's a surprise weapon, then why does he use it here? That's kind of all those things, you know, you can always speculate, but you will never be sure to tell. And here we go with the Timur Rajabov Magnus Carlsen game. I'm very curious to see how Magnus will approach this game. Will he try to take risk, or will he say that, you know what, okay, against Timur, let me be solid? Yeah, Bishop
I think
G2.
Raja would be happy with that approach if Magnus wants to go for that. We see a semi-stab here. But I think for Raja, it's just very important that this round, to avoid all disasters and sort of end the day on a more normal situation.
Yes, but actually after Bishop G5, H6, he was ready to play Bishop H4, after which it would have been a super, super sharp fight. So actually Timur was kind of provoking Magnus to sidestep, and Magnus went for this Bishop E7, Knight B7 setup, which is not supposed to be fully satisfactory. I mean, this is kind of the dream for White, but how much of a dream, it's another question. It's a very, very solid position for Black anyway.
And the game I was most excited about, Daniel Dubois versus Hikaru Nakamura, has already ended even before it started. That one ended in a draw, in a theoretical line.
Ah, wow, they repeated again this line, and then Bishop G2, Bishop H1 was blitzed out by Hikaru. Yeah, of course, once you know this, you will never forget. Yeah, that's it. But what is the standing of Daniel? He is really standing nicely in the tournament. Yeah, if he's not willing to take risk with the white pieces.
We're going to get a confirmation on how many points Daniel's on. He is currently on 50%. 5 out of 10, Peter, which means that not completely safe. He needs to show he needs to have a good showing tomorrow.
Exactly. This is what I was actually wondering, and thank you for the information. This somehow signals to me that he has quite a lot of respect to Hikaru, because I mean, otherwise it's definitely not in Daniel's style just to go for a forced line. But I also see some very, very sharp Italians. The Levon Aronian, Jordan Fanforest, for example, is a sharp Italian. I'm a little bit surprised that Black is voluntarily playing this so quickly. I mean, let's just go back and see how did they reach this. So Black goes for this modern, fashionable way of playing A5, Rook E1. Levon wants to play a slow game, Bishop E6, Bishop takes E6, F6, Bishop E3. It's not entirely standard because it's usually happening with the pawn on A6. But yeah, Levon basically just says that, you know what, you get this D6, D5, you get also D5, D4, but actually if you are not really coming up with some incredible follow-up, then you will be in long terms regretting having this pawn structure. I mean, this pawn formation C7, D4, E6 against the D3, E4 pawn structure and this lovely square on C4 for the knight. Levon jumps Rook C1, so now I'm expecting some knight B4 to follow. I mean, if not for knight B4, Black's position would probably make no sense at all. But knight B4, Rook C4, knight takes D3, Rook takes D4. What is that? But hang on, after knight B4, Rook C4, I have C5. I might have this very, very nice C5 move because Rook takes C5 runs into knight takes D3, forking Black's rooks. I mean, did Levon just play too quickly? I mean, he blitzed out the move Rook C1, and now if knight B4 is very strong, then how will Levon react to that?
So what's the line after knight b4? You mentioned the move c5, but that gives white one move to try and defend the d3 pawn. Let's just have a look at that because this is such a direct line. So on the board, Peter, we might be seeing this idea and we're going to find out if Levon just missed it or there is something to it. So rook c4, c5, can white continue with knight to f1?
Well, I feel like, if you move the knight,
I have to defend the d3 pawn. There's also the move queen b1 actually.
Yes, well, I mean, it was not about defend. I don't care if you defend. It's more like, I have this problem that if I get b6, I will be happy. But after b6, you might be able to take knight takes d4 because my knight is hanging. And after some a3, also my pawn on a4 is hanging. Those are my big issues. And in this regard, keeping the queen on d1 actually probably is quite important. So, you have this reaction. So this case after knight b4. First of all, I think that probably here you have to play knights. Okay, even here you can move the knight because knight a2 is met by rook a1. I mean, it's not decisive. Yeah, maybe this knight b4 was just a move, that excited me very much because I spotted this c5 idea, but it might be a wrong direction. I don't know.
But a very important one to check out because even Jordan clearly feels that's the way to go. He's gone knight b4. And what you're pointing out that white can probably go knight f1 directly as well. Knight a2, not just rook a1, but even rook c4 can actually put the black knight on a2 in a lot of trouble as well.
Yeah, also, I mean, rook c4 targeting a4 pawn, d4 pawn, plus also planning to trap the knight. Yeah, this case, maybe this whole knight b4 adventure is not that effective. Okay, there is one more argument that can I try to play some a3, but I'm not really believing in a3. Then I give the b3 square, queen will appear on b3, and I think that black's construction will probably collapse.
All right, let's continue seeing the other games, Peter. So much action on the other boards as well. Knight b4 played here. We will see how Levon reacts to it. Can you tell us what is going on the Niels Grandulis Jan Nepomniachtchi board? Because black is striking in the center currently with his move e5, knight d3 played. Can you break down this position for us? Just take a look what Niels is doing. He goes e5, he goes f5.
Yeah, he goes e5, f5. I mean, on one side it looks very, very nice. On the other hand, also white has some assets because this pawn g4, h5 are restricting black's light square bishop. There are all kinds of ideas like white's bishop will be able to get to h3. Now Jan goes d takes e5. That's kind of a surprise. I mean, I didn't see coming. I mean, giving up. So he wants to take and go f4. That's his point. Yeah. That's his point. But hang on, do I have bishop c3, d5, d4? Is that an idea? Can I just take on c3?
Also, Peter, directly
d4. Can we play d4, right?
d4, directly d4 just looks so much more dangerous here.
Oof. I mean, yeah, d4 and there is a lot of trouble coming.
Let's take a look at what happens if white actually captures the bishop on e5, you take the knight on c3, and then suddenly the rook on d8 has opened up and you can't take queen c3 because rook d1 comes in, and this is actually just dead lost after d4, which means that white actually has to capture back the pawn on d4, but then that looks like complete disaster. The f4 pawn is falling, rook d4 is coming in. d4 looks like very bad news. He probably has to, what's the move after d4 for white actually?
Yeah, it's, I mean, d4 probably white will have to take on d4, yeah, and rely on the fact that, okay, I'm very active and I should probably have enough compensation for all these things, but black is definitely not running any.
Less active.
Yeah, I mean.
Black is definitely not less active, Peter. After e takes d4, rook takes d4, I'm just
to play bishop d3.
And you don't care about the f4 pawn.
Yeah, I want to give this pawn and then try to play rook e1 immediately because after all you have some issues on the long diagonal, and also this knight e7, bishop f7 pieces are a little bit vulnerable. But okay, d4 is very, very nice. You know, the very first idea that came to my mind was this bishop takes c3 with the idea bishop takes c3 d4. that's how I spotted, like it's very, very nice, because if you take bishop d4, I have c5, but actually then you have bishop e5 winning the exchange. That's why this idea doesn't work. Because,
very nice.
Yeah, because otherwise if I would have forced you to take ed, then I take fg, and I feel like I'm strategically winning. Then bishop d5, knight f5 is coming, and I have everything under control, but unfortunately it doesn't work. d5, d4 is much more in the spirit now. So okay, this we see. What is Magnus doing against Temur? I mean, they are playing.
Meanwhile, Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave have also decided to call it a day after their draw, even though it did go on to blitzed out into a rook pawn endgame, but quite an uneventful one, and eventually fizzled into a draw.
Yeah, and Niels has gone for it. Niels plays the move d4. Niels goes d4.
I'm looking at our cameras here with Raja and Magnus on screen. Temur does look very, very exhausted right now. I mean, the entire Champions Chess Tour, the format is just so demanding on the players, playing 5 rapid games, one after the other, with a field that's just completely unmatched. A very daunting task.
Yeah, absolutely. And the whole point is that, I think while you are like usually Temur, like controlling the situation, not losing, and being in a comfortable spot with like +1, you are losing actually much less energy, because your nerves are kind of calm. Yeah, but once you start losing a game, and then you feel like, now should I try to risk something, or should I just stick to my usual repertoire and try to be as solid as possible? And when all these thoughts are appearing, then you have this dilemma, then you finally force yourself to some decision, then it backfires again, then you kind of regret all your choices, then you are thinking about this again, that, why did I lose that first game? That put me, in this very awkward situation for making up my mind for the next game as well. So you end up in some kind of a very dangerous trip. And like this, you are burning much more energy, while already just playing 5 games a day is hard enough, tough enough. So this is exactly what Temur is now faced with, that he's out of his comfort zone. And okay, Magnus, basically, I think he has everything under control for equality. The big question is, because he has sacrificed the pawn, he can also eventually capture an f3, but I don't believe that Black really wants to capture this. The knight is not running away. You can try to target the c5 pawn with any kind of queen move, queen d5, queen e7, rook c8. I mean, all these moves are very, very natural, because in long terms, you can attack with 2 pieces, and white will probably only be able to protect it with a rook. So the pawn on c5 should sooner or later fall.
Yes, we're going to see if Magnus or Temur are able to make anything out of it. Peter, meanwhile, a very, very fascinating position in the Levon board against Jordan. Take a look at those 4 knights lined up one after the other on c4, d4, e4, f4. We don't really see that very often. Knight e4, Jordan picked up a pawn. I think the point is that if this is an incredible position. If white goes knight e6, attacking the queen and the rook with the discovered attack, black has this move queen to h4 perhaps, and we suddenly see the power of these 2 knights on e4 and f4. White has no time to pick up the rook on f8, queen f2, queen g2 would be checkmate. So knight e6 doesn't work. Perhaps why Levon decided to fall back with the knight to f3. I have to say that black is the one who's pushing here. He's just won a pawn, and I love those 2 knights on the center of the board.
Yeah, well, actually, white is almost in a lot of... Okay, with knight f3, he wants to make sure that he gets knight c5, protecting the knight on f3, because this is now a very vulnerable knight. Yeah, one of the first questions was, what happens after queen f6, with all kind of knight takes h3 ideas and queen g6 ideas. But then suddenly, once you spot knight c5, taking care of the queen g6 threat, also protecting the knight on f3, then you realize that, okay, things are probably still more or less under control, despite, okay, black is pawn up and has everything under control. So maybe some move like knight g5, offering the trade of knights, and then making sure that white's construction on f3 will be loose again.
And knight f3 was also a very, very key move because you want to stop the black queen from entering into the attack from h4, and the knight e5 just solidifying that. A knight on f3, a key defender in white's position. Queen f6 on the board, Peter. After knight e5, you also make sure that black can't pick up the pawn on b2. Knight c5 would attack the e4 knight, so he needs to decide what to do with it. Knight g5, if white actually decides to trade it on g5, there are so many tactical options here. Knight takes g5, queen g5 would mean a direct threat of mate, as well as the pawn on h3 hangs, which means actually that after knight g5, white doesn't have the option to go for knight g5. So how will he handle this position?
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very unpleasant. And I think that's also the reason why Levon is not taking his time, because maybe he relied on the fact that he will have this knight c5 move stabilizing his position. But suddenly after knight g5, it's very, very scary. I mean, how do you keep everything together? It might just be very, 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 very bad. And okay, let's not forget, black is also pawn up and all kinds of threats against white's construction. I mean, how did this happen? So after the move knight b4, Levon played the move knight c4. Okay, that's a very strange move, because you remember we finally also discussed that after knight f1, knight takes a2, there will be this rook c4 idea. That was your idea, which was very, very effective. I mean, it looked very nice. But Levon went knight c4 and then knight takes a2, rook a1, knight b4, and all of a sudden his pawn on dc is hanging. So I don't know, it seems like this is today Levon has some big issues. I mean, he's deconcentrated, he has already lost 3 games in a row, and I even see the big danger of him eventually losing another game. I mean, that would be a total disaster, finishing the day with half out of 5 games.
Absolutely. And then also when you've got this kind of an end to a day, it's just so much pressure going into the final day to make it into the top 8. Peter, let's also take a look at Sergey's game against David Anton, a very crucial one for Sergey. He needs to finish on a high. He started the day at the bottom of the table, found his rhythm a little bit, but lost to Magnus in a very disappointing fashion. And now he's back playing against David. How do you assess his chances in this position?
Well, I mean, at least it's a very, very interesting position. I mean, one of those that is so special that I don't really know exactly what's happening. I mean, we do see that white's last move was h4. I'm really liking this move, just in case white wants to put the pawn to h5, making sure that he will have a lovely square on f4. And if I really get h5, knight f4 in, then I really believe in white's advantage. The big question also, that how do you get this bishop from c8 into the game? Do you play d6 and then weaken the e6 pawn? But at least with d6 you might have this bishop c8, bishop d7 idea, targeting the b5 pawn, and also somewhere maybe getting ready for e6, e5. But all these pawn moves are weakening the structure, so it's not entirely something what black really wants to do. In this regard, I feel like, practically speaking, this is now much easier from the white side to handle.
Black definitely needs to find a way to activate that bishop on b7. It just looks currently so dead. The only way to do that would be to try and break in the center. Don't really see how that's ever going to be possible. I have to agree with your evaluation. Even though the engine bar doesn't really give a big advantage to white, I think it's just a very, very pleasant position to play for Sergey.
Exactly. I also see that Alireza Firuza is doing fantastically. I mean, when I look at this position, yes, I do see that white has the 2 bishops and this bishop on g2 is lovely. But I mean, black has all these dynamics and this very well-timed g6, g5 breaking white's structure. I mean, basically, he wants to make sure that after gf4, he will be able to target the f4 pawn with knight g6, bishop h6. And if white construction collapses, then this can be really very, very bad news for white. The knight is still far away. I mean, the pawn on b3 probably will be lost anyway. White will try to get some knight d2 and then hit the b3 pawn. But black has so much dynamics. I believe that this is a very, very scary position for white.
Yeah, that pawn on b3 looks so strong here, just cramping white's position. Peter, meanwhile, the star of the tournament so far, Anish Giri, he's killing it right now. I'm looking at his game against Shak. He's got 2 pieces against a rook, and I have to say that it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Shakriya to save this position. A6 played. The f7 pawn looks really, really weak as well, with the queen on c4 eyeing it, the rook on f1 eyeing it. I don't know if there's a direct tactic like bishop g5 possible on the board, but even if there's nothing directly happening, Anish has a big advantage here.
Yeah, definitely. But okay, I always have queen d7. Yeah, I mean, thanks to queen d7, I feel like I have some stability. I mean, there is one question white has to answer, that does he want to trade this b5 pawn, or is he considering, for example, something like bishop c7, queen d7, b6, just trying to fix this pawn on b7? But it's a very double-edged sword, because black might start pushing his a pawn and get counterplay. I mean, probably this is one of the scenarios that Anish doesn't really want to make it happen. So, but definitely, I mean, it's a wonderful position. I also see the engine bar screaming somehow like there should be some maybe even very special solution, because otherwise I would say like it's plus equals plus minus position. But the engine bar apparently says that white is close to winning. B takes a6. This is kind of the professional move, yeah. And basically after ba6, it's clear that white is better. White is not running any risk and will try to torture the opponent. But probably it was not what computer had in mind.
So the point is that if the bishop moves attacking the f7 pawn, you've still got this move queen d7 that keeps things under control. So
exactly. So, all right. I mean, basically, engine is very happy. I think Anish is also very happy, because he is the one who is calling the shots. But actually, if nothing happens in the next couple of moves, then I have the feeling, you know, if black gets queen d7, h6 in, then he will always have enough, because there is not so much material left. Yeah, Anish goes bishop g3. Very natural now. I'm expecting queen d7. I mean, queen d7 should be played. Shakriya is taking his time.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen and Temur Rajabov have finished their game, and that one has ended in a draw as well.
Yeah. Anish goes bishop g3, king h2. I mean, this is a very, very natural way of setting up the pieces. Maybe also some ideas like rook f2, rook b2, or even maybe rook b1 immediately, and then try to target the b5 pawn as quickly as possible. The big question is, will Shakriya play the natural looking move h6, or will he try to spice things up and try to play h5, h4? This is one of the questions now in the position, that does black wants to create, usually it's much more Shakriya style to try to create something than just to play h6. I'm curious to see what the choice will be. And what
Peter,
else?
usually in these kind of positions where one player's got 2 minor pieces against a rook, especially with the queens on the board, it often has better consequences for the side with the minor pieces. But you don't seem very excited about Anish's position. Why do you think that black is also doing fine here?
Yeah,
despite the knight on d4, the f open file, and the queens on the board.
Yeah, I also feel like, you know, Anish is also, his moves are not that ambitious. I mean, I don't feel like, you know, Anish has the feeling that his position is so fantastic. I mean, he knows that he's slightly better. And I wonder that, does he actually plan to or intend to somehow move the queen to f3 and get knight f5 in and try to create some attack against the king on g8? It's very, very tricky, because, I mean, any kind of queen f3 will be probably answered by rook f6. But for the moment, I mean, black also has to make up his mind. What does he do with the rook on e4? I mean, will he try to keep this rook on e4, which seems to be impossible? Or if he moves it back to e8, then already really white would love to somehow get this knight to f5, but it's easier said than done, because queen f3 is met by rook f6. Still, you can play knight f5, because strangely enough, you cannot really use the pin, and I do have some queen g4 ideas. I mean, those are the dangers for black. but it looks like black has quite enough pieces near the king to be able to neutralize this pressure. So what did Shakhriyar do? Yeah, rook e8 played, and Anish goes rook f5. I mean, a completely different idea. He wants to get rook to b5 and probably then queen f3 and target the b7 pawn. All right. I mean, if you are forcing black's pieces back and white gets all these and he also wants queen f3 because now with rook on f5, no more rook f6 moves. I mean, slowly I'm getting euphoric. I mean, I was just, the engine bar was showing like it's white having almost decisive advantage, and I felt like, I wanted to support black's position, that this is just far away from so bad. I mean, it's clear that white is better, but nothing really extraordinary.
And speaking of building pressure, I think Alireza is managing to do that in a very, very strong way, putting pressure on the f4 pawn. The b3 pawn is clamping down white's position. Rook g8 ideas are there. Peter, is this bad news for white?
Yeah, I think it's very, very bad news. It's exactly what I have also described once I saw this g6, g5 break, that black will just capture on f4, go knight g6, bishop h6, target this f4 pawn. I mean, look at this bishop on g1. I mean, it's really a hopeless bishop. All kinds of tempting options with rook g8, maybe even already somewhere some tactics on f4 as well. You can somewhere include d takes c3. I mean, right now white's position looks basically almost close to collapse. It's but maybe d takes c3. I mean, unless it's winning on the spot, I don't want to, because suddenly I open up the bishop and I don't want to do that. I feel much more tempted to try to create some tactics against the king on g3.
Also, ideas like knight f4, Peter, what you're pointing out looks so strong here. Knight f4, rook f4, maybe you can even throw in a check on g8 because the knight on d2 hangs as well. Rook g4 can be simply met by bishop takes d2. And this looks like disaster. If you move away with the king to f3 instead of rook g4, then there's knight e5 check, which also loses on the spot.
Well, the only reason why I wasn't 100% sure that can I somehow, but bishop takes c6, you might have d takes c3 intermezzo, yeah? Because otherwise, bishop takes c6, bc, cd, I felt like, okay, maybe this is the best position white had ever since we looked at the position, but maybe I'm even not able to get this. Yeah, it's so many move pair moves ideas. Okay, it's up to Alireza to decide. I mean, so many tempting options. I also don't see what to do after rook g8, to be honest. I mean,
very
just the simplest
choice.
move.
Probably after rook g8, white can try and trade the bishop, but bishop g6, rook g6, king f3 also just looks like such a sad decision to make.
Yeah, it's okay. It's up to Alireza. It's a very, very promising position. And
meanwhile, Anish has done what you were suggesting. D takes c3 is the option here, but he's gone for the idea. He's managed to plant his knight on f5, gotten that bishop on h4, asked that rook to step away. That's definite improvement, but enough or not, still to be seen.
Yeah, now also he has some ideas like bishop f2, bishop d4. I mean, getting the bishop to d4, targeting the g7 pawn looks very, very scary. But on the other hand, okay, black's rook on g6 is kind of still defending the position. Black would, once the bishop reaches d4, black would love to play f6. However, exactly we have seen in the Mamedyarov Fan4S game what it means to have a pawn on f6 and rook on g6. It's just a trapped rook kind of forever.
And let's go to the Oslo studio as Magnus joins us there.
It's been a great position. I just feel as though I have to play a bit better in the knockout stages, but well, I'll worry more about that later, I guess.
Well, but I mean, yeah, because you mentioned it, we have seen you just be fantastic in all the preliminaries, basically. But can you tell us something about your chess form? Is it feeling even better this time than in the last tournament?
Not particularly. As I sort of mentioned before the tournament, I'm just trying not to. Well, I'm basically not trying too much. I'm playing some weird things in the openings and just try to be be as casual as possible and just play chess, and that is working well so far. But I don't necessarily think it's gonna cut it in the knockouts.
And well, I want to tell you, Magnus. So yesterday, 25 out of 40 games ended up with a winner, and of course also a loser. In round 9 today, 7 out of 8 games ending up with a winner. And we know it is the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. So is it the Magnus effect on all the other players as well now? Just a lot of games. So exciting.
I don't think it's only me, but you love to see it that people are fighting like crazy, and it's been fun to watch the other games as well, because you can really feel the tension, and mistakes may sometimes appear sort of inexplicable, but they appear because of tension, and it's been a great show so far, not just to play but to watch as well.
And we're following now Anish Giri and Shakhriyar Mamdiyara. I don't know if you're seeing the game, but if you are, we would love your expert opinion.
Yeah. So what speaks in Anish's favor here is that there are two pairs of rooks, or he has a rook and a queen. If you exchange either a rook or the queens, I think black would be completely all right. But in the current situation, it feels like there's just a little bit too much material on the board, and the rook on g6 is kind of poor, and with that much material on the board, I think white has good chances to either drum up an attack or something else. I'm not sure I love bishop g3. Maybe bishop d4 there was sort of more incisive. I don't know. But yes, certainly this is not going to be easy for Shakhriyar. Now I think knight d4 wins a pawn at the very least. So it's looking pretty bright for Mr. Giri here.
Magnus, earlier you mentioned you won 2 games today from getting gifts from your opponents. Did that include against Jan Nepomniachtchi? We were following that game. We saw you laughing, shaking your head, a bit of everything there in that one.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame, because I had a good position from the opening that I sort of misplayed, and he started out playing me there, and I really was on the ropes. And the amazing thing about his bishop sack is that I'd seen beforehand that there were 2 reputations of that move, and because of that, I believe there was no chance he would play it, but because one refutation you may miss, but you usually don't miss 2. So that's why I consider that an absolute gift, since it's not the sort of thing that should usually happen. Maybe he thought he was winning, then realized it was not quite as clear as he thought, and then got frustrated. But who knows? It's interesting, by the way, that now I guess Anish will take on f7. B4 will happen, and he will probably have to exchange that pawns. And exactly what I was talking about earlier. Rooks remain on the board. Without the rooks, it would be a fairly straightforward draw, but with the rooks, white should have good winning chances.
All right, well, Magnus, we love your expert commentary. Thank you for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. I will, like last time I said that the seeding didn't really matter. but I mean there are 2 points on stay what's at stake, and also picking colors all the way through the knockouts is really nice. I'm gonna be aiming pretty hard for the #1 seed tomorrow.
Fantastic to hear. All right. Well, thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
All right. I love that last comment from him. So we now know he's gonna. Well, we knew he would be fighting, obviously, for the top spot tomorrow, but he's gonna be fighting hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear a top player when they've already kind of almost secured their ranking, not wanting to take his foot off the pedal. And
some very interesting insights there by Magnus, and he looks very hopeful about Anish's position as well. Meanwhile, Peter, lots of action on the Firouzja board. He does currently have an extra piece, but the rook on d8 is attacked, as well as the knight on b3. Is there a way, does he just take on f4? It looks like there should be something for black to solve the problems and win on the spot here.
Yeah, it does look like, I mean, also knight d2 is an option. Yeah, he goes for bishop takes f4 check. Very, very direct option because, I mean, if since white's last move was rook f3 trying to cover the third rank, I mean, basically vice versa. After bishop takes f4, playing rook takes f4 was kind of out of the agenda. But king g4 looks like a completely desperate try. I mean, I don't know. There are so many possibilities. I mean, what should we do here?
Knight e5 is so tempting, just forking the king and the rook. It's a very direct line. Maybe we can just take a look at that for starters. White has to pick up the bishop on f4. Knight takes f3.
Yeah, but then I somehow start collecting a lot, yeah?
Yeah, and even though there are 2 extra pawns, these 2 bishops can be very, very dangerous. There's bishop f6 check coming. The knight is under attack. So, all right, let's back up, Peter. Knight e5, the obvious choice doesn't seem to work. So what would be the answer here? A move like rook g8 comes to mind as well.
Yeah, then bishop takes g6 would be but actually, I mean, you are piece up anyway. I mean, that's kind of the trick, yeah, that you are piece up and you have the attack. So it's very easy to, I mean, rook g8, bishop takes g6, bishop takes e5. Isn't this just
Let's take a look.
Winning very, very easily?
So bishop g6.
And I just take on e5, you are pinned.
You're pinned, and rook b3, you don't really care. You trade off, you pick up the bishop, and then you've got 2 extra pawns, and that looks...
And even not just that, but I mean, if you take on b3, I give you first rook take g6 check, your only move to stay in the game is to go with the king to h5, and this is a disaster. But Alireza just goes bishop takes e5. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah, he's piece up. We are forgetting this. So in fact,
but bishop e5, oh, it attacks. I just completely missed it. Attacks the rook on b2. So bishop d8, there's bishop b2.
Yeah, it just resigns. I mean, there is no way of putting up any resistance. And then Alireza is finishing the day on a high note, winning the last 2 games, I believe.
And also, unfortunately for white, you pick up the knight on b3, you trade everything, and then there's f5, once again winning the piece.
Exactly, always this f5 check, and the king is in terrible trouble. Yeah, there is just nothing to add. This position is hopelessly lost. And what do we have? What is Levon doing? I mean, I'm really worried for Levon, and I think that this position is just hopelessly lost. He's 2 pawns down, plus black has the better pawn structure, and Jordan Van Forest has more than enough time on the clock to convert this. All right, so Levon is in a lot of trouble. Alireza are gonna win against Ellen Pichot, and what do we have? Anish Giri against Shakhtar Mamedov, of course, and also very important game for Sergei Karyakin, who has had a very, very powerful day, despite losing to Magnus. I think he won 2 games, and certainly he wants to make sure that he wins 1 more game. But where is this pawn running? B6? Can I play some rook c6 move, attacking the b6 pawn? Because I mean, black actually also eyes the c3 pawn and then the b6 pawn. What does white do after this? Maybe queen b5?
Queen b5, I was just looking at this line, rook c3 and some crazy stuff with queen d7, but it doesn't work. Let's just have it on the board anyway.
Yeah, but actually it's also very important that, because this rook c3, queen d7, this line you wanted to mention.
That's right. And after b7, amongst other moves, there's rook c8.
Yeah, I have rook c8. For some reason, actually, David Anton goes a4. One of the lines I wanted to mention, if you're already speaking about funny lines like rook c6, queen b5, there is the funny move rook c4 with the idea queen takes a5, rook a4 trapping the queen on a5. I mean, it's not something we see very often, but I was worried that here queen takes d7. Queen takes d7 and knight takes c4 might actually win for white because you cannot recapture because of b7, and now with my knight in the game, you cannot block the b pawn. I'm just winning. So that was a very dangerous counter strike that black should make sure he's not falling for. But okay, so black plays the move a4 just in case, getting it under control, and white plays king h2, and Sergey down to 22 seconds against 1 minute. I mean, this is a super dramatic moment. Yeah, rook c6, queen b5 played now. So what do we get after rook takes c3?
On the board, and we're seeing this line now. Queen d7 doesn't work. He's gone for queen b4, attacking the rook on c3. Has to fall back with the rook because queen d6 is a threat. So rook c6 is the only move here.
Yeah, but then I go queen a5. I mean, this one looks very dangerous for black. I mean, with the blockading queen, I'm gonna go queen a7. How long will you be able to block this? I mean, this is very scary. Hang on, breaking news. Anish Giri just winning because anyway it was bad, but Shakriya just missed his rook and had to resign immediately. Wow.
What a day for Anish. He remains undefeated. He drew 2 games, won 5 games, drew another 2, and finishes the day on a high with a final win. What a performance.
Yeah, amazing performance. I mean, I think it's like Magnus should be very pleased with what he's doing with +5, but Anish is now on +6 already. It's a sensational result after 10 games.
Very pleased and maybe slightly worried about Anish's form. I mean, if this is what he's going to bring into the candidates, we are in for a real fight there.
Well, usually in candidates, we have all these
real fight anyway.
Crazy fights anyway, yeah. But yeah, definitely. I mean, one can see that Anish is in incredible shape because also in Vaikanze, he played fantastically. Now in this tournament, he is so far just really impressive. But we also know in chess, it doesn't really matter what shape you have been in the previous tournament. Everything that matters is what you bring on that exact tournament in which you have to deliver. I mean, that's going to be a whole different story. But right now we have some big excitement here. David Anton is trying to go for some queen a6, queen f1 counter strike against white's king on h2. That's his idea. So that's why after queen takes d6, he played king h7, just to make sure that white's pawn will never queen with check, so that he will try to get this. But he didn't grab the chance to go for queen a6 because of rook b1. Yeah, probably rook b1 was queen a6 will be met by rook b1. However, what is it? Isn't queen f1? Rook takes c1, queen f2 check. Isn't this some kind of a perpetual? No, sorry, you can go king h3. You can go king h3. That's why he played the move bishop e8 to be able to, now I perfectly understand, because then he would have some bishop h5 ideas in this position. So after the move bishop e8, Sergey made sure immediately to trade down this very powerful rook from c1. Rook c2 takes, bishop c6. Now basically making sure that black finally frees the queen. And threatens to come in with queen d3. I mean, probably black has enough to draw this. Sergey down to 3 seconds. Move, Sergey, move. He made a move on 1 second. I mean, how these guys do this? I mean, do they really keep track on the clock, or is it finally just accident that and now queen takes c6 is maybe better now? Wow.
What a turnaround that was with 1 second, Peter. Just amazing. Queen e6 now. Queen f5 coming in with a check on the board. He has to fall back with the king. I don't know if you want to make a move like g6 because that would weaken the king even further.
Yeah, but I mean, this is now very, very important for white that he managed to get these 2 pawns, because the queen is very active. The queen from somewhere like d6 will keep an eye on the a pawn. White will be able to activate the knight. White has this f4, f5, f6 idea. I mean, it feels like practically this is winning. And look at this. Previously, it looked like Sergei gonna lose on the clock, and now he's up on the clock and has 42 seconds very comfortably enjoying the situation. This is the trick of the increment. I mean, I know my heart is not taking this. I mean, when like this, like Sergei plays on 1 second, I just cannot calm myself down. If my opponent has this situation, I prefer, give him some time, just let me stay calm, let me able to focus on the position.
It's
just
not
amazing.
It's not even about the players themselves. It's for you, because I've noticed this every time the clocks fall short, Peter. It's just very difficult. And
yeah, it's completely crazy. I mean, okay, I feel like if I'm losing on time, I don't know. Yeah, Queen F7. Yeah, yeah, I need to drink something.
G4 on the board, and he's trying to get in G5 as well. Keeps the F5 pawn defended, even if he decides to wait. Although I think G5 is very, very tempting right now, especially because the king has moved to H7. But Peter, moves like G5 are always so double-edged because they also end up weakening White's king.
Yes, I mean, okay, but the problem is that this bishop is terrible. Yeah, he goes bishop D7. I mean, he has to keep an eye on the F5 pawn so that G5 will not be so easy, because if White get G5, G6 in, it's automatic mate. Yeah, Sergei goes King F4. Basically, he wants to go G5 in at all costs. Beautiful. I mean, how does Black react now? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe that Black has any chance of saving this position. Yeah, King H8 played, just making sure that this G5, G6 idea will not come with check. So he hopes to somehow, probably after G5, AG5, AG5, maybe he could jump with the queen to H5. And yeah, King H7.
Queen to D6 this time. Probably wants to free the knight. Now the queen on
D6 exactly.
The...
Now with the, Queen E8. Yeah, this is the only idea. F3. Hang on, not that. Queen E1 not possible. Knight on C2 is covering the squares. But maybe some Queen E2. Is Queen E2 an option?
Queen E2 played, so Queen D7. You've got Queen H2 check, but after King E3, there are no big checks, so you'll have to capture on C2 then.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, look at the body language. Immediately, David Anton felt like, I got a miracle chance. Good or bad, I have to use it. Players are down to seconds. I mean, you have to create a mess, and now Sergei has to calculate. He goes Queen G6 check.
He wants to go F6 next. He wants to go F6.
Yeah, but I mean, hang on. So how is he? I have this trick like Queen D2, Knight E3, Queen H2 checkmate. But of course, after Queen D2, you always go King E5.
King E5 or King G3, both are possible. And now after Queen G6, it also defends the C2 knight. F6 trying to open up the Black's king position. Players down to seconds. Very, very difficult to say what to move, because any check, Queen H2, King E3, Queen G1 check.
Yeah, you keep on checking, and where does White actually escape with the king?
Probably to King D3 and King C3.
Yeah, but the King D3, I give Queen F1 check.
Sorry, King D2 and King, I want to hide on C3, so he went Queen A.
Sorry, what has happened in the game? In the game, he just gave Queen G1 check, King D2, and he gave Queen H2 check. I felt like maybe, okay, so this is, Queen H2, but now White King escapes.
Does he escape from C1 to B2? Is that the point? King C1, Queen F4, King B2, no checks, and King C1, Queen G1, King B2, no checks either.
Yeah, I mean, you will have to try some A3, but yeah, A3 check is just, he even goes King D3.
Yeah, this is simplest, because Peter, the point is if you go King C1, then maybe there was Queen F4 and you actually pick up the F6 pawn.
Yeah, okay, I mean, yeah, and the point was that King C3, then Queen C7, Queen B6 check, and then taking on F6. Even that endgame is of course very, very bad, but yeah, at least if already white can try to win on the spot with king d3, bishop b5 check, king c3, queen c7, and now when you move the king away, then thanks to this bishop on b5, the king is perfectly safe, and you don't have time, yeah, because already here also the house is burning.
That's very precise. And queen c4, you don't really care. You obviously don't step back to a3 because there's mate, but you just simply hide on a5.
Exactly. I mean, and then also we see that the bishop on b5 is a big problem because black cannot keep on checking, then the bishop is falling. So yeah, good or bad, he had to take gf6, but now white will collect all the pawns with check, and also end of the day he will have the chance of trading some with queen e5 check. So this is now completely lost. Wow, so Sergei is finishing this day on high note. Now queen f5 check, and basically you have to design. You don't have a move. King h6 runs into everything but just queen h5, queen e5 check. In worst case scenario, changes the queens and win. But also I feel like maybe you can ask for more. But okay, queen h5 is just very professional. No need to look for any other solution. So what do we have? Actually, is this the last game, or is Levon is still fighting? But okay, it's what? He's checkmating. Levon is winning. Levon checkmated Fan Forest. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, because queen e5 check. I mean, he was, what a luck. I mean, this is really incredible because I mean, okay, black is 2 pawns up, so on, and then falls into this. Queen h8, king g5, queen h4, checkmate. Wow. I mean, this is exactly the luck that Levon really needed to basically be able to come back tomorrow. I mean, this luck was really needed for Levon.
To keep his chances alive, but Peter, absolutely heartbreaking for Jordan after just being on top the entire game and winning it pretty much throughout. And at the very end, this queen f5, we'll have a look at it. But take a look at our final game results. Anish Giri continues to just be such a force, beats Mamedyarov Shakhriyar. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Niels Grandelis ended in a draw. Sergei Karyakin, the other winner, we saw that game against David, how he finished it off. Brilliantly played. Ali Reza Firouzja also won his game against Alan Pisha, while Magnus and Temur had a peaceful end. Wesley So, Maxime Vacher-Legrave also ended in a draw. Levon Aronian, Jordan Van Forest. Maybe, Peter, we can just see the last couple of moves and you can break that down to us. We felt it was a given that Levon was going to lose, and then suddenly this checkmate. What happened here?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's really shocking because look at this. We had, but it's even we have to go back a bit. I mean, this was the position. I mean, this is the position that you just cannot imagine black not winning because he's 2 pawns up. Has the better pawn structure, has the safer king. White is kind of also pinned, but he somehow awkwardly plays this look on g6. I'm not sure that this was necessary, and this is all the psychological trouble that comes with. So he feels like, you know, in order to stop any kind of h5 idea, he goes h5, but it's already a committal move. It's a big weakness, and at least gives Levon the psychological hope of eventually having some practical chances. And we see here that, in fact, Jordan even gives up that pawn at some moment.
But still, Peter, I mean, we're going to see this whole line, but it's just so impossible to imagine from this position to get mated on h4 like that.
No, I mean, okay, he's completely winning. I'm just saying that, okay, finally, at least he lost 1 pawn, yeah, and he finally, okay, he got out, yeah, so he's kind of happy that, okay, finally, yes, it was a little bit tricky. Now I'm gonna win this anyway. It's a technical position. There are no more tricks. And then he goes for this queen endgame, which looks to be winning, like, okay, there are not enough checks against black's king and the c-pawn should win. And Levon tries some desperate last chance with h5, king h7, queen g4, queen d3, and sacrifices the h-pawn. He gives the second pawn to try to give some checks. Yeah, try to give some checks. Jordan takes on h6, queen e6 check, king h7. Just seemingly there are no checks, but actually queen h3 there is some geometry. I mean, Levon created by giving up the h pawn. He created this chance like after king g8 he has this queen check, whatever, I don't know exactly, queen e6, and he will keep on checking forever. So Jordan goes king g6, queen e6 check. He wants to sidestep, run out, king g5, queen e5 check.
Peter, sorry to interrupt, but let's hear from Levon what he has to say about this crazy finish.
I kind of tilted at some point, especially in the second game against Anish. I was playing so slowly and lost a very harmless position, and then things went sour from there on. But of course, to get this lucky in a moment when you don't really deserve it, it's at least gives me a chance to fight for qualification.
And obviously, Levon, I mean, we're not used at all to seeing you losing 3 games and having a bad position again in the last game here. So is it any specific on your mind today, something bothering you that sort of made you not play your best chess today?
I kind of didn't remember any opening ideas because I obviously analyzed even the last position, the last game. I just completely forgot rook c1 is of course a mistake. It's something to work on. Something definitely. I mean, because to get bad positions out of the opening it's tough to come back from it.
So will you now look over these games, preparing for tomorrow? Is it more about forgetting today and preparing for tomorrow for you?
Yeah, I think I will try to work on just memorizing things I know, because when you know a lot of openings and you don't really memorize them, it's like you don't really know them. And this is what basically happened today. All the lines that I've played, I didn't remember a thing. So I guess instead of analyzing, I will do some memorizing tomorrow.
Levon, I just have to ask you something. So David has been doing challenges for us. So he's tried skiing, didn't go so well. He's also tried ice chess. What would you like to see him try next?
Be kind.
Well, he got into a pool of ice and he played some bullet chess. So he actually won his game there.
I think underwater chess.
Yes. Well, we've been suggested that. Okay, underwater chess.
I need to learn how to swim first.
Well, Levon, I know you're very into nature. You're hiking a lot, and the challenge that David did was ice dipping. So basically going into ice cold waters. Is this something you would be fond of? So David said it actually made him very refreshed and happy afterwards.
Oh, that's the thing I love doing. I love going to sauna.
Yeah.
Or a Russian bath and then dipping in the ice. That's a great joy. But David, what I like doing, I challenge many of my friends to do that. We actually playing blindfold chess while running or doing some exercises at the same time.
Wow.
Wow, how does that work?
It's interesting because at some point, of course, when you're sprinting and your heart is pumping, the biggest problem is that you cannot really pronounce the moves.
So you're not worried about my memorization, it's just pronouncing.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a good challenge. How do you do when you try this, Levon, if you tried it?
I'm doing fine. Yeah? I manage to keep my cool, unlike today. So
maybe you should try tomorrow then, running and playing.
I think I'm going to go for a run tomorrow for sure. Because what I did today, I definitely need to change something in my routine.
Yeah, actually, Levon, talking about all of this, it reminds me, I think in 2014 in the Olympiad, actually here in Norway, I remember you doing a press-up challenge with one of my friends before a party. So maybe one of these days I'll challenge you to a blindfold exercise challenge.
Ooh. And the best thing is, we can do it over internet.
Yeah, right.
I don't need to get involved. I thought for a second I might have to run next to David and play chess.
They're evil, they're scheming against us, it's not fair.
Okay, I'm looking forward to all of this, Levon, and I'm also looking forward to tomorrow. We are in 7th place, so no doubt a big chance for you to qualify for the knockout. Are you excited about that now, to just finish off this day and prepare for tomorrow?
Yeah, this is type of a day that you need to remember, and you need to review the games. You know, when you're in a really bad mood and things are not working out, then you look at these games and you remember that there are even the worst days.
Peter, a great escape by Levon there, and with that he moves to 50%. You were showing us that incredible last few moments of the game. Let's finish that and see how he managed to strike from here.
Yeah, actually the point was why I was going back, that I was like even surprised why this game lasted so long. I mean, it looked like, you know, Jordan could have won this game long ago. But one has to give credit to Levon that he was fighting also this idea of sacrificing the pawn with h6. I mean, giving up another pawn, but this case, at least Black's king was suddenly open to all these checks. Finally, we reached this dramatic position with white playing queen e5. So it was the last move, queen e5. And I just checked with the computer, and according to computer, just push the pawn. I mean, don't care about the checks, because those checks are doing absolutely nothing to you. I mean, it's clear that, you know, the human brain thinks like, you know, queen h8 is a problem because king g5, queen e5 check. Then you try to run forward. You realize that, no, I'm running into mating net. I just cannot do this. So your brain basically stops that c3 move is not possible because I cannot play queen f5. The pawn on c3 is hanging, but in fact, the pawn is not hanging on c3. Due to the queen c5 check. And thanks to this trick, actually Black can play queen f5. Okay, white will definitely keep on checking with queen e7, then Black goes queen f6. This is how computer plays, but let's not forget the players are playing the 5th game of the day. They are very exhausted, and these queen end games are always so tricky. Yeah, so many things can happen. Okay, definitely, of course, queen f5 should have never happened, but actually it can. It's just, you know, 5th game, the game continues, and you think like, okay, finally I will shuffle my pieces the right way. And then all of a sudden this tragic blunder happened with queen f5, after which queen h8 check. Black already has no way of correcting his mistake. He cannot even escape because he only got the move king g5, which is met by queen h4 check. I mean, a heartbreaking moment for Jordan. I mean, a terrible loss like this, because he deserved to win this game. He was winning right from like move 15. He was calling the shots, and it looked like it's just a question of time when he will win it.
That's why chess is so devastating. You're winning for all these moves and all these hours, and all it takes is just one blunder to undo all of it, and there's just no coming back from it. But you're absolutely right, Peter, because at the end of it, call it luck or whatever, you do make your own luck on the chessboard. And Levon, not giving up, going on fighting, managed to get that one opportunity, a very important one, because with this win, he does move on to 50%. We've seen these great saves in this tournament with these incredible stalemates appearing from dead lost position, what Levon just did. And let's take a look at our standings at the end of day 2 of the preliminaries. And this is what it looks like. Anish Giri maintaining his sole lead with 8 points, half a point ahead of the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Both players very impressive so far. And it just always feels, I think it was the same narrative that we had in the Opera Euro Rapid in the preliminary stages. The two of them just neck to neck, fighting it out. Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, a whole point behind Magnus, but still very solidified in their, very solid in their position, in their race to the quarterfinals. And then we've got Ali Reza and Maxime Vacher-Legrand with 6 points, and then 3 players at 5, Levon, Daniel Dubov, and Sergei Karyakin. Once again, only the top 8 will qualify into the knockout stages, while it will be the end of the road for the bottom half of the table. And take a look at what's going on there. Such big heavyweights currently find themselves in the dropout zone. We've got Mamedyarov. We've got Temur Rajabov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Sergei Karyakin. They need to have a good showing tomorrow. Peter, your final thoughts on the incredible action that we witnessed today. Who can forget those first 2 rounds just full of absolute bloodbath all over the chessboard, and what it is that we're looking forward to tomorrow in the final day of the preliminaries?
Yeah, I mean, really, this very first 2 rounds today were something incredibly special. I mean, I do remember we had all these dramas, we had some wonderful days and incredible actions earlier on, but they still, these 2 rounds stand out because it was not just that so many games were decisive, but what kind of games? I mean, so crazy game, full of complex fights, stunning ideas. I mean, we were just not even sure how to evaluate those positions. I mean, just really incredible chess. What right now is the situation? It's clear that, okay, Anish Giri with +6 in this field. This is just a stunning performance, and also how powerfully he's playing. I mean, outclassing his opponents so far. Not just +6, but the way he really collected all those points. Magnus is also doing fantastically well. Also, Hikaru Nakamura and Veslisu are in perfect shape. I mean, basically those 4 players are, I think, guaranteed the qualification, and everyone else is still in the mix. Those players with +1, Alireza finishing high because he won the last 2 games. Very, very important wins against Temur Rajabov and now against Ellen Pichot. But still, with +1, you cannot be sure. You mentioned we have all those heavyweights there with -1, even -2 scores trying to fight back. And we kind of know what it takes. I mean, this last round, last day and the last rounds are always so special. We basically never know till the very last minute who are the players who finally qualify and who will be tragically kicked out. A lot of dramas ahead tomorrow. So please join us and let's figure out and let's see what's going to happen.
Yes, and do join us definitely, because tomorrow we decide who are we don't decide, the chess decides who are the 8 players who go on to play the quarterfinals. Big day of chess coming up, and to enjoy it completely and it's in its complete experience of the Champions Chess Tour, do get the Opera browser, because that's where you want to watch all the action. The Opera browser is what the players are using to play the Champions Chess Tour. They are the official partners of the tour. They've got some specialized, personalized features that ups the entire experience. Not only are we taking care of the browsing experience, it's Airthings that's taking care of the air quality, the indoor air quality from where the players are playing, and giving us all this data that tells us how it's really affecting their gameplay as well. So a big shout out to all our partners who are making this happen. And it's just not their support, it's our viewers' support as well. And if you're enjoying everything that we are doing with the tour and you want to support it, do consider going premium. There's a 40% off currently on Chess24 premium membership. You get lots of benefits, lots of access to some amazing courses. Besides that, you get the power to bring back a player into the Champions Chess Tour with the premium vote. So do consider going premium with a 40% off. And Peter, you're absolutely right. It all comes down to tomorrow. It's going to be judgment day for 8 of our players. I cannot wait for the action. Today has been incredibly exciting, and it's only going to get a whole lot better tomorrow. Good night. We'll see you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!